Sunday, July 27th, 1997. Hagrid. No. Let me. Reparo. The sidecar broke away. Carried by the momentum of the motorbike, the sidecar stayed in the air for a few precious seconds, long enough for Harry to levitate it while Hagrid circled back. But he needed to hurry. 3 Death Eaters were bearing down on him, aiming for the kill. Hagrid was flying as fast as he could, but Harry knew he would not make it in time. Harry leapt from the car, desperately reaching out for Hagrid, who was racing for him. Behind him, the sidecar was obliterated as 3 powerful reducto curses struck together. Hagrid needed to dive slightly, but he caught Harry's right wrist and squeezed tight. "I got you, Harry," he roared, catching Harry's outstretched arm. Harry felt his shoulder violently separate and bones in his wrist grind together and break, the pain slicing through him like fire. If it weren't for Hagrid holding him tight, he would have plummeted to his death. The pain was quickly forgotten as Harry, through a haze of tears, saw Voldemort flying, like smoke on the wind, bearing down on them. Harry's scar was now searing with pain, making the pain in his shoulder seem like a tickle by comparison. But as his body went through the physiology of fight or flight, his mind cleared and he could focus on Voldemort. While he did not know if Voldemort knew he was the real Harry or if he was just cutting down each until he got the right one, it hardly mattered anyway. Voldemort's eyes shone like stars in the twilight, his face nearly invisible under his hood. Harry watched helplessly as he aimed and fired a killing curse at Hagrid. The gentle giant could hardly turn in his seat before it hit him in the back. His black, lifeless eyes stared past Harry as he slumped over the controls, sending the motorbike into a steep dive. His hand holding Harry went limp, and Harry plummeted towards the ground. His eyes stung from tears of grief and the slipstream. But he recognized Voldemort chasing him as he fell, those mad eyes alight with a ferocious glee. He would not risk Harry pulling some trick and living. He would complete the job. As Voldemort cast another killing curse, Harry lifted his left arm. His wand arm was useless, and bellowed, "Expelliarmus." As the green and red curses collided, a bright, blinding white light burst between them, and Harry felt himself shooting towards the ground faster than before. He closed his eyes and braced himself for death. Severus Snape was scanning the skies, looking desperately for any sign of Hagrid or Harry. He was looking to the west as a blinding explosion lighted the sky to the northeast. As the light faded, he saw a body falling swiftly towards the earth while a single coil of smoke billowed up from the explosion before righting itself. No, Snape thought desperately. He turned his broom and leaned down, coaxing as much speed as possible from the clean sweep 11. He knew he could not reach the body in time, but he did reach the Dark Lord before he fled the scene. "My lord, the other Potters are in disarray. Alastair Moody is dead, and another Potter has been critically wounded. Have you eliminated another?" The Dark Lord was silent for nearly a minute. "I'm not sure," he said, a note of unease and uncertainty in his voice. He turned his gaze on Snape, his eyes blazing. "Go down and search the area Severus," he ordered, sounding much more like himself, cold and angry. "Of course, my lord," he said, asking no questions. He leapt down from his broom, operating in descent to the approximate spot where the body should have landed. He found himself in a small neighborhood, very quaint and pleasant. He sensed several people in a panic and knew soon the Muggle authorities would be on the scene. But he heard nothing about a body. He only heard fear about the explosion of light. Casting all necessary stealth spells, Snape decided to search the properties of each home in a 2-mile radius until he found Potter's body. His shoulders slumped as he realized the magnitude of what this meant, not only for himself, but also for the cause. But after an hour, Snape found no signs of anything unusual. As he initially heard, the authorities and civilians were going on about the flashes of multicolored light in the sky until the massive explosion of white light before the stars returned. There was no sign that Potter had ever appeared in this neighborhood. Feeling drained, Snape wondered if he should even return to the Dark Lord. What was the point? Dumbledore was dead. Potter was missing, likely dead. There was no one left to stand against Voldemort. More from habit than anything else, Snape turned on his heel and appeared outside Malfoy Manor in Wiltshire. After displaying his mark and waiting for the wards to recognize him, he holstered his wand and approached the door. Before he reached it, the Dark Lord opened it and stood before him. "What did you find, Severus?" he said urgently. Snape resisted the urge to raise an eyebrow. The Dark Lord had never approached him for information after a mission. The minion would always go to the master. Whatever his reasons, they were irrelevant. Snape bowed, using the second to gather his thoughts. "I could not find him, my lord. I searched the area extensively and found no traces of magic that could be traced to Potter. Do we presume the boy dead?" The Dark Lord actually deflated, his shoulders slumping and his eyes lost some of their fire before he could recover. "We cannot assume the boy is dead, Severus, until I see his body. As much as I hate to admit it, he is an incredibly lucky brat. I will order my Death Eaters to search the country high and low for him. You have done while searching the immediate area, but it is not enough. I could still feel the boy on some level." Snape did not believe he was supposed to hear that last statement, and looked quizzically at the Dark Lord when he glared at Snape and showed no signs of reaction until he was dismissed. After bowing again and saying he would return to the manor tomorrow, Snape left the grounds of Malfoy Manor and apparat to Hogsmeade. He felt better than he had before giving his status report to the Dark Lord. If the Dark Lord could still feel Potter, all was not lost. Given his murder of Dumbledore, Snape knew he could not enter the castle through the gates without drawing the wrath of the other professors. Instead, he snuck into Honeyduke's and took the secret passage he discovered several years ago after Potter used it to stash his invisibility cloak and Marauder's map. He was grateful that the halls were empty as he moved through the halls and entered the High Office. The portraits were all asleep, save one. Albus Dumbledore was pacing in front of the throne in his portrait, but he smiled when he saw Severus. He had been waiting for his report. The smile vanished as he truly saw the expression on Snape's face. "Severus, what has happened? Is Harry okay?" Snape felt a flash of fury, but he smothered it. Accusations wouldn't help. "Dumbledore, your plan didn't work." The Dark Lord deduced who was escorting Potter. Snape was breathing heavy, remembering the sight of Hagrid catching the boy only to die a few minutes later. Then there was the terrifying explosion that preceded Potter's disappearance. Dumbledore took a seat. "Severus, please tell me what happened from the very beginning." In the beginning, everything was going as planned. The Dark Lord and 30 of us Death Eaters were waiting for the order to fly off just before the wards collapsed. The plan seemed to be working because the Dark Lord held back, unsure of who was the real Potter. Snape sneered, but Moody botched the whole damn scheme. All of Potter's things were sent to the burrow, except for Hedwig. When the Dark Lord saw the bird, he must have assumed that that was the real Potter. He knew how much the bird meant to Potter. Of course, he may have been drawn to Hagrid and the motorbike for symbolic reasons. The giant saved Potter when he was a baby. Only fair to expect him to do the same again. What happened to Harry? Moody and Hagrid are dead. Potter is missing. The sidecar he was sitting in broke off the motorbike. Potter jumped out just before 3 Reducto curses destroyed it and killed him. But the Dark Lord quickly murdered Hagrid and tried to kill Potter as he plummeted to the ground. Dumbledore looked very grave. "What do you mean tried?" He cast another killing curse. Potter cast a disarming spell that intercepted the Dark Lord's curse. The spells collided between them, and there was some sort of massive explosion, and then Potter was gone. I spent the last 2 hours scouring the countryside in a 2-mile circle around where he should have landed. He is gone. Dumbledore's shoulders fell. He looked old and defeated. So it is done. Harry is dead. Voldemort has won. Snape shook his head. "Albus, I don't believe that is the case. I just said Potter was gone. I think he is out there still, somewhere. The Dark Lord intends to have the Death Eaters to search the whole country looking for Potter. I'm sure the Order will do the same. The Dark Lord and Potter share a connection, and he can still feel Potter on some level. Otherwise, why would the Dark Lord bother to search for him?" Dumbledore perked up, the strength returning to the old man. Thank Merlin. Severus, do you know what Thomas planned for you? Snape shrugged. I'm not sure, Albus. Much of it depends on the success of Thickness staging a coup of the Ministry. Yaxley managed to place him under the Imperius curse, but I am not privy to all of the Dark Lord's plans for the Ministry. Albus gave him a measured look. It was not the same sensation as when the man was alive, but it was reminiscent. When do you believe he will make his move? Snape considered the question and what he knew of the Dark Lord's strength at the moment. If he moves soon, perhaps by the first week of August, he will need to take the Ministry silently. He will also, at least during the leadership transition, make sure the process is as legal as possible to install Thickness. He does not have the strength right now to bring off a sustained attack, however, not at least for another 6 months, possibly more. Have you alerted the Order of your suspicions? I haven't, Albus, Snape said, shaking his head. Yaxley informed us of his success a week ago. I haven't heard anything about further people being compromised. Given Yaxley's success in infiltrating the Ministry so soon after your passing, Snape needed to pause as his calm threatened to waver. Given his success, however difficult, getting to Thickness, he should have no problem subjugating others needed to stage a coup. Dumbledore sat on the throne, ruminating about how to proceed. If Tom were to take the Ministry, what would happen to Hogwarts? Snape grimaced. The Death Eaters in Thickness would lean on the governors and name me headmaster. I don't know for certain who he would want to serve as defense and Muggle Studies professor, but I would wager the Carrows. Dumbledore nodded and looked at him intently. Very well. I have your word that you will do everything in your power to protect the students should that happen. When Snape nodded, Dumbledore smiled. Thank you, Severus. Now, Severus, someone is coming. Snape already sensed someone coming before the alert flashed on the desk. He moved as quickly as he could to the stairs leading to the bedchamber. He listened as McGonagall told Dumbledore the news about Harry. He sounded suitably grave as he responded and gave his input on the Order's plans. He also asked McGonagall to send Shacklebot and Arthur Weasley as soon as possible. Do you think they will be able to do anything, Albus? Snape asked after she was gone and down the stairs. I'm not sure, Severus, but the attempt must be made. Even if the coup succeeds, Tom cannot afford many losses. I am afraid I do not see how his attack can fail, but the more expensive the venture, the weaker his rule will be, and the more likely the Order can eventually reclaim the Ministry. Regardless, you need to be prepared if it succeeds, and Tom puts you in charge of Hogwarts. I will be ready, Albus. Wednesday, July 27th, 1977. The moon shone brightly over the small town of Cokeworth, illuminating the sky and highlighting the stars in the sky. It was a beautifully peaceful summer's night. Ooh, it's so good, it's so good. It's so good, it's so good. It's so good. For the young man and woman snogging on a blanket on a hill overlooking the little river that flowed through Cokeworth and the neighboring village, Spinner's End, Donna Summer's I Feel Love playing in the background. It was a wonderful night. Ooh. Fallon free, Fallon free. Fallon free, Fallon free. Fallon free. Oh, James, the young woman moaned, breaking off this kiss to catch her breath. He continued to kiss her neck, drawing another passionate moan from her. Before she could pull his head back to hers, the ground shook violently. What was that, Lils? James asked, setting his glasses on the bridge of his nose. The young woman shook her head. I don't know. I think I should go home, though. She chuckled as James pouted. And what is that look from Mr. Potter? James pulled her towards him. I'm going to be out of the country for the next month. I wanted some time with the most beautiful woman in the world. Lily blushed. Thank heavens he couldn't see, even with the moonlight, but turned her head before he kissed her. She pecked him on the nose as he frowned. Ooh, I'll get you. 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 Lily and James both laughed at that conveniently timed portion of the song. Just be sure you're waiting for me on King's Cross, she said before getting to her feet and operating home. James stayed for another few seconds, chuckling at how lucky he was to have Lily as a girlfriend. 2 blocks away, A surely teenage woman was muttering furiously under her breath. She couldn't sleep, but that wasn't the reason for her frustration. She hated her home and so looked forward to leaving in a few months. Her fiancé was at least normal. Her parents were normal too, but they didn't care for her. The young woman scowled. No, their favorite was her sister. Her perfect, pretty, special sister. She was ignored, just a little tree struggling for light in the shadow of a bigger tree. How she wished she could cut her down a size, make everyone understand she wasn't so great, see her for what she really was. Suddenly, the house shook violently, and the young woman fell backwards on her bed. As she righted herself, she heard her parents getting up hastily. Exclamations from her parents' room said the crash had startled them as well. "Are you all right, sweetheart?" called her mother, out of breath. The girl scowled. "I'm fine, mother. What on earth was that horrible crash?" "I don't know, dear. Your father is going to check. I hope it isn't anything dangerous." The two women met up downstairs, watching their husband/father poke through a massive crater in the backyard. "Good heavens, is it a meteor?" asked the mother rhetorically. After all, what else could have crashed into the ground like that? All the daughter could do was shrug. She was scowling a little, thinking this was probably the work of those dunderheads her sister hung around with. They were always disturbing the peace with their ridiculous antics. "Sweetheart, you might want to come take a look at this," called the man. "Just you," he added when he noticed his daughter following. "What is it?" "Just look." He pointed the flashlight down into the hole. The girl couldn't see what was there, but the way her mother reacted told him this was no meteor. "For goodness sake, get him out and bring him in the house. He desperately needs help." "Petunia," called the paramedics. Petunia reached for the phone, but a man held down her hand, preventing her from lifting the receiver. "That won't be necessary. My friends and I will take it from here." Petunia noticed 4 men and a woman, all clad in khaki robes with red trim. They were freaks from Lily's world. Petunia pulled her hand free and wiped it on her robe as if it were contaminated. The man said nothing even if he looked mildly offended. "Oh, I'm glad you all are here," said Jacob Evans, stepping out of the crater and helping his wife out. "I'm not sure how this young man ended up here, but he has been terribly beat up." 3 of the Aurors swept past the Evans patriarch, gently extracting the boy from the earth and bringing him in the house. Then, one of the Aurors with the map of Ireland on his face waved his wand over the boy's body 3 times. "Sir, I don't think we should move the boy. He is in critical condition and the shock could kill him." "That's fine, Milligan. Just make sure he is okay. Briggs, you and I should set this yard to rights before anyone notices what has happened." "Yes, sir. Should we modify the memories of the neighbors, just in case?" The leader shook his head. It was dark out, and no one saw what happened. The Muggle authorities may canvass the neighborhood for the source of the crash, but no one can say it happened here. Petunia left the kitchen in a huff as they stepped outside and started doing whatever restorative work they wanted to do. The nerve of those freaks, talking about modifying innocent people's memories as if it were a game. It is as if they thought they ruled the world. Her parents didn't make matters better either, fawning over the boy as if he were their own. This was just another arrogant freak that had a stupid accident. Just as Petunia pushed open her bedroom door, she heard a soft pop in her sister's. "Petunia!" "I felt the ground shake earlier. Is everyone okay?" Petunia leered at Lily, growling faintly. "Why don't you check for yourself? Don't see the problem, though. Just some freak vandalizing our yard." Lily looked distinctly pained by the word freak, but she didn't retort, rushing downstairs without another word. "Mom, what happened?" Lily was trying to crane her neck to see what was going on. "A young man fell in our yard. Well, he crashed really." "Did he have a broom or something?" Her mom shook her head. "No sweetheart. The only thing he had was his wand. By some miracle it survived the crash. But he was hurt horribly. Is there anything we can do?" "There actually is something you can do for us, Miss Evans," said the lead Auror, stepping into sight. "Can you tell us if you recognize this boy? You are the only magical person in this neighborhood, and only one of 3 in the county. I'm hoping you'll be able to identify him for us." Lily stepped forward, the Aurors parting like the Red Sea. Her eyebrows jumped when the boy first came into view. He looked like thin, frail version of her boyfriend, though he had a rounder nose and chin, like her father's. Instinctively, she raised her hand and caressed his cheek, careful to avoid a few bruises and the strange scar on his forehead. "Who is this man?" she said softly. The Auror gestured toward a small basin, charmed to be portable. Inside, Lily saw a small layer of swirling white, like liquid clouds. We were able to draw recent memories from his mind. If they are correct, and by no means can we be sure until tested more thoroughly, but if his memories are correct, his name is Harry James Potter, and he is a survivor of some horrific battle that caused him to crash land on your property. "Why don't you trust his memories?" asked Jacob Evans. "There are several reasons why. First, there have been no sightings of you-know-who for nearly 2 weeks. He is a very powerful wizard, but to just suddenly appear and start a fully fledged battle that no one in the ministry could detect is impossible. The other problem with this young man's memories is that they have people in them that could not have been involved. For instance, Rubius Hagrid, who we know is still safely living on the grounds of Hogwarts, dies in this young man's memories. Alastair Moody, the head of the Auror office, also dies in this supposed battle. We couldn't get a good look at him because of how shocked Harry's mind was from the crash, but Moody looked much older and horribly scarred, more so than usual. "So what do you make of his memory?" asked Lily. "Well, it could be a fake, planted by the Dark Lord to confuse us. As I said, preliminary blood tests and fingerprint analysis are inconclusive. This young man is not a British citizen, nor does he show up on any Hogwarts, Beaxabatons, or Durmstrang enrollment list past or present. Is there anything else this memory could mean? I mean, could it be a prophecy of the future?" The Auror nodded. "Certainly possible. Again, we won't know until we speak to the head unspeakable, but that is certainly a possibility. But I would doubt it. This memory did not strike me as a harbinger of the future. It felt as if it just happened." The Auror raised his hand. "I understand that I just said that was impossible, but that is how it felt." "So what should we do right now?" asked Jacob. "Take care of him. We're leaving a few potions here. Make sure he takes the 2 with a red stopper every 4 hours. The 3 with a blue stopper should be taken with every meal. They'll help reverse the effects of his malnourishment, hopefully help him bulk up to the point he would be at if he had been eating properly all his life." "Do we have enough?" asked Mrs. Evans. The head Auror smiled. "If I may, sir, I am close with Horace Slughorn, your daughter's potions professor. He's recommended her repeatedly for a position with the ministry. So I happen to know she is a regular potions prodigy. She'll be able to reverse engineer these potions if you need more." Lily blushed at the praise, temporarily distracted from the injured boy. The Auror chuckled as he packed up their equipment with a wave of his wand. "An Auror and a healer will come by and check on this young man periodically. Try to keep him calm. After a few days, if he's strong enough, we'll start working with him. And thank you for doing all this. I know it is an inconvenience, but the ministry appreciates your cooperation." "It is no problem. We're happy to help," said Mr. Evans, but he was talking to himself. The Auror was already gone. "Well, I think we should go to bed. It's late. The boy should be okay until morning." Mr. Evans headed upstairs without waiting for his wife and daughter. He was beat, and he had work in the morning. Lily still hadn't left the side of the young man. She was afraid to touch him, but there was something about him that was familiar. Well, obviously he looked like her boyfriend, but it was more than that. She couldn't put her finger on it, but she felt as if she knew this man, like he was an old friend she had never met. Emily Evans didn't disturb her daughter. She sensed the boy's arrival was hard for her to take, even if she didn't understand why. Well, Lily would come to bed when she was ready, and it was probably good someone stayed with the boy in case he did wake in the night. Harry sat alone in a small grove, the sun shining brightly. In the distance, children ran and played while adults sat on blankets, enjoying the weather and one another's company. At first, Harry thought he was alone, but then a beautiful red-haired woman laid her head on his chest and smiled up at him. Her rich chocolate eyes were quite simply the most wonderful things he had ever seen. Ginny poked him playfully, right under his rib where he was ticklish. "What are you thinking about, Harry?" she said playfully. Harry wrapped his arms around her. "I can't believe how lucky I am. This is wonderful." He lowered his head as she turned in his arms and shared a passionate kiss. As the kiss deepened, the sun started to fade and dozens of black, shapeless forms circled above the grove. Harry removed his lips from Ginny's as a massive orange ball of light fell from the middle of the ring of black and crashed to the ground. Harry could do nothing but watch in slow motion as the ball of light exploded in waves of fire, burning everyone in the grove and came at them. Ginny screamed as her skin burned, and Harry could do nothing but scream as he too burned. Harry's head pounded like a jackhammer as he stirred. Where am I?" he mumbled, trying to shake the headache and a nightmare. A soft pair of hands gently kept him in place. His glasses were off, so he could only see a blur of red and ivory. "Ginny." The silhouette shook side to side. "Don't move too much. You need to relax." He could feel the weight on the couch shift as she grabbed a wet rag and gently dabbed his head. He heard other voices in the background, presumably the other Weasleys. He didn't know what had happened after his spell struck Voldemort's. He was convinced he died, actually. It was a relief to be safe with the Weasleys. Lily raised his head slightly. "It's time for you potions. You need to sit up. There are 2 of them. When you eat breakfast, you'll take another 3. She got up, and Harry heard her moving a tray over. She helped him drink them as well. Harry didn't argue, grateful for her help taking the potions. "So, how are Ron and the others? Did everyone else get home safely?" His heart pained him, remembering what happened to Hagrid. He didn't think he could live with himself if more people died because of him. Lily sat silently for a full minute, staring out the window. She had no idea what to say. She wasn't prepared to answer his questions and afraid to tell him what had really happened. She didn't agree with the Aurors. She was sure this young man had lived through some catastrophic battle. Maybe that was where he got the scar on his head. But that didn't make matters any easier. For starters, what about the people that had died, yet in reality still lived? Maybe whatever curse sent Harry crashing into her yard also scrambled his brains. How else could you explain what had happened? Before she could even attempt to answer his question, her father entered the living room. "The boy's up. Good. I was worried something would happen in the night." "Ginny, who is that? It doesn't sound like your dad." Harry sounded on edge, and Lily felt a rush of magic flow through him in anticipation of a conflict. "Ginny? Who in blazes is?" Jacob Evans suddenly fell silent, a hard stare from Lily telling him to shut up and not make matters worse. "Right then. I suppose I'll leave you to it then," he said awkwardly, fleeing to the kitchen. "What was that all about? Ginny, where are we?" Lily heard the worry in the boy's voice. She was surprised to see that he made no effort to leave her side. Clearly he trusted this Ginny even now. Not knowing what else to do, Lily sighed and started pacing in front of Harry. The boy followed her with his eyes as best he could. At last, she stopped and sighed softly. "Harry, my name isn't Ginny." Lily took a cautious step back, her wand at the ready. She didn't know how he would react, and so prepared for the worst. But Harry didn't stir. She actually didn't think he even took a breath. When he spoke again, his voice was quiet yet strong. "All right, if you're not Ginny, then who are you? Where am I?" "My name is Lily Evans, and at the moment, you're lying in my living room. Before you ask, I cannot tell you how you got here. I'm actually hoping you'll be able to tell me. The man you heard earlier is my dad, Jacob Evans." She spoke as dispassionately as possible, presenting facts and leaving it there. Harry looked blank. Then he glared at her. "All right, whoever you are. I'm not sure what kind of joke this is, but it's in poor taste talking about my mother, especially after everything that happened last night." He sounded infinitely cold, and Lily felt his anger. She also couldn't help but be alarmed by how swiftly magic moved around him in his rage. There was a darkness to Harry she hadn't sensed before. Regardless, when he is angry, magic was able to move more freely around and through him. His show of magic was nothing, however, compared to what truly disconcerted her. Why on earth would he refer to her as his mother? She was barely a couple months older than he was, if that. When she asked, She tightened her grip on her wand as the magic around him quickly became a storm of anger. She could only assume he held back an attack because he did not have his wand, nor was wearing his glasses and couldn't properly see. Please, Harry, I don't know what else I can say to you to make you believe that this is not a joke. I am really Lily Evans. I am only 17, probably not much older than you. I will be starting my 7th year in Hogwarts this year. Please calm yourself. She sounded frantic now. She was a little afraid of what he would do in anger, but she was more worried about his safety. If he lost his temper, he may hurt himself worse than he was now. To her relief and surprise, Harry's anger ebbed. He was now giving her a calculating look. All right, if you're really who you claim to be, tell me everything that happened down by the Black Lake after your charms, OWL? Lily raised an eyebrow. Why would he ask a question like that? At first, she couldn't remember her charms, OWL, or what happened after. But Harry seemed sure something had. Then it came to her. She was sitting down by the lake with her friends, her legs dangling in the water as she pet the giant squid, enjoying the fresh air and peace that came from having no more tests that day. But then she heard Severus yell from across the grounds and saw he hanging upside down over a crest in the hill. She leapt to her feet and raced to help him. She was furious when she saw James holding a levitation charm on Severus, revealing his graying underpants. The arrogant prat wouldn't let him go quietly. Oh no, he had to goad Severus. Of course, that in no way excused Severus calling her a mudblood. Her face fell, thinking of that night when she finally broke her friendship with Severus. She missed him sometimes, when he wanted to be. He was a great listener and an even better friend. She shook her head, pulling herself back to the present. How in blazes did this boy know what had happened to her last year? When she asked him why he asked about that, he said nothing and waited for her response. Having no better option, she told him everything she remembered. As she spoke, she felt Harry's anger vanish, replaced by a curious mixture of fear, calculation, and happiness. She gave him a couple minutes to think about whatever it was he was thinking about, but eventually she grew impatient and asked what he was thinking. He answered her question with one of his own. Can you please hand me my glasses? After he put them on, she couldn't help but notice a small tear slide down his cheek as he looked at her. Please close the door and put privacy wards around the room. I don't want anyone hearing what we're talking about, Harry asked, wiping his cheek. Why? Harry didn't say anything, just sat quietly, staring at her. Desperately seeking answers, she waved her wand, closing the door and putting up several privacy and secrecy wards. She pulled up a chair and sat next to Harry. How did you know what happened after my OWL? Who are you? Harry sighed. My name is Harry James Potter. Lily nodded. She expected that response given what the Aurors found last night. Still, his response raised more questions. Are you related to James? Is that why you look like him? Are you a student at Hogwarts? I've never seen you before. She fired those questions off at a rapid pace. Harry shook his head. I wouldn't expect you to have heard of me. Am I currently a student at Hogwarts? He shook his head again. At the moment, I am not. Lily scratched her head. You make it sound as if you have been a student. What happened? Did you leave the school or something? Harry ran his hand through his messy black hair, reminding her vividly of James. She could tell he was trying to figure out how to say what was on his mind. When she was about to ask another question, he asked that she give a moment and not interrupt. She promised she wouldn't. Thank you. I wouldn't say I was a student. It's more like I will be a student, if you catch my drift. Harry paused again. She saw in his eyes that he decided to go for broke and drop the double talk. This is hard to say. She reached out and squeezed his hand gently. It's okay, Harry. You can tell me whatever it is. She felt bad when his eyes glistened again, and he looked down at her hand as if it were a lost treasure he'd heard of but never expected to see. He wiped at his eyes with his free hand. Lily, Miss Evans, I'm your son. I hope you'll forgive me. I've dreamed of meeting you since I was 11. Well, actually for as long as I can remember. I never thought it would happen, especially not like this. Lily's mouth was agape. How could this be possible, she thought. What happened after you were born? Why do you sound like you've never met me before? She shook her head again. This was the most convoluted conversation she had ever had. Harry dropped his head into his chest. Lily thought she could hear him crying softly, but when he looked up again, his face was dry. It is a long story, difficult to explain. Suffice it to say something happened that separated you, me and my dad, your husband. And who is your dad? She already had an idea, and she was right. James Potter. I don't know when you got married, but it was probably within a year of your graduation. Oh my God, she said softly. I have to tell him. She jumped to her feet, knocking the chair over backwards. No. Invisible bonds held Lily in place. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't escape. Harry was briefly surprised by a show of wandless and silent magic, but only for a second. He looked pleadingly at Lily. Lily, Mum, please. You can't tell anyone else the truth, not even Dad. She couldn't believe her ears. Why not? She demanded. Harry gave her an incredulous look. Isn't it obvious? I'm from the future. I shouldn't be here. And if I'm going to return to my time, I have to keep my presence here a secret. I can't imagine what's already been changed just by my being here for, well, however long I've been here. Lily didn't buy his argument. There are about half a dozen Aurors who know your real name. They most assuredly told their superiors at the ministry after they left last night, too. Harry looked horrified. What happened last night? He asked urgently. Please tell me everything. You crashed into our backyard sometime around midnight or so. Before Mum, Dad, and Petunia could do anything, 5 Aurors showed up and ran some tests. They checked your memories, discovered your name. She scoffed. They didn't believe what they saw, though. They think you're either a spy for you-know-who, or your memories were scrambled in the crash. Harry's brow furrowed in thought, another trait he shared with James. Eventually, he nodded with satisfaction. All right, this shouldn't be too much of a problem then. I'll just tell them what they want to hear. I don't know who I really am. I've never heard of Harry Potter, and I don't know where these memories came from. Lily was a little taken aback by this boy's deceptiveness. What if they want to keep you? Check to make sure you're not lying. Harry gave her a look half amused, half conspiratorial. It was an odd feeling for her, to say the least. His eyes were very similar to hers, albeit a lighter shade of green. That'll be where you and your parents will come in, he said easily. Lily raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? If you and your parents take good care of me and say you're willing to be my guardians until my memory comes back, they'll leave me be. They must already trust you enough to leave me here to recuperate. Leaving me with you permanently would make their lives easier. And nothing makes bureaucrats happier than having something taken care of by someone else. They'll forget all about me, and it shouldn't affect the future, at least in any meaningful way. Lily arched an eyebrow suspiciously. You have everything figured out, huh? Harry frowned. You're not happy that I want to string along the ministry, are you? He sighed when she didn't answer. Lily, you have to understand how strange this is for me. First, I'm taking an enormous leap of faith, trusting you're not lying to me about being Lily Evans. Lily bristled. You think I'm lying to you? Harry shook his head. No, I trust you. Considering we're in relatively similar situations, would you say you trust me right now? He chuckled when Lily shook her head. I can't say I'm surprised. Back to topic. The other reason why this is strange is I am entirely at your mercy in a world I do not know and have no allies. I have no choice but to trust you, even if I didn't want to. But again, I trust you. He gave her a serious look, and she was surprised to see sadness surface again. I'm hoping you'll help me, that you'll believe me and help your son. Lily wasn't sure wanted to help Harry, and she certainly didn't believe his claim she was his mom. This boy had an aura about him that was dark and one she didn't trust. Unless she changed in the future, she didn't see how any child of hers could become this cynical. Lily? Miss Evans, I don't know that I can trust you. You don't seem anything like James or I. I was just thinking that there's a darkness about you that I can't imagine any child of ours coming to possess, unless something happens to us in the future. You told me it is hard for you to trust me because I could be lying. How do I know you are not an imposter? She expected him to look offended, but he gave an approving nod. Lily, something did happen to the two of you. But before I tell you anything, I need your trust. I need you to promise me that whatever is said between us stays between us, forever. You make it sound so dramatic. What's the big deal if people know who you are? I told you before that I'm from the future. Are you familiar with time turners? Sort of, I've heard of them. That's a start. Well, what they do is take a person back in time, depending on how many times the person turns the hourglass. My friend had one in our third year, going back in time and taking more classes. But you have to be careful so you don't run into your other self and that you don't screw up the timeline. People have killed their past self without even knowing it, killing themselves in the process. Harry sighed. That is the problem here. There are things that I just can't say because I don't know what the consequences will be on the future. Lily scowled. So that's it. You expect me to just trust you and you won't trust me or anyone else. Just because you're afraid of what'll happen in the future. That's selfish. She expected to get a rise out of Harry, but he looked hurt. Lily, that's not my only reason for keeping information from you. I don't want to hurt you or anyone else in this time either. You shouldn't have to suffer again because fate has screwed up my life. Harry stopped. Lily got the feeling he had said too much. Give me one reason why I should trust you. Do you know legilimency? No, never heard of it, she said, shaking her head. Doesn't matter. It's actually a relatively easy incantation. Look right into my eyes and say legilimens. I'll take care of the rest. Lily wasn't too sure what was going on, but she did what Harry asked. Staring right into his eyes, she said the spell. Suddenly, she was in another place, another time. The home was unlike anything she had seen before, but it was quaint and quite cozy. In the den, there was a nice fire going. But what drew her was the cooing of a small baby somewhere upstairs. As she stepped out into the hall, she saw James exit the kitchen, wiping his hands on a towel. He looked older than she remembered, but not by much. The only real differences in his appearance were the dark circles under his eyes and the scar over his right eye. She wondered how he had been injured. He stopped and looked up the stairs. Hey, Lils, you coming down? Lily heard her voice call from upstairs. I'll be right down. I'm just changing Harry. She heard mumbled baby talk and then a baby giggling. Have you seen enough? Lily called Harry, the voice booming over the sounds of the memory. Lily didn't answer, wanting to see her baby. A minute later, she watched herself, again slightly older but not much, come downstairs carrying a little baby boy. Harry was babbling excitedly, clutching a tiny broomstick. Dada, he said, seeing James smiling at the foot of the stairs. Lily wanted to see more, but the memory ended abruptly. I'm sorry, Mom, but that's all I can remember from that day. Lily was pulled through a vortex of color and returned to her living room. She was looking at Harry as if she had never seen him before. What did you just do to me? She asked with a shake in her voice. I showed you a memory that was long buried until an attack by a Dementor in my third year. A Dementor? You faced a Dementor in your third year. How is that possible? Harry grimaced. That is a long and painful story. Forgive me, but it isn't something I am fond of reliving. Lily got the impression he was deflecting to a degree, but she didn't push the issue. She knew he was being honest about the Dementor, and, given how awful they were, she could not fault him for not wanting to speak about the experience. Her mind returned to the memory Harry showed her. She was still not sure about him, but she could not deny his claim. Somehow, her son had come back to the past. She couldn't believe such an adorable baby would grow into the rather cynical man lying in front of her. She hesitated a bit, but went over and embraced him. She was surprised when his arms wrapped tightly around her. Harry hadn't expected Lily to hug him. It was the most enjoyable experience of his life, save his first kiss with Ginny. Flashes of the mirror of Reese, the screams from the Dementors, and the pictures from the photo album Hagrid gave him raced across his mind. He rubbed her hair, tears silently streaming down his face. Lily let him cry. When she finally pushed herself up, she gave him a moment to gather himself. Harry, what happened to us? Harry frowned, his red-streaked eyes still glistening. Something happened that broke up our family. He paused again. For what it is worth, I would see you and James again over the years. In fact, you both saved my life on more than one occasion. He wasn't telling her everything. She drew her own conclusions from his double talk and reaction when she hugged him. She devoutly hoped she was wrong. After all, how could they save his life if she was right? What happens to you? Harry shook his head. I can't tell you that either, at least not yet. All you need to know is that whatever else happens, I am safe from my worst enemy. Harry sounded perfectly calm, but something in his eyes darkened, his eyes conveying pain and hatred. What can you tell me? Harry smiled sadly. Right now, not much. I don't know enough about why I am here. It may have something to do with what I was doing before I arrived, for lack of a better word. Lily made an impatient gesture. What were you doing? I was preparing to defeat Lord Voldemort. Lily winced at hearing the name. But you're just a boy. How could you defeat you-know-who? She frowned, hoping she didn't offend Harry. He shrugged his shoulders. To be honest, I have no idea. Dumbledore wasn't able to tell me anything more beyond the fact that Voldemort and I were destined to face one another. He never told me how to actually defeat Voldemort, at least in a duel. He and I started searching for weapons that would help finish him off, but that was all. She bristled and looked positively furious. Dumbledore told you to defeat Voldemort, she asked incredulously. How could he? What the hell was he thinking? She was suddenly very angry with the headmaster. I don't think he expected me to do it alone. He was murdered at the end of term last year. My term, I mean. So how do you know what to look for? And what are these weapons anyway? Harry got a faraway look. I don't know enough about them, for which I am thankful. I believe there are 4 of them, but I only know about 3 for sure. Beyond that, unfortunately, I don't know much more. Harry held up a finger. Scratch that, actually. One of them I know for a fact I can't touch, not while I am here. And why is that? It doesn't exist, Harry said baldly. Lily thought about what he revealed. It certainly added another layer of mystery to him, but it also helped answer a pressing question she had from last night. How could he have a memory of fighting a duel with you-know-who? Well, now she knew it was because he was a target in his time. Why you-know-who would want a teenage boy is beyond her. Nevertheless, she found herself trusting Harry, which meant she believed she was his mother. My God, she said. When he gave her a quizzical look, she looked sheepish. How many people can say they've met their children before they ever even have them? Harry's eyes widened. So you believe me? Lily nodded. I'm still not sure what to make of you. I meant what I said when there is darkness to you that I don't like. But what you have shown and told me seem to fit together. Now, how can I help you defeat that mad bastard? Harry looked at her in surprise. You don't have to help. I just need you to keep my secret. I'm not putting you in danger. The look she gave him was not unlike the look Hermione gave him when he tried to exclude her and Ron from helping him hunt for the Horcruxes. Harry, who are you to tell me not to help you? You're in no position to exclude me. You need me to keep your secret. You need me to help keep the ministry off you back. And most importantly, Harry James Potter, you need to listen to your mother. Lily relished the irony of this situation, scolding her son who was as old as she was. She had to choke back a giggle at the look on Harry's face. He looked like a 5-year-old who was being yelled out, but didn't know what he did wrong. I'm sorry, Mom, he mumbled, sounding a lot like the kids Lily used to babysit. Good. Lily looked at her watch. Now, before you tell me what is going on, you need to eat something and take your 2 potions. I'll be right back. Yes, Mom, said Harry in a small voice. Lily smiled as she left the room. She didn't know how much she could trust Harry or how she could help him. But by God, just being able to mess with him would be fun. Chapter 3. 12 days had passed since Harry crashed on the Evans lawn. His strength returned a week ago, but he was still marveling at how much more developed his body was physically since taking those potions. It was scary to see just how much the Dursleys had stunted his growth. He cautiously looked at the homely blonde girl sitting next to him. He was still getting over how bizarre it was to think about his mother or the Dursleys as part of his past when they were sitting right in front of him. Over the past week, once his strength had returned, Harry had tried to convince the Evans to let him do some work, repay them for their hospitality. They refused, telling him he was a guest. He had to convince them not to spoil him actually. They felt bad for him, suddenly abandoned in a strange place. They took great offense to the baggy hand-me-downs Harry was wearing too. Before Harry could stop them, they had purchased a whole new wardrobe. Lily had added her own addition as well, enchanting the clothes to grow with Harry. Harry didn't know what to say. No one, at least no adult, had ever shown him such kindness without wanting something in return. Though he realized after the fact he had no way to make good on his promise, he swore he would repay them for everything they were doing. Except for Petunia, who fumed silently. They just smiled and told him it was no big deal. His plans for the ministry went off without a hitch too. They swallowed his story about not knowing who Harry Potter was or who he was before he crashed. The blood tests they performed were unexpected, but they were all inconclusive, which helped lend credence to his story. No magical country had ever heard of Harry Potter, and no one with his blood type was registered as a citizen. There were several dozen possibilities, though, leading the Aurors to suspect that Harry's blood and magic were somehow contaminated by dark magic. Lily and her parents also convinced the Aurors to let Harry stay, promising to take care of him and assuring them he was comfortable and shouldn't be moved in such an unstable condition. In a stroke of genius, something Harry hadn't even considered, Lily suggested giving him a temporary identity, at least until his true memory returned. The Aurors thought that was a marvelous idea, and so Harry was rechristened Nathaniel George Evans, after Lily's paternal and maternal grandfathers respectively. For short, they agreed to call him Nathan. Unbeknownst to the ministry, Lily also doctored up Harry's appearance a little, masking the scar and turning his hair into a rich dark brown. The ministry taken care of, his next task was to prepare for Hogwarts. Without his friends, his only ally was his mother. The more time he spent with her, the more he realized how much time he had wasted farting around with Ron. On his birthday, which he only confided to Lily, he asked if she wouldn't mind sparing with him, just for practice. 3 minutes later, Harry was lying on his back in a twisted heap. Lily looked horrified, apologizing profusely to Harry, but she paused awkwardly, sucking in her lips as if holding in raucous laughter. Finally, her resolve broke, and she laughed at how sad Harry's attempt to fight was. Harry desperately wanted to retort, but she had a point. After setting himself to rights, he asked her to help him. She smiled, a much more motherly smile. She blushed when she caught herself. She was still getting used to the idea that Harry was her son. "All right, Harry, let's review our last duel." "Ah, do we have to?" he whined, doing his best to imitate a little kid. She blushed again, smiling and wagging her finger at Harry in reproach. "Yes, we do. Now, tell me everything you thought you did well." Harry stood silent for about 30 seconds. "There, I just did," he answered deadpan. Lily rolled her eyes. "Smart Alec. Okay, Mr. Potter, I can't think of one thing you did well. You showed incredible agility and alacrity. Another thing was your shield charms. They were some of the best I have ever seen. Dueling is a two-phase art, and you seem to have mastered the defensive phase. However, your offensive arsenal is, well, it is just sad." "Gee, thanks, Ma." "Well, I'm being honest. No spell you used was above the 3rd year, and I saw every incantation coming. Just one of those is bad enough, but put them both together, while you get knocked down in a heap." She walked back and forth for a few seconds thinking. "I want you to try and hit me with a spell. Don't say a word, just go." A little skeptical, Harry waved his arm. "Stunner," said Lily. Harry's eyes widened. He started to move his arm again. "Leg locker." Bewildered now, Harry had barely lifted his wand before Lily called out he was going to conjure Petri Ficus Totalis. "How in the blazes did you know what I was going to cast?" "It was easy, Harry. It's not enough to say a spell silently. Your motions cannot be choreographed. Your arm movements, your stance, and the placement of your feet all told me what spell was coming." Harry had never thought of any of that, but it made sense. Why else would they teach wand movements to first years if not to get them used to the spell? But Lily was right. Once you learned the spell, you needed to forget the motion. "You with me, Harry?" she asked. He nodded, apologizing for ignoring her. "Don't worry about it. Okay, we have 5 weeks before term begins. I have all my books, and a couple James gave me from his library. I want you to read them and practice the spells down here. Every evening after dinner, you and I are going to spar. We'll start with increasing your spell arsenal and then move on to silent incantation and cloaking your wand movements. Sound like a plan? Absolutely. But wait, I don't want to take you away from your friends or other people. Now, it was his turn to blush. It was almost too much to think about his mom and dad dating, especially when he was young enough, old enough, to understand what they may or may not be doing. Lily rolled her eyes and sighed exasperatedly. Get your mind out of the gutter, Harry. Merlin's beard. James and I have only been dating for a few months now. And he's in America with his parents visiting relatives anyway. Trust me, a kid is the last thing on my mind. She blushed at the last. You know, it is really hard to talk about some stuff around you. Though I don't suppose it would be any easier if I were older. Harry nodded and smiled. I know. I was just thinking the same thing. Okay, I'll take whatever help I can get. And thank you. Don't worry about it. I'm your mother. I'm supposed to be there for you. You just better try hard. I won't cut you any slack. Harry rubbed the back of his head, which was still sore from when she thrashed him earlier. Don't expect you would. Over the next 4 weeks, Lily worked Harry hard. After a few days, their sparring matches turned into a 2-a-day affair. He learned more in those 5 weeks than he had in 6 years. It wasn't enough, and she told him right off the bat that it wasn't enough, that he was probably where she was after a 5th year. But it was a start. Of course, Lily was also very advanced, so Harry hoped he would be on par with a normal 7th year. 10 days before term began, Harry got a letter from Horace Slughorn, the deputy headmaster of Hogwarts. Harry never would have pegged Slughorn for headmaster, but there was not doubt he was the best number 2 man in the world. The potions master requested that Harry come to Hogsmeade to take OWL equivalency exams in the core subjects to determine if he was ready for the NEWT curriculum. Don't worry, Harry, said Lily, giving her son's hand a squeeze. If you pass them in your time, you'll be fine. Thanks. And so, 3 days later, Harry apparat to Hogsmeade. Only after he landed did he remember he wasn't licensed. Well, whatever. He hadn't splinched himself. What do the ministry people want? Egg in their beer. He was half an hour early. He whiled the time away in the 3 broomsticks, waiting for Slughorn. Not long after he finished his second butterbeer, the fat silhouette of Slughorn and the tall, thin silhouette of Dumbledore passed by the frosted glass at the front of the pub. Harry wiped his mouth and stepped forward to greet the 2 men. Slughorn was about to pass him by, but Dumbledore recognized him as the man they were meeting immediately. Ah, Mr. Evans, it is nice to meet you. He extended his hand, which Harry shook. Well, let's head to Madame Rosamerda's office. She has been gracious enough to let us use it for a few hours. Once in the office, Slughorn set up a table for the potions laboratory, while Dumbledore laid out 5 rolls of parchment. Okay, Mr. Evans, you're going to take an abbreviated form of the written test for transfiguration, charms, potions, defense against the dark arts, and herbology. You will have 45 minutes to complete each examination. Once you are finished, Professor Slughorn will administer the potions practical exam, and then I will administer the transfiguration, charms, and defense exams. Lastly, we will take you up to the castle for your herbology practical exam. Before you leave tonight, you'll have your grades and your list of materials for the upcoming year. Do you have any questions? Yes, sir. Oh, forgive me. I am Professor Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts. Thank you, Professor. Lily told me about other classes. Ancient runes, I believe, is one of them. Will I be taking tests in these subjects as well? Harry donned a worried look, more or less real, because he knew nothing about those classes. Lily had given him a crash course in ancient runes and arithmancy, but Harry didn't think he was ready for an OWL. Dumbledore smiled, noting his concern. Considering your rather sudden arrival, I think we should focus on the core curricula for now. Of course. Thank you, sir. He sounded relieved. Are you ready to begin? At Harry's nod, Slughorn turned over an hourglass and told him to begin. Well, Mr. Evans, I must say you did exceptionally well. It was nearly 5 o'clock. Harry had just finished the herbology practical and was washing up in Dumbledore's private bath. You earned an O in charms, potions, and defense, and in transfiguration and herbology. There will be no problems placing you in the 7th year NEWT program for any of these subjects. Thank you, sir. I owe it all to Lily. She's been helping me since I invaded her home. He sighed, looking melancholy. I feel so horrible for what happened. Even with how nice Lily and her family have been, I feel like I am punishing them. They did not ask for this. All of those statements held some degree of truth, which helped bring them off smoother than if he lied outright. Dumbledore didn't probe, taking the word at face value. He walked over to a cabinet and pulled out 2 bottles of butterbeer. Mr. Evans, I know Lily very well. She is a wonderful lady, and so is her family. I believe I can speak for them when I say that they do not hold anything against you. If you have befriended Lily, I dare say they probably look at you as a surrogate son. Thank you, sir. I think they do, in fact. Dumbledore smiled, eyes twinkling. Very good. Now here is your course list and the list of materials you will need for the upcoming term. The headmaster handed him 2 pieces of parchment. Now, I would like to tell you one last thing. All students admitted to Hogwarts must be sorted into one of 4 houses. It will be your home for the next year, and you'll have a chance to win house points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points wins the house cup. And of course, you could try out for the Quidditch team. Do you know what Quidditch is? No, sir. Lily never mentioned it. Really, I should have thought, considering whom her boyfriend is, she would have mentioned it, at least in passing. Well, no matter. I'll let you future housemates explain it when term begins. Tryouts are held 2 weeks after the start of term, so you'll have time to learn if you wish to try out. How will I be sorted? Is it some sort of challenge, like a duel? Dumbledore chuckled and shook his head. No, Mr. Evans, you will not be asked to duel anyone. I cannot tell you how, but rest assured it is painless. And you will be sorted after the first years, as is customary whenever we have transfer students. Harry looked dubious, earning another chuckle from the headmaster. If there's nothing else, it is getting late. I'm sure Lily and her parents are worried. Do you need help returning? No, sir. I'll be okay. Thank you, though. Dumbledore nodded and opened his door and bowed Harry out. I'll see you in a week, Mr. Evans. Well, I hope you all enjoyed the chapter. Please keep reviewing. I look forward to reading your reviews and having my overly inflated ego stroked. As always, please keep reading and reviewing. I look forward to hearing from you all. Chapter 4. Lily congratulated Harry on his scores when he returned that night. Tomorrow we'll go to Diagon Alley and buy your supplies. I bought mine while you were gone. Sound like a plan? Then his face fell. I don't have any money. Mr. Evans put his hand on his shoulder. Don't worry about it, boy. The ministry folk actually sent him and I some money while Lily was gone to pay for your materials. Seems they didn't want to leave us completely high and dry. Well, there you go. Tomorrow we'll head out. Harry woke very early, about 5:30 in the morning. Figuring he wouldn't be able to fall back asleep, he threw on some clothes and headed down for a cup of tea, something he hadn't had when he was younger, but that he found he liked. To his surprise, he wasn't the only one up this early. Petunia was standing by the stove, waiting for water to boil. She scowled at him when he grabbed a cup and took a seat. Harry worked hard to keep his face neutral, despite her fearsome scowl. Shockingly, Petunia was the first to break the silence, sneering at Harry and asking if he was going to join Lily at her freak school. When he nodded, she shook her head, mumbling something about being surrounded by freaks. Harry held tight to his anger with both hands. Petunia, do you mind if I call you Petunia? She ignored him, eyes focused on the kettle. Petunia, do you mind if I ask why you're up so early? He figured it couldn't hurt to be cordial. If she ignored him, so be it. But she actually answered, I'm waiting for my ride to work. She sounded as if every word caused her physical pain. Why won't the bloody water boil? Where do you work? Why do you care? She asked icily. You're going off to your freak school. Why should what us normal people do concern you? Before Harry could respond, a pair of headlights shone through the front curtains. With one last sneer, Lily filled her cup and left. When she was out the door, Harry sighed. He couldn't believe how much resentment that woman harbored, but he didn't feel as much anger as he expected. Something in her demeanor was odd. He sensed regret in her words, almost disappointment. Of course, he didn't understand what could be disappointing to her. The idea that she may have been disappointed with herself never crossed his mind. With his cup of tea in hand, Harry went out on the little deck and watched the sun rise. He thought about what his friends were doing, guilt settling hard in his stomach. He hoped they all were okay. As far as he knew, only Hagrid and Moody had died. But even if the rest were okay, what did they think about what happened to him? They probably thought he was dead. "You all right out here, Harry?" asked Mrs. Evans, poking her head out the slider. "What? Oh, I'm fine, Mrs. Evans. Thanks for asking." The elder, Evans, stepped out looking at the sunrise. He noticed she stared at the spot where Harry crashed for a while. "Are you okay, Mrs. Evans?" "What's that, dear?" "Oh, yes, I'm quite all right. I'm just thinking about that night. So many questions," she said softly. Of course, she didn't know the half of it. Or maybe Harry was underestimating her. "Harry, since you've been here, you've spent a lot of time with Lily. You have had a rather strange effect on her. I was hoping you could tell me why." She didn't sound hostile or accusatory, just curious. "I really couldn't tell you, Mrs. Evans." Ever tried to ask her? He was not prepared for this line of questioning, and he should have been, damn it. He couldn't tell anything from her expression, couldn't sense what she was feeling. He could have prodded harder, but he couldn't do that to her. "Is that so?" she said softly, looking at Harry dead in the eye. "Harry, I don't mean to prod, but there is a reason you're here. I am afraid for you, but I am most afraid for my daughter." Unshed tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Harry reached out and set his hand on hers. "Mrs. Evans, your daughter is one of the most capable witches I have ever met. Maybe the most capable. And for what she tells me, she is going out with one of the smartest boys in her class. Nothing will ever hurt her if she's ready for it." A tear almost slid down his cheek. It wasn't that he lied. Lily wouldn't be ready for Voldemort's attack. Could she have stopped it if she was? They'd never know. So Harry could take solace in the fact he hadn't lied to his grandmother. She rested her other hand on top of his. "I know she's talented, but I hear what she says about this Lord Voldemort, and I know she is hiding things from us. I was a little girl when World War II started, and I know how horrible war is. Lily doesn't, and it'll be worse for her, because she may do actual fighting." Emily Evans gently pulled her hands free and wiped her eyes. "I'm so sorry, Harry. I shouldn't be bothering you with this. If Lily trusts you, then I do too. You do whatever it is you have to do, and we'll be here to help you however we can." She didn't wait for a reply, walking back into the kitchen and preparing breakfast. "Thank you," whispered Harry, turning back towards the horizon. It was the night before Harry and Lily would travel to Hogwarts. Lily's mother had cooked a marvelous feast to celebrate her daughter's last year. Petunia was uncommonly quiet, casting morose looks at Lily and spiteful ones at her parents. She seemed to forget Harry was there. Harry was surprised by how glum she was feeling. He expected her to be rejoicing that the freaks were leaving. About midway through dinner, she asked to be excused and headed up to her bedroom. Harry thought about going after her, but what would he say? And she certainly wouldn't want to talk to him. Lily gave him a sad look, as if she knew what he was thinking. After dinner, Harry asked Lily to come downstairs so he could practice some of the new spells. After casting a silencing and imperturbable charm, Harry turned to Lily. "Why was Petunia so quiet at dinner? And why was she looking at you so darkly?" "You don't know." Harry could tell she was stalling, uncomfortable about talking about her sister. "No," he lied. "I mean, she called you and me freaks a couple of days ago before going to work. But I didn't understand what she meant." Another lie. Lily sighed. "It's complicated, Harry. I don't know if I should tell you. It's private after all. I understand if you can't tell me specifics, but I just want to know why your own sister seems to hate you. I can't find anything you've done wrong. It's not something I did." She sighed, cracking her knuckles, something she did whenever she was nervous or thinking. "Okay, when I was 8, my magic started to manifest itself. Silly things like jumping off the swings and floating to the ground slowly or making flowers open and close. A man from the ministry came to our home and told my parents that I was a witch. They didn't tell me until just before I started school, but they did tell me to be careful and not do anything dangerous. Of course, Petunia, being my older sister, took it upon herself to watch me, enforce mother's rules. But I could tell she was jealous. She looked at everything I did with longing. I look back on my shows of magic and feel bad. I shouldn't have been so showy. When my Hogwarts letter came, that was probably when things really went sour. My parents were so happy, spent the 2 weeks before I left spoiling me silly. I was too happy to notice how much it hurt Petunia to be ignored. She became reserved, avoiding me and Mom and Dad. Then I found out she had written a letter to Albus Dumbledore, getting his name from my Hogwarts letter, begging him to let her come to Hogwarts. He was so polite and gentle in his reply, but he couldn't let her come. That was the last straw, I think. Anything having to do with magic she hated, including me. She wiped her eyes when she finished. Harry went over to hug her, stroking her hair. I am sorry, Mom. I never knew. Have you tried to talk to her? He regretted the question almost immediately because she stiffened in his arms and then pushed him away. Of course I tried, but it didn't matter. I ruined any chance I had to make it up to her before I even saw Hogwarts. Anger was making her cheeks burn, almost as bright as her hair. She was insulting me before I got on the train, the first time she ever called me a freak. And then I told her I saw Dumbledore's letter. He was really nice, I tell her. So condescending. We've never really spoken since, not in any real way. She embraced Harry this time, burying her head in his chest. He didn't say anything, letting her cry. It was a surreal experience, soothing his mother. But he didn't mind. He tried to process everything she told him. He never thought he would feel bad for Aunt Petunia. This didn't excuse her mistreatment of Harry, not by a long chalk. It did put into context, though. Hey, Mom. He lifted her head gently. You didn't do anything, didn't mean for her to get hurt. You can fix this, and I'll help you. She gulped, choking back a sob. Ow! How can I ever fix this? She's going to get married soon, probably before I graduate. I don't know what's going to happen after I graduate, but if you're any clue, I'm sure I'll be getting married soon. How can we fix this? She buried his head in his chest again. He stroked her hair gently. I'll think of a way. It had taken a while for Lily to settle down, but she eventually did. Harry didn't think she would sleep well that night. He didn't, that's for sure. But he didn't really want to sleep much anyway. Well, he didn't want to oversleep. Not sleeping worked just as well. As he hoped, Petunia was up making tea when he walked into the kitchen. She scowled at him but didn't say anything. As he did before, Harry charmed the kettle to boil slower. Petunia, thankfully, didn't notice. Will you be joining us this morning, Petunia, to see your sister and I off? He asked casually. Like he expected, she snarled at him. Why would I bother? I've got better things to do than see you and the other freaks head off to your crackpot school. Harry was sure he heard the faintest trace of longing in her voice, but didn't acknowledge it. Not now. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Well then, I would just like to thank you for all your hospitality since I arrived. I can't imagine how hard this must have been on all of you, a mysterious stranger with no memories dropping out of the sky. I appreciate you all putting me up. Petunia didn't say anything, but he could see his gratitude had confused her. This was not the reaction she expected from him. Her scowl quickly returned, though. I didn't do anything for you. I just wish you weren't coming back for the holidays. She leered at him, tried to get a rise. He didn't take the bait. You did help me, though. Your mother tells me you were the one who called for help when I crashed. Petunia gave him a strange look. She didn't believe him. Why would her mother tell him that? But she couldn't prove he was lying and tried to cover it up with bluster. Those other freaks showed up before I could call anyone. Besides, if Mother hadn't told me to call, I would have left you there to rot. Better yet, I would have called the police and had you locked up. They both ignored the lights shining through the front window. Really? You're 19, legally an adult. You could have ignored your mother, yet you didn't. At the very least, you care about your mother. And that is why I don't think you would have left me out there if you were alone. Someone started knocking persistently at the door. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to keep your friend waiting. And I think the tea is done. He smiled and pointed at the kettle, which was whistling. Petunia was visibly unnerved, not sure what had happened. But she didn't leer at him or say anything hateful. Harry stiffened when she opened the door, trying to keep the smile on his face despite the fat, red-faced man on the porch staring at him with a look of utter loathing. "Is that the freak who vandalized your property?" asked Vernon, Dursley forcibly. Petunia looked back at Harry, her expression blank, but her eyes showing mental conflict. After a couple of seconds, she sneered at Harry and nodded. "Bloody bastard, terrorizing the home of innocent normal people. Have you no shame?" He didn't wait for a reply, stomping off to his car. Petunia stared at Harry for another second before following Vernon. Thanks you all for reading. Hope you all enjoyed the chapter. If you care to, please review. I always look forward to hearing from you all, positive and negative. Chapter 5. Harry didn't tell Lily about what happened this morning between him, Petunia, and Vernon. He didn't want to upset her just before they left, especially since she was in such high spirits. Harry, however, was nervous about the train ride north. If he stayed with Lily, which was a given, he would almost certainly end up in a compartment with his dad, godfather, former dad professor, and a bloody traitor. He didn't know what emotion would be harder to control, the joy of seeing the first three or the burning hatred he would have seen the last. It hardly mattered because, however much he wished otherwise, he couldn't let any of them know his real name or do anything unusual around them, like beating Wormtail to death. In fact, he added some charms of his own to change his appearance, especially his face, doing a little more than Lily had done. She noticed the additions he made and approved. He was sure she already knew what was troubling him. During the drive to London, she gave his hand a squeeze and told him everything would be all right, that James and his friends would play nice. "If they don't, you let me know. I'll set them straight." She spoke with boundless certainty and a hint of anticipation. Harry self-consciously shivered. Like nearly everything else that had happened to him over the past month and a half, it was surreal feeling walking through King's Cross, imagining his friends walking the same path 20 years in the future. Some of them would be with their parents who Harry was walking with right now. In fact, two of those people were a few steps in front of Harry and Lily, walking briskly towards the magical barrier. "Step lively, Frank. Don't dawdle," said a matronly woman built like a battleship. Harry had to shove his fist in his mouth when he noticed the large eagle hat she was wearing, remembering Neville's boggart. Lily gave him a funny look. "What's so funny?" Harry just shook his head. She wouldn't understand. Augusta Longbottom caught sight of the Evans just before ducking through the barrier. "Lily, how are you, dear?" she boomed, soliciting looks from the Muggle travelers. "I'm doing well, Mrs. Longbottom. How are you, Frank?" she asked, looking at Neville's father. "Not bad." "Not bad, he said Augusta, rolling her eyes. "He's been down because Alice graduated last year, and he'll have to fly solo now. I try to tell him that a little separation never hurt anybody, but he'll hear none of it." Again, she made no effort to keep her voice down. Everyone within earshot tried to pretend they hadn't heard a word, out of respect for Frank. Frank, blushing furiously, nodded at Harry. "Who is your friend, Lily?" Lily hesitated for a fraction of heartbeat before answering. "This is my cousin from Richmond, Nathan. His parents are on an archaeological dig, a Muggle archaeological dig, that is. They didn't want him living alone, so he's come to live with us until they're done." "Well, pleasure to meet you, Nathan. My name is Frank Longbottom." Harry gave his hand a brisk pump. "Pleasure to meet you, Frank, Mrs. Longbottom." Augusta shook his hand, squeezing it much tighter than he expected. When she let go, he needed to squeeze his hand a few times to get blood flowing again. "Well, you kids can talk on the train. Let's be off." Without even looking for Muggles watching, Augusta grabbed Frank and pulled him through the barrier. Taking care to make sure no one was watching, Lily and Harry followed the Longbottoms. The crowd milling around the train was just as Harry expected. He caught his mom looking over the crowd, trying to spot James. He and his friends must have already been on board, though, much to the disappointment of Lily. "That prat. I told him to wait for me," she snarled. Harry carefully hid a smile. But just as she was stepping on the train, a handful of rose petals rained over her. She snapped around in a hurry, almost taking out Harry in the process. "James," she cried, running into his arms. "Hey, love. You didn't think I'd forget you." He raised her chin, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and then started kissing her. Harry turned his back abruptly, hoping the back of his neck wasn't as red as his face. A few seconds later, he heard his mom sigh, practically moan, softly. Harry's face burned hotter than ever before. "So who is this bloke, Lils?" "Ow, what did I say?" Harry turned around in time to see his dad rubbing his arm where Lily had punched him. "Don't call him a bloke, James," she said forcefully. Harry smiled as his dad seemed to shrink under her gaze. "This is my cousin Nathan. He's from the States, but he's going to be joining us at Hogwarts this year." "My bad. Forgive me, mate. My name is James Potter." Harry mumbled and stammered, internally kicking himself for being an idiot. Luckily, Lily came to his rescue. "I am so does James. Even if he's a couple of months younger than me, Nathan likes to think of me as a little sister. I try to cure him of this, but it doesn't seem to have sunk in." She gave a quick, meaningful look. "Snap out of it." "I got you. Protective guy. Well, I respect that." He turned to Harry. "You've got nothing to worry about, my friend. I'm a good guy." Lily snorted loudly and Harry smiled. James looked at them both, a deeply hurt expression on his face. "What? I am, aren't I?" Harry held out his hand. "I'm just messing with you, James. You seem like an all-right guy. It's a pleasure to meet you." James smiled and, grabbing Lily's hand, led them onto the train and into their compartment. As they passed the other berths, Harry stole glances at the other students, trying to spot anyone he might recognize. But before he could spot anyone, James stepped next to the compartment door. He snapped to attention, even clicking his heels like an old-fashioned Prussian soldier, and bowed her in. Lily messed with his hair and walked past. "Come on, Nathan," she said. Harry took a calming breath and followed Lily. Sensing his anxiety, she took his hand and sat down with him. Harry felt a rush of emotions at seeing the rest of the Marauders. Lily was hugging Remus and Peter. Harry's eyes burned with rage when he touched her. Thankfully, no one else noticed. Sirius was sitting with one leg on an empty seat, looking nonchalant at the reunion. But when Lily turned to him, he smiled broadly and gave her a hug. "It's good to see you, Lils. It's good to see you, Sirius. I was so sorry to hear what happened with your family." Sirius' eyes darkened, but he just shrugged his shoulders. "It's all right. I'm not sorry I'm gone. And Mr. and Mrs. Potter have been very kind, letting me move in." James clapped Sirius on the back. "You know you're always welcome. My parents know how hard it must have been for you living with those people." Sirius looked at Harry, through him actually seeing something none of the others could see. "Let's not talk about it," he said, shaking his head. "Who is the new guy?" Harry extended his hand towards Sirius. "My name's Nathan. I'm Lily's cousin. I'm staying with her this year, maybe longer. I guess that means I'm coming to Hogwarts, too." "You'll love Hogwarts, Nathan. It's the best school of magic in Europe," said Remus. "I'm Remus Lupin, by the way. That bloke is Sirius Black, and over there is Peter Pettigrew." Harry shook hands with all of them, forcing himself to remain calm as he shook Wormtail's hand. The 16s spent the next hour talking, mostly telling Harry about Hogwarts. They used their nicknames, but didn't explain what they meant. Harry didn't ask either, not wanting to prod. After an hour, James and Lily, the head boy and head girl, left to meet and greet the new prefects and patrol the train. While they were gone, Harry talked animatedly with Remus about classes at Hogwarts, the different professors. Sirius looked bored, eventually shifting the conversation to all the girls in their year worth dating. "You know all this from experience, do you?" asked Harry with a smile. His godfather just smiled and started telling a story. If even a quarter of it was true, Sirius was the luckiest SOB in the world. If it wasn't true, he had the greatest imagination Harry had ever seen. "Don't take Padfoot too seriously, Nathan. He likes to brag, but he's just a big softy," said Remus, smiling at Sirius. Peter nodded affirmatively. Sirius looked highly affronted. "Watch yourself, Mooney. No one calls Padfoot a softy," said Sirius with a growl a dog wouldn't be ashamed to have. Remus just smiled knowingly. "Really serious? And what about Gina McMillan?" Sirius' cheeks turned bright red. Remus and Peter laughed so hard, they both started to cry. Harry looked blank, though. Who is Gina Macmillan? She's no one. I mean, she's in our year and in Hufflepuff, but that's it. Remus stopped laughing and wiped his eyes. What he means to say is, shut it, Mooney. Oh, really, Padfoot? Settle down. If you just mellow out like James, you'd probably get her to go out with you. Wait, this is a girl Sirius dated? Asked Harry. Remus nodded. Oh no, she's actually one of the few girls to say no to his so-called irresistible charm. But he's been attracted to her almost as long as James was attracted to your cousin. It was love at first sight for the both of them. Damn it, Mooney. I'm warning you. He handled his wand threateningly. Not another word. Now do you really want to threaten me, Padfoot? Especially with the lovely Miss Gina standing right outside the door. Sirius hastily shoved his wand in his robes and then proceeded to get all tangled up in those robes as he tried to lay back. 3 girls passing by giggled and pointed at Sirius fighting with his robes. None of them were from Hufflepuff, though, not that Harry could tell. When he finally got untangled, Sirius just muttered and fumed. Remus laughed at the more creative curses. When James and Lily finally returned, they asked what was wrong with Sirius. When Remus explained, they both smiled at Sirius. Harry just watched, trying to remember everything he could about his family. After the train stopped at Hogsmeade, Harry joined the Marauders and Lily in a carriage ride up to Hogwarts. His heart ached on the ride up, emotions riding high after seeing Hagrid shepherd the first years into the boats and remembering the Hagrid he knew dying just to save him. He made a point to stare out the carriage window to hide his face. Lily told them he was probably just awed by the castle and the forest. As they entered the castle, Lily spotted Professor Dumbledore waiting for Harry on the grand staircase. At the same time, the headmaster caught his eye and beckoned him over. Good evening, Mr. Evans. It is good to see you again. Thank you, Professor. I was just looking at the castle and the grounds. This is a magnificent school. Dumbledore smiled. I'm glad you think so, Nathan, and I happen to fully agree with you. I wanted to talk to you before the sorting. I'm going to have you sit at the faculty table during the sorting. After all the first years are with their new houses, Professor McGonagall will call your name and you'll be sorted. You don't mind being sorted in front of the whole school, do you? No, sir, I don't mind. It's not like any of them know me. Not yet, Mr. Evans, but if you continue to spend time with Lily, James, and the others, they will know you soon enough. His eyes twinkled. If you're ready, I'll lead you through the hall. Not waiting for a reply, he strode through the stragglers and through the aisle between the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw tables. It was a novel experience, going through the hall without anyone staring. Lily, James, Sirius, Remus, and damn him, Peter waved or gave him the thumbs up. Harry didn't pay much attention to the Sorting Hat's song or the sorting itself. He made clandestine surveys of the students, recognizing some people by face even now. He made a point not to look over at Slytherin, though. Now that he was again in a room with Dumbledore and Severus Snape, his mind was flooded with images from the battle in the astronomy tower. Nathaniel George Evans, yelled Professor McGonagall, jarring Harry out of his thoughts. He approached the stool and took a seat. The hat actually fit his head, not like when he was younger, and it practically went down to his shoulders. My, isn't this interesting? It seems we've met before, have we not, Mr. Potter? Harry's hand clenched, hard enough for his nails to pierce his skin. Can the others hear you? Of course not. You should know this already. I'm sorry. I just forgot that you could read my mind. So what happens now? Don't sound so afraid, Mr. Potter. Your secret is safe with me, even in the future. I must say, though, this is an entirely new experience for me. Never before have I sorted a time traveler. Well, just sort me in a Gryffindor like you did before, or will do if you'd rather, and I'll be on my way. Not so fast, Mr. Potter. It is not so simple. I respect your desire to be with your mother, father, and godfather, but I must sort you where you would be best served. That is what I was charmed to do. Why wouldn't Gryffindor be the appropriate house for me? I've spent 6 years in that house. That's neither here nor there, Mr. Potter. This is a different time, and these are different circumstances. You forget that I know about the Horcruxes and that I know of the prophecy made about you and Lord Voldemort. All of this drastically alters how I must sort you. So let's see. Well, we can eliminate Hufflepuff immediately. You love your family and your friends, but are otherwise a loner with a wide independent streak. Hufflepuff would not suit you at all. Ravenclaw is an option. If you had come back in time as an 11-year-old, I would rule out Ravenclaw immediately because you do not have thirst for knowledge to thrive for half a dozen years. But if you work hard and take advantage of Ravenclaw's general neutrality in inner house affairs, you could learn much. Let's revisit Ravenclaw later. You are prejudiced against Slytherin. I find your lack of faith disturbing. Politics have segregated this house from the others. In Slytherin, you would be privy to a wealth of information about your enemy and could learn skills that none of the other houses could provide you. If you were diligent, you could save many of your housemates from horrible futures as well, especially the one called Severus Snape. I had considered him for Gryffindor, you know. With you as a friend, you could save the man from a lifetime of isolation and loneliness. Don't speak to me about Severus Snape. That man murdered Dumbledore right in front of me. If you sort me into Slytherin, I will not speak to him. You'll be lucky if I don't kill him. That is an empty threat, Mr. Potter. You understand the dangers of tampering with the future in such a way. And before you cast judgment, even on things you are sure about, you would be wise to consider the whole playing field. For instance, why did Severus Snape not kill Professor Flitwick and your friends? It was within his power, yet he did not. Have you ever asked yourself why? But we're getting off task. We will revisit Slytherin. Let's look at Gryffindor. You are brave and will do anything for those few you hold dear. Admirable and necessary traits for any Gryffindor. Unfortunately, I cannot place you there. You're only here for 1 year, if that. There is nothing Gryffindor could offer you. I would be derelict in my duties if I placed you there. You can't be serious. My mom is there. My dad is there. I've spent my whole life in Gryffindor. And when your business in this time is finished, you will return to Gryffindor. This is not a life sentence, Mr. Potter. I must place you in the house where you will do the most good, and that will do the most good for you over the course of the next year. Unfortunately, neither Hufflepuff nor Gryffindor fit either bill. It comes down to Ravenclaw or Slytherin. Fine, just put me in Ravenclaw and be done with it. I refuse to be in Slytherin. You cannot refuse placement, Harry, not unless you wish to leave Hogwarts. Then that is what I will do. That is another empty threat, Mr. Potter. You are alone and without allies. There is nothing you could accomplish on your own on the outside. You would die in this time, never returning to your friends. I don't think you would risk that. In fact, I know you would not risk that. So here we are, Ravenclaw or Slytherin, Slytherin or Ravenclaw. Little cliffhanger. I hope my reasoning for ruling out Gryffindor makes sense. It just didn't strike me as plausible to sort Harry in that house. Plus, I'm the jerk writing the story. As always, please keep reading and reviewing. I check my email every morning, and I look forward to hearing from all of you. It makes me write faster. Not better, but faster. Chapter 6. Lily was watching the sorting with growing concern. It had been over 5 minutes. A sorting had never taken this long before. Harry told her he had been in Gryffindor in his own time. Like him, she assumed the hat would put him in the same house. Maybe they were wrong. The rest of the castle, by contrast, was getting more and more impatient. It had been a novelty of sorts, betting to see how long the hat would take. But people across the hall were grumbling about how hungry they were. The professors, save Dumbledore, were showing conflicting expressions of concern and impatience. Lily returned her attention to Harry. His hands were clenched tightly in fists, his knuckles white. What was going on up there? After reprimanding him, the hat said nothing for a couple of minutes. It ignored him when he asked what was taking so damn long. It ignored him when he started swearing about evil Slytherins. Well, actually, that wasn't quite true. The hat said one word, Wormtail. That gave Harry pause. All right, Mr. Potter, I have made my decision. Yippee. The hat ignored Harry's sarcasm. Mr. Potter, before I announce your placement, I must warn you that if you do not overcome your misguided prejudices of all things Slytherin, even should you defeat Tom Riddle, your victory will be short-lived. When you have won the war, the magical world will be looking to you as a model, an example of everything that is right. The headmaster suffered the same fate after defeating Gellert Grindelwald. Fear prevented him from winning the peace just as he had won the war. It would be a terrible shame if ignorance and hatred did the same to you. The consequences could be much more severe. The hat paused for a second, giving Harry a chance to consider his warning. While you are in this time, you will live in and learn from Ravenclaw. The hall erupted in applause, glorious, relieved applause that the longest sorting ever was finally over. Lily clapped with the rest of them, catching her son's eye and smiling. He returned the smile, but she could tell it was somewhat forced. His eyes betrayed a longing to be in Gryffindor. Then Lily saw something that made her laugh. As Harry approached the table, no fewer than 5 minor scrums broke out among Ravenclaw girls trying to make a space for her son. Harry wasn't blind to this either, stopping short of the table looking shell-shocked. A 7th year, Victoria Edgecombe, finally grabbed Harry's hand and pulled him down next to her. The headmaster was watching Harry as well, his eyes twinkling. Now that we are settled in and sorted, I invite you all to tuck in. So Nathan, what brings you to Hogwarts? Asked a pretty raven-haired girl who pulled down next to her. Harry was a little uncomfortable with the way she was looking, sizing him up. She wasn't the only one either. Well, he stammered, trying to remember the story his mom gave Frank Longbottom. My parents are taking part in an archaeological dig. They didn't want me to live alone, so they sent me to live with Lily and her parents. She's my cousin, by the way, and I have to finish my schooling, so here I am. She smiled. Here you are, was all she said before grabbing some food. A little flustered, Harry filled his own plate. So, who are you all? Names poured over him almost faster than he could keep track of them. None of them were familiar. But considering how little Harry spoke to the Ravenclaws in his own time, this was to be expected. The raven-haired girl introduced herself as Victoria Edgecombe. Had Harry not been preoccupied, he probably would have made the connection with the Ravenclaw who betrayed the DA a year and a half ago. He also would have remembered a certain redhead. As it was, neither of these thoughts crossed his mind. When the feast was over, the Ravenclaw's 7th year prefect Liam offered to escort him. He was overruled by Victoria and her friends who said they would take care of making sure Harry got to the dorm. He gave Harry a look that was half sympathetic and half amused. Over at the Gryffindor table, Lily was absently listening to James and serious talk about Quidditch. She didn't really care for the sport, only showed an interest because of James. Tonight, she was paying close attention to what was going on over at the Ravenclaw table. With the feast going on, she couldn't hear anything 2 tables over. She could see that people sitting across and around Harry were talking animatedly, the boys shaking hands. She couldn't see her son's face, though, because his back was to him. Of course, that gave her the perfect vantage point to watch Victoria rubbing her leg against Harry's. That damnable hussy, muttered Lily heatedly. She wasn't soft enough, though. James, Remus, and Peter looked at her with mouths agape. Sirius was chuckling, but even he sounded a little surprised. Whoa, Lils, what was that? He asked. I don't think I've ever heard you curse before. Lily only glared at him. James followed her stare, noticing she was staring at her cousin. What's the problem, love? Something wrong with your cousin? Lily looked at her boyfriend with exasperation. Typical male, she thought. Victoria was still playing footsie with Harry, quite obviously, at least to her. Never mind. Tonight, I'll follow our prefects and the Ravenclaws to make sure there are no stragglers. You take Hufflepuff and Slytherin. Why the bloody hell do I have to follow the snakes? Let them get lost for all I care. For that matter, why do we even have to follow any of the houses? The prefects can be trusted. It is our responsibility as head girl and boy to make sure everyone gets to their dorms safely tonight, regardless of the prefects. And that is what we will do, she said in tones that brokered no argument. The dangerous way her hand twitched, as if she was ready to grab her wand, sealed the deal. James silently and wisely acquiesced. And so, after the feast, Lily watched the two fifth-year Gryffindor prefects shepherd the first years up to the dorm, doing the same for the Ravenclaws. She was also surreptitiously watching her son. He and a handful of other Ravenclaws were trailing behind, most to meet Harry and introduce themselves. Lily's eyes narrowed, though, when she realized that Victoria and two of her patsies would escort him up to the tower. What the hell was wrong with Harry? She was grateful there were a few Gryffindors straggling, giving her an excuse to hand back just enough so no one noticed her following her daft son. She was relieved to see Victoria and the others keeping their hands to themselves going upstairs. They were asking him all sorts of questions about the States and his parents. She had to admit Harry came up with some marvelous lies on the fly. And of course, he asked them questions about themselves. He had told her he hadn't really had much to do with girls in his time. Either he had lied or he was channeling his inner Sirius because he was very smooth. For his sake, she hoped he wasn't as disingenuous as Padfoot. At one point, the seventh-floor corridor forked, one path leading to the portrait of the fat lady, the other to other classrooms, and eventually the statue guarding the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room. "Hey, Lily, you coming?" called one of the boys outside the portrait. Lily turned around and shook her head. When she turned around, Harry and the others were gone. Snarling under her breath about scarlet women and idiot boys, she sped up down the corridor. Periodically casting revealing charms, Lily didn't find any signs the entourage had veered off track. But just before the last right turn towards the Ravenclaw corridor, her charms revealed fresh footprints heading in the opposite direction, into one of the arithmancy classrooms. Stepping in front of the door, Lily could have appreciated the niceties of the situation, knocking and being diplomatic. Instead, she opted to blast the door clean off its hinges. She raised a shield to deflect Harry's curse, breathing a sigh of relief that he wasn't too busy to be on guard. "All right, ladies and gentlemen, that'll be 10 points for Ravenclaw, for each of you. You do not go wandering around the halls after curfew. Nathan, I am most disappointed in you. This is your first night, and you are already breaking the rules." Harry wilted under her gaze, lowering his wand. "You all have 5 seconds to return to your dorm before I start giving detentions." The two patsies, Lily shuddered internally thinking about what nefarious purpose was behind them being in the room with Victoria and Harry, retreated without comment or a backwards glance. Victoria stared daggers at her, looking angry and disappointed. "Oh, for heaven's sake, Evans, get off your high horse. How many times after the Quidditch finals last year did people catch you and Potter hidden away in broom closets and the like? Why can't we have any fun?" Harry blushed furiously, taking great interest in his shoes all of a sudden. Lily's eyes flashed dangerously. She would not give this woman the satisfaction of seeing her blush. "That'll be another 10 points, Edgecombe. Do you want attention to go with that, or are you ready to go to your dorm?" Victoria swore softly under her breath. Lily suspected it was an insult, but she couldn't prove it and choose to ignore it. "Come on, Nathan," she said angrily. "No, I would like to speak to my cousin privately." "Go ahead, Edgecombe." Lily waved her wand, replacing the door and slamming it in Victoria's astonished face. For good measure, she put up all the privacy charms she could think of. Lily turned to face her son, arms crossed, eyes blazing. "Well, what do you have to say for yourself? It's your first night back, and you're breaking curfew and running around with scarlet women." Harry held up his hands pleadingly. "Nothing happened. I swear to God. She seemed nice at dinner and everything." Lily just stared, anger building. "I didn't think. I don't know. I just followed her in here." "Harry James Potter, you follow a woman you just met, who was playing footsie with you at dinner, into an empty classroom in a secluded wing of the school. What if I hadn't come by when I did? For Merlin's sake, I'm not even a parent yet, technically. I'd be a grandparent before I was a parent. That would have to be some kind of record." Harry glowed crimson. That wasn't going to happen. Nothing was going to happen. Lily growled. "Harry, to put it into archaeological terms, Victoria is a tomb in which many pharaohs have lain. I'll have you know your future godfather is among those proverbial pharaohs." Harry's mouth fell open. I have no reason to believe she wouldn't charm you either. You have to be smarter in the future, damn it. Harry shuffled his feet, a grown man being reprimanded by his mother, who was both half a foot shorter and barely 6 months older than he was. The ghost of a smile crossed her face, her anger evaporating. All right, Harry, I suppose I've embarrassed you enough. I must say, though, this is getting fun, playing parent with a man only a couple of months younger than my boyfriend. Harry tentatively lifted his head, unsure if Lily was well and truly placated. He saw she was smiling. I'm sorry I broke the rules, and I'm very sorry I didn't make a better decision tonight. Lily nodded in satisfaction. Good, and you'd better be on your toes in the future. Remember, I'll be watching. She walked over and gave him a hug, which he returned. Now, let's get you to your dorm. It's a little different than the other houses. You don't have password. Hold on a second. Were you watching me tonight after I was sorted? Of course I was. I just said so, didn't I? What did you expect? Harry smiled, hugging Lily again. I didn't expect you to care that much. After I was sorted, I kind of forgot about you. Well, thanks, Harry. Way to make a woman feel good. Honestly, she was going for frustration, but her smile betrayed her amusement. No, I didn't mean it like that. I just meant that I thought you'd remember you were a student. That's all. Settle down, Harry. I knew what you meant. And I am a student, but since you crashed onto my yard, I've become a parent and a confidant. I'm not sorry because I care about you. And like I said, it's actually kind of fun. Her voice hardened a little. That doesn't mean I'll think it's funny if something like this happens again. Do you understand me? Harry snapped to attention, smartly clicking his heels, imitating James. Yes, ma'am. Duly noted. Now, I believe you were going to show me how to get into my new house. Lily lifted the protections and opened the door. Come on then. Let's go. Lily showed him the gilded eagle door knocker. After you knock, it'll ask you a riddle. Answer it right, and the door will open. Get it wrong, you're stuck outside. The good thing is it gives you as much time as you need to answer the riddle. But it won't ask you more than 2 riddles in the space of an hour. And the riddle is always changing. When Harry didn't move, she pushed him forward. Go ahead, give it a try. You'll be fine. Not confident at all, Harry knocked the handle once. I never was, yet always will be. I'm never seen, yet always come. I can carry nothing, yet hold much for some. Harry raised his eyebrow, trying to think. Nothing made sense to him. I never was, yet always will be. Okay, if he understood that right, the answer was something that technically never existed. I'm never seen, yet will always come. He took off his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. The second clue told him he was looking for something metaphysical. Maybe time, but time has existed before. I never was, yet always will be. As far as he could tell, that was the same as the first clue. What was something intangible that never existed in the past, doesn't exist in the present, but will always come in the future? After nearly a minute, he figured it out. Tomorrow. The door swung open. Good job, Nathan, said Lily. Sleep tight, all right. I'll see you in the morning. She blew him a kiss and turned around, heading back to her dorm. Chapter 7. Harry woke up early the next morning. After parting with Lily, he was a little worried Victoria would be waiting for him. She hadn't, to his relief. He didn't know what he could have said to her, especially after finding out she had been with Sirius, among others. It was a relief to just go up to bed unmolested. After staring at the ceiling for a few minutes, thinking about Ron and Hermione and Hogwarts, he rolled out of bed and took a quick shower. After changing into some new clothes, he started to leave the common room and head to the room of requirement. Before he left, he remembered to disillusion himself and silence his feet. 2 charms Lily had helped him master. When he reached the stretch of hallway across from that freakish statue, he paused. What did he want to ask the room? Well, he knew one thing he wanted to ask, but he didn't know if it was magically possible. Can't hurt to try, I guess, he thought. After passing wall 3 times, a door appeared. But his excitement at seeing the door was dashed when he looked around the room. It had transformed into a circular room, much like the circle of doors in the Department of Mysteries. The only difference was instead of doors, there were portraits of his friends and surrogate family. 10 in all. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, Luna, Fred, George, Mrs. Weasley, Mr. Weasley, and Remus. Unlike all magical portraits Harry was used to, the people in the portraits were stationary. Nothing happened when he requested the portraits to move. Nothing happened when he asked for an explanation on how to make the pictures move. Nothing happened when he tried talking to the portraits, and nothing happened when he kicked the wall underneath Fred's picture. Well, his foot hurt like the dickens, but that wasn't what he was going for, and it didn't help him at all. Disappointed, Harry left the room and tried for another request. I need a room where I can prepare for Voldemort. Like his last request, he didn't know what to expect, if anything. Was it possible the room knew anything about Voldemort? If it did, what could it give him? But another door appeared, different from the last. He could tell instantly this room was different, though. After opening the door, he noticed the air rippling wildly. He wasn't an expert on curse breaking, but Ron once told him that one of the signs wards were in place was the air would be swirling or rippling. The ripples in the air dispersed when Harry stepped through, creating a dome over a large room. 3 large bookshelves were sitting in one corner. Opposite the bookshelves was a large cabinet, much like the wardrobe Lupin had trapped the Boggart in during Harry's 3rd year. By the way it was shaking, Harry guessed it held another one. The center of the room was a large dueling arena with different obstructions strewn throughout. Harry didn't know if the environment would change when he practiced dueling with whatever the room threw at him, but even if it didn't, this was a great way for him to learn how to adapt to his surroundings, something he first did in the Department of Mysteries. He spent the next half hour perusing the books. He unreasonably hoped for books deliberately spelling out how to defeat Voldemort, giving him the entire life story of the Dark Lord, things like that. It was unreasonable to expect that, though, because the room did not invent things. It used its magic to reproduce something that would be useful to the user. And so Harry had over 100 books on a wide array of subjects. The majority were magically neutral, books on dueling and magical war strategy. A small handful was actually Muggle books on warfare and diplomacy. Harry actually pocketed one of these, The Art of War by Sun Tzu, to read first. The rest were split between light and dark magical theories. Glancing at the spines, Harry didn't see the word Horcrux once, but he hoped actually, that these books would have something about them. About 10 minutes to 7, Harry was ready to head down to the Great Hall. On his way out, he noticed a door off on the far side of the dueling chamber that he missed before. He took a couple of steps towards the door before shaking his head and turning back. He would have plenty of time to investigate the whole chamber later. It was still a couple minutes before 7 when Harry got to the Great Hall, and there were maybe another dozen students sitting at tables. 6 years of instincts were hard to break, because Harry took a hard right and walked towards the Gryffindor table. He was about to turn around and walk back, but he sensed the headmaster's eyes on him. He couldn't afford to arouse the man's suspicion, which probably wouldn't happen anyway, but he didn't think of that. He took a seat in the middle of the table until a Gryffindor corrected him. Looking around foolishly, he apologized and walked over to the Ravenclaw table. He looked up at Dumbledore as he passed, smiling bashfully and shrugging his shoulders. The headmaster smiled and tipped him a wink. "I should have clarified how the whole house system works, Mr. Evans." "It's all right, Professor. That's part of the learning curve." He took a seat just before the food appeared. He ate in silence for a few minutes, enjoying the reprieve when he heard Sirius's barking laughter outside the hall. Sure enough, the Marauders and Lily entered the hall. Harry smiled, catching Lily's eye. She waved, careful not to knock James' arm off her waist. Harry returned to his breakfast again, but then he felt as if someone was watching him. He looked up and down the table and at the Hufflepuff and Gryffindor tables in front of him. There were girls giving him passing glances, some staring at him and batting their eyes. He noted those looks with amusement and smiled inwardly, but their looks weren't what had disturbed him. Of course, there was one table he hadn't checked. As nonchalantly as he could, he reached for a pitcher of milk on his right and tried to glance at the Slytherin table. Seeing nothing out of the ordinary, he grabbed another piece of toast on his left and looked again. Then he spotted who was staring at him. The young man had greasy black hair and a hook nose. Harry looked at his plate, scowling fearsomely. He hadn't thought of Snape once since the sorting. Why was he staring at him now? "Nathan, you okay? Your wand is smoking." Harry looked at his wand in surprise. Indeed, smoke was coming off the top. Cursing himself, he tried to forget Snape. I'm Finilium, just a little preoccupied. Thanks for asking. The prefect didn't look convinced, but didn't push Harry. So, are you looking forward to your classes? Which ones are you taking anyway? He asked, changing the subject. Before term, I took an OWL equivalency in charms, transfiguration, potions, defense, and herbology. I suppose I'll take those classes. Really? Huh. Want to be an Auror when you graduate? I was hoping actually. Back home, I was one of the best students in defense in my year. And from everything Lily tells me about this Dark Lord of yours, I suppose I should be prepared. For some reason, Liam's face darkened. He muttered under his breath something with the words ignorant and foreigner. There were other words he caught, but they weren't fit for publication. I am Soreluem. Did I say something wrong? No, well, yes. Kind of. Nathan, I don't know what they taught you in America, how they look at you-know-who, he began. You mean Lord Voldemort, he said innocently, expecting what his reaction, and anyone else in earshot reactions, would be. True to form, the young man cringed. Shoo, don't say the name, he whispered urgently, looking towards the door as if expecting Voldemort to break it down. As I was saying, you know who has been killing people across the country for the last 10 or 15 years. He started small, killing here and there in the countryside. But as the years have gone by, he has gotten more and more followers. Now he's fighting actual battles with the Ministry whenever he has the strength. Rumor has it he has courted the giants, goblins, dementors, werewolves, and vampires. No one knows what will happen if they join his army of Death Eaters. None of that was news to Harry, save the vampires. Harry wondered if Voldemort was trying to get the vampires on board this time. Given the success he was having on his second bid for power, they'd view any offer of his more favorably. What is being done to defeat him? Harry asked. Hard to say. You know who is smart. Not even Dumbledore has been able to keep track of him, and he's one of the most powerful wizards in the world. But somehow the Death Eaters are always one step ahead of the Aurors. When we fight them, we usually win, but we seldom get the chance. They either hit a place randomly and without warning, or they hightail it away just before our Aurors get there. It's maddening. Harry nodded. He wondered if the Room of Requirement could give him books and Auror accounts of Voldemort's attacks during this phase of his war up till that night. Maybe he could figure out a pattern, or he and Lily could figure out something working together. Before he could ask Liam more, the hall started to fill and the chatter drowned them out. Can we talk later? He asked the prefect. You bet. Let's talk at lunch. Harry was simultaneously nervous and pleased when Victoria and her friends took seats across from and next him. Lily had her back to him, so he felt a little less self-conscious about talking to her. She mercifully left Lily out of the discussion. His mother's warnings about Victoria's extracurricular activities slipped further and further into the back of his mind the longer they talked. At 7:45, the heads of house started distributing schedules, working for the first years up. It was about 8:05 when Flitwick reached the 7th years. Mr. Jefferson, here's your schedule, said Flitwick, handing Liam his schedule. And he worked through all the returning students before getting to Harry. Mr. Evans, squeaked Flitwick. Your cousin is one of my best and favorite students. I wonder if you'll take after her in charms. I don't know, Professor. She and I worked together over the summer. She's an amazing witch, more powerful than when I saw her last. Oh, I'm sure you'll do splendidly. Now, the headmaster asked me to tell you that if you wish, you may sit in on Professor Babbling's Ancient Runes class and Professor Hayward's Arithmancy class. It doesn't conflict with your schedule. If you'd like to take either or both, they will test you and see if you're ready. Lily is actually quite skilled in arithmancy, and her friend Remus Lupin is proficient in ancient runes. I don't know if you have met Remus, but if you're on good terms with Lily, I'm sure he'd help you. I have met Remus actually yesterday on the train. He seems like a good guy, said Harry, giving himself time to think. If it's okay with Professors Babbling and Hayward, I'd be happy to observe their classes. I don't know if I'll take them. I didn't back home, but it can't hurt to sit in. Too true. All right, your first class is actually Transfiguration. Since the other prefects are gone, I can show you to your class. In fact, I don't have class until you do. I can show you where all your classes are." Harry smiled. "That would be great, Professor." "Very good. Let's head down to the dungeons first, where Professor Slughorn teaches potions." The tour ended with 5 minutes to go before class. Harry thanked Flitwick and waited outside Professor McGonagall's class. "Hey, Nathan. How's it going?" called a familiar voice down the hall. Harry smiled at James, Sirius, and Remus. "Not too bad. I didn't expect to see all of you here. Well, at least not Sirius." Sirius's eyes widened, a pained expression on his face. "What rumors has that cousin of yours been spreading?" Harry smirked. "I can't say. I've said enough." James and Remus laughed, liking how well Harry messed with their friend. Sirius scowled at them. "Oh, come on, Padfoot. The boy is yanking your chain. Lily loves you." "That's right," said Remus. "And we all think you're brilliant. Well, except the girls who end up going out with you. The phrase smarter coming out than going in comes to mind with them." Remus ducked when Sirius pretended to throw a punch. "I am Sodashidus. She told me you all were brilliant." "Potter Black, if you are quite done, I would like to begin class," called a stern voice from the doorway. Professor McGonagall looked much younger, but still very stern. At the moment, though, the corners of her mouth were turned up slightly. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Evans. I would warn you to watch out for these three, but considering who your cousin is, I imagine that will be impossible. Now let's go, boys." Transfiguration went well. The little bit of help Lily had given him paying off nicely. He was about as good as Sirius and Remus. They all paled beside James. Professor McGonagall actually had him working on alternative assignments during lecture and had him help during practical exercises. He was actually a very good teacher. "Good, Nathan. Remember, you don't need to wave your wand as much. It slows you down. Try to the Transfiguration again." Harry kept his wand movements crisp and concise, completing the Transfiguration in one motion. "Good. You catch on quick." He moved on to help one of the Hufflepuff girl in the class, missing Harry's smile. After Transfiguration, James and his friends separated, James and Sirius having a break while Remus headed to Ancient Runes. "You mind if I follow you? I don't know where the class is." "Of course. I didn't peg you as the type who'd enjoy Ancient Runes. You seem more like James and Sirius." The compliment meant a lot to Harry, especially coming from Remus, the one man who knew them better than anyone. "Well, you're half right. Professor Babbling invited me to sit in to see I wanted to take the class." "Oh, I think you'll like it. I'll help you out too, if you'd like." "You don't mind. I don't want to be a bother." Lupin waved that away. "Nonsense. Happy to do it. There's one thing about the class. I don't know if it'll be an issue." Harry raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" "Well, there's a Slytherin in the class, Severus Snape. He used to be a friend of Lily's. They were actually pretty close until he said something he shouldn't have. He called her mudblood. It wasn't a question." Lupin's eyes almost bugged out of his head. "How did you know that?" "Lily hates talking about it. She told me over the summer. I don't know if I want to take the class anymore." He started to turn back, but Remus held him back, misinterpreting his apprehension to be because he didn't want to betray Lily. "No, don't let Severus stop you from sitting in on the class. Regardless of what he said to Lily, he's not that bad. Even Lily has moved on. She hasn't forgiven him, but she understands he blurted it out on accident and wouldn't have if she hadn't been the one to defend him against James and Sirius." Harry didn't say anything, just let himself be led by Remus into the class. Snape sat in the back, glaring at Lupin when he came in, but the glare disappeared when he saw Harry. Harry couldn't do anything but look at Snape in pained incomprehension. The murderer raised an eyebrow, but didn't confront Harry. Harry didn't pay any attention to Professor Babbling, apologizing after class, but telling her he didn't think he would do well in the class. He told her he couldn't understand the material. "That's all right, dear. Not a problem." Chapter 8. Lily was busy taking notes in Muggle studies when she heard a soft rapping at the window behind her. Professor Omen didn't seem to notice, continuing his lecture over the history of Muggle government. When Lily turned away from the owl, she heard it start tapping harder. It lifted its leg and gestured towards her with its wing when she looked back again. "Okay, I'm coming," she said softly, making sure Professor Omen wasn't watching her. The owl held out its leg and flew off after she untied the scroll. "Lily, as soon as you can you meet me in the 7th floor hallway across from the statue of Barnabas the Barmy?" "Nathan." Lily frowned, wondering what Harry could find so urgent. Well, she had a break before lunch and knew Harry did too. She would go as soon as class is over. James was waiting for her too. "Hey, Lils, you have a free period now, right?" He smiled and winked. Lily smiled too, but shook her head. "I am so does James. I'm meeting with Nathan before lunch to see how his classes are going." James pouted, earning another smile from Lily. "Why now? You'll see each other at lunch." Lily gave him a peck on the cheek. "I am sorry. It was my idea, not his. I just want to talk with him. It's hard since we're in different houses." When James continued to pout, she pulled him behind a suit of armor. A couple of minutes later, they separated, breathing hard. "Now I really don't want you to go," he said softly, holding her tight. Lily poked him in the side, where he was ticklish. "I'll see you at lunch. And maybe tonight we'll finish what we started here." "All right, love. Tell Nathan I said hi." After one last peck on the cheek, James headed downstairs to meet Sirius. Lily smiled at his retreating back and then turned round and took a couple hidden paths, ending up near the Gryffindor common room. The place where she was meeting Harry was actually pretty close to the Ravenclaw common room. When she rounded the corner, she didn't see Nathan among the other students. "Lily, wait here a moment," said Harry softly. She realized he was disillusioned. "I'm going to get rid of these people." She felt him walk away. She tried to stop him, but before she heard him whispering softly to the statue. All of a sudden, Peeves appeared, throwing balloons filled with water, ink, and some foul-smelling liquid at everyone in the hall. She noticed with hint of amusement that he didn't throw any at her. In the bedlam, no one else noticed he spared her thankfully. When the hall was empty save Harry and Lily, Peeves was chasing a group of girls who were screaming and trying to curse him. Harry disillusioned himself. "What was that, Nathan?" she said with a grin. But then she saw the look of pain on Harry's face. "What's the matter?" Harry shook his head. "Not here. Give me a minute." She raised an eyebrow as he paced in front of a stretch of wall 3 times. But then a door just materialized. "Harry, what is this?" He didn't answer. He just grabbed her hand and pulled her into the room. She gasped. It was a perfect replica of the Gryffindor common room. "Harry, what is this place?" she asked, awestruck. "It's called the Room of Requirement. The house elves call it the come-and-go room sometimes," he answered, locking the door. Then he turned back to face her, and she saw that look of pain again. "Harry, what's wrong? You look like someone died." Harry winced, making Lily rush to him and pull him into a fierce hug. "Please, tell me what you saw." "I didn't see anything." "Mom, are you friends with Severus Snape?" Lily felt confused. "Well, but that was before he called me a mudblood. Since then we haven't spoken to each other." "Why do you ask?" Harry had a faraway look, his eyes looking right at Lily, but seeing something else entirely. She was a little worried. "Harry, what are you thinking about?" she asked tentatively. "How'd you meet Snape?" he asked suddenly, his eyes still having that faraway look to them. "Well, when I was 10, Petunia and I were playing in the park near our house. I upset Petunia with a show of magic of some kind. I don't really remember what. Severus was watching us from the bushes. I don't think he knew I knew he was there, but I did. He came out and told me that I was a witch the first time I ever heard about magic. I started hanging out with him, much to Petunia's chagrin. When we were sorted into separate houses 6 years ago, we were still friends, but it was harder and harder to hold on to each other. He is hanging out with some bad guys like Avery and Rosier. Whenever we were alone, though, it was like old times. And then he called you a mudblood." Lily frowned. "Yes. He tried to apologize, but I couldn't defend him anymore. The lines were drawn. He had bought into all that pure blood nonsense, even though he was a half-blood himself. There was nothing left to say." She sounded very sad. Harry set his hand on her own. Sometimes I really miss him, miss what we used to have. Harry jerked his hand away as if he had been shocked, much to the surprise of Lily. You miss him? He asked incredulously. How can you say that? The man's a pure-blood bigot. He's a Death Eater, a traitor, and a murderer. Harry wound down, realizing he had said far too much. Lily looked at him with a mixture of fear and incomprehension. Well, the cat was already out of the bag. She wouldn't let him go without explaining. Harry, what did Severus do in your time to make you hate him so? After you guys graduate, Snape will join Voldemort and become a Death Eater. Apparently he'll be a damn good one, because he'll end up in his inner circle pretty quick. And that's why he's a traitor? Because he became a Death Eater. Harry shook his head. No, he's a traitor because he tricked a lot of good people into thinking he had changed. After Voldemort had been defeated, Snape claimed he was reformed. One of the best men I ever knew made a terrible mistake, one that would cost him his life. He defended Snape, kept him from being imprisoned in Azkaban. Barely a month before I met you, Snape killed this man, even after he begged for his life. Harry paused, angry tears flowing down his cheeks. Lily hugged him again, and Harry felt some of his pain vanish. But not all of it. In fact, her embrace brought new fears and revitalized anger. Lily sensed this new surge of anger at her touch and wondered why. She didn't know how to ask Harry, though. She was still reeling from the fact that Snape had actually murdered someone. She didn't want to believe it, had trouble seeing how it was possible. Even if he hung around with some outright evil people, he still seemed distant and reserved. She hoped that Harry was mistaken, not about the murder, because there was no denying that. She hoped he was wrong about the circumstances of the murder. Harry started muttering darkly under his breath, indecision and confusion conflicting with his rage. Lily could only catch a few phrases. One that struck her as odd was "blasted sorting hat." Lily extended her arms, looking into Harry's eyes, identical to her own. What does the sorting hat have to do with this, Harry? Harry scowled. When I was being sorted, the hat tried to put in Slytherin. Second time, it has tried to do that. It told me that I could do some good if I were in Slytherin, help some of the students, and save them from making mistakes in the future. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? I mean, that could save lives. I agree, and I want to help. But I shouldn't be forced. As you said, I think it would be harder to affect any kind of change if I'm in the same house as Avery and the others. As an outsider, anonymity would protect them whenever we spoke. That's assuming any of them would listen. He mumbled that last part, hopefully enough so Lily didn't catch it. No, the problem was the know-it-all hat told me I could do a lot of good for Snape. Something about saving him from a lifetime of isolation and loneliness. Before that, it raised questions about the circumstances surrounding the night of Snape's homicide. Lily nodded. I was thinking the same thing, that maybe there was more going on than you saw. Harry scowled even harder, anger radiating off him in waves. Lily actually took a few fearful steps back. Seeing his mother back away, obviously afraid, made Harry rein in his anger. I'm sorry. I'm not mad at you. And you're not the first one to tell me that I may have it wrong. It's just that I was there. I saw the killing curse connect. I held the man's hand after Snape fled. It was too much to bear. Harry's face darkened, and then there was Snape's first betrayal, the blasted thing that set this whole damn chain of events in motion. What did he do? Harry sighed. He heard something private, something he shouldn't have heard. It was important, though, even the small part he heard, and he knew it because it involved his precious Dark Lord. So he ran to tell him everything he heard. With the help of another traitor, Voldemort used Snape's intelligence to kill 2 people and ruin the lives of 2 more. Lily paid close attention to her son's account, noting the fact that Severus didn't hear all of this private conversation. She didn't mention this to Harry, wishing to avoid upsetting him again. But this was twice now she had the feeling he was jumping to conclusions. She couldn't blame him because both times it seemed like people close to him suffered. Is this why you wanted to talk to me? Harry shook his head. Not really. I wanted to ask you about Snape. Remus told me you two were close. It hit me hard because of everything I know about him and what he did before and after I was born. He looked as if he wanted to say more, but words escaped him. He stood up and embraced Lily again. She returned his hug, trying to absorb everything she had told him. The more she went over everything he said, the more she wanted to talk to Severus. It was odd, because none of what Harry said happened yet, but she was looking for answers. She also wanted to help her old friend, odd as it sounded. She wouldn't talk to him, though, not until she could convince Harry to join her. It sounded like the Sorting Hat was trying to help him, give him some kind of advice. She was resolved to make sure her son wouldn't miss the opportunity. After a few minutes passed silently, Harry checked his watch. "I am sorry, Mom. It's almost lunch." "Don't be sorry, Harry. I'm glad we could talk. I wish it had been something a bit cheerier, but I understand why you were upset. If you don't mind, I think we should try to see one another here a few times a week. Being in different houses, we won't have many chances to talk." Harry smiled. "I'd like that." "Good. Now, before we leave, I just want to make sure you'll be okay in your other classes. Severus will be in charms, potions, and defense. I'll be there too, of course, as will at least 2 of the marauders. But it'd be hard to explain if you suddenly started strangling Severus." She smiled, but it was a grim. But Harry waved her concern away. "Once Dumbledore told me I could take any beauty potions, I knew I'd have classes with Snape. And I understand how dangerous it would be to interfere with the timeline in such a dramatic way. I'll keep my hands to myself." Lily heard him mutter for now and was curious to what he was referring. It didn't matter, though, not so long as he was careful now. "All right, shall we head down to lunch?" She moved towards the door. "Mom, wait. Remember, this isn't the Gryffindor common room." Lily paused. She had forgotten they were in a replica. "Here, let me make sure the coast is clear." Lily gasped when a part of the wall just disappeared. But Harry didn't look concerned. He scanned the hallway for other people, but it was empty. "Let's go." He held the door open for her with a grin. "Ladies first." "Such good manners," said Lily, rubbing his cheek as she passed, causing him to smile and blush. "Thank you all for reading. Please review and let me know what you think. I love hearing from all of you." Chapter 9. "Impedimenta," yelled Lily mentally. Her curse whizzed by Harry, who dove behind a large boulder. The chamber was silent. Lily had her wand at the ready. She decided to try a new charm. "Vires exaudio," she whispered, tapping her head lightly. The spell left her a little drained, but her hearing improved tenfold. She could hear the hum of the wards. More importantly, she could hear her son creeping around to her left, trying to get behind her. Letting the poor boy think he had to jump on her, she crept forward to the boulder he had dived behind earlier. When she heard him creeping within a few yards, she went to the ground, spinning and mentally casting Incarcerus. While he struggled against the ropes holding him, Lily canceled the listening charm and freed her son. "You should have cursed me when you had the chance, Harry," she said with a smile, helping him to his feet. Yeah, I know. I wanted to surprise you." She hugged him. "Well, you've already done that, just by being here. Next time we duel, go all out. I can take it." "Yes, ma'am. So, how did you know I was behind you anyway? Was it one of those new charms we've been reading about?" Lily nodded. "The listening charm. We need to practice it, though. It left me a little drained. In a duel that can be dangerous. Otherwise, though, I could hear everything, even the wards humming and buzzing way up there." Harry smiled, walking over to a new table with a scroll of parchment. He wrote down the charm, noting that it left his mum drained. It was the first new spell one of them had tried. Of course, this was only the second dueling session they had had in the past week. And, like Harry, Lily was much more fascinated by the books. "So, have you figured out how to let that bog it out?" she asked, handing him a glass of water. Harry took a swig and shook his head. "Not yet. You're right. It is a wand keeping it shut, so we know a witch or wizard will come out. I'm just not sure why the room won't let me release it to duel. It could be waiting until I'm ready to fight whatever is in it. I don't know. You sound eager to fight what's in it." She sounded worried, even with all the protections of the room. He reached out and patted her hand. "Not eager to fight. I've done too much of that to look forward to it. But I am curious. If it is part of my training, I'm guessing Voldemort will pop out." And if I have to wait until I'm ready, it'll be a good long while before that boggart comes out. I know that. Lily nodded, eyeing the wardrobe warily. Good was all she said. Harry finished his water and checked the time. It's about 5:45. Dinner will be served soon. We should go. Harry grabbed 2 books to read, another Muggle book on war by Karl von Clausewitz, and a book on the dark arts. Lily noticed the dark arts book and frowned, but didn't comment. She held on to the book she took out a few days ago on advanced light side spells and charms. You know, Nathan, there are others who could help us. Well, you specifically. She paused, seeing how he would react. When he didn't say anything, she elaborated. I mean, you know how smart James, Sirius, and Remus are. She didn't mention Peter, realizing 2 days ago that her son hated Peter. She saw it in his eyes whenever he looked at him. It was worse if he touched her. I know, Lily. I'm just afraid. Because of what could happen in the future. Harry nodded his head. I'm afraid they'll find out the truth. I trust you. And since I'm still standing here, I was smart to trust you. But if James learns the truth, or even parts of it, I don't know what he'll do. Lily set her hand on his arm. Nathan, while I think you should tell him the truth eventually, at least some of it, that doesn't have anything to do him helping you. Or the others for that matter. Harry sighed. But how would I explain the chamber to him? Never mind explaining how I knew about the room of requirement when I've only been here a week. And what about why I need all this training? Lily frowned. She hadn't thought about the chamber. James may not question her or Nathan if she asked him not to, but Remus, and especially Sirius, would ask inconvenient questions. But if she could ease James into it first, get him to keep it a secret. But how would she explain the room without incriminating Nathan? In the end, she sighed too. I don't want to give up, Harry. We need them. I think it'll be good for your training, and it'll be good for you spiritually. I'll think of a way to bring them into this slowly. I promise. Harry looked down at her, still getting used to staring into his eyes. He wanted to spend more time with James. The Sorting Hat had realized it a week ago, and she could see it now. Thank you, he said softly. She smiled and hugged him again. Don't mention it. She lowered her voice so only he could hear. Now go have fun with your friends. It's not going to spend so much time with your mom. After parting ways with Lily, Harry took a seat by his other dorm mates, Liam, Bryn, and Ben. When he wasn't spending time with Lily, he was spending more and more time with them. They were good guys, not the bookworm types he had expected most Ravenclaws to be. As he took a seat between Bryn and a fifth year, Harry thought his name was Justin, his friends were talking excitedly about Quidditch tryouts tomorrow. They had been talking more and more about the team since Monday. They were hungry to bring the cup back to Ravenclaw. 2 years ago, Ravenclaw fielded a team that was more dominating than any in house history and one of the best in school history, winning games by an average of 320 points. Last year, they were primed to repeat, but then disaster struck when their star keeper and one of their beaters, keys to their dominant defense, went down early in the first match. Their offense kept rolling, but Bryn, the uninjured beater, couldn't get in sync with the fifth-year reserve beater, making life for opposing chasers easier. Then there was the revolving door at the keeper position. Ashton, returning seeker and team captain, had tried to plug 5 different kids into the slot, but they were all horrible. 2 spectacular catches on her part kept them in the chase, just barely. Then James Potter and the Gryffindors flew up and down the pitch in the finals, embarrassing the Ravenclaw team that couldn't keep the quaffle out of the hoops. Ashton caught the snitch, keeping the loss from being too bad, reminiscent of the Ireland-Bulgaria finals. Harry was dying to play and told his friends as much, but he didn't have a broom. Ashton was angry with him when she heard. She seemed convinced he could make a good beater or keeper. The way she acted when he told her he didn't have a broom, you'd think Harry had single-handedly canceled Christmas. What Harry didn't expect was that Ashton would go above Harry's head. After breakfast, Professor Flitwick asked Harry to stay for a moment. Saying goodbye to his friends, Harry headed up to the staff table. He was surprised to see Dumbledore standing there too. Headmaster, sir, Harry said politely. Is there something wrong, Professor? He asked Flitwick. No, not all, Nathan. In fact, I've been hearing great things from all your professors. No, I asked you to stay because 2 days ago Miss Donovan came to my office in a bit of a huff. I was hoping you could help me figure out why. Maybe calm her down." Harry scratched his head. "I'll try, sir, although I'm not sure why she's upset with me." Dumbledore smiled, eye twinkling. "It seems she is disappointed in you, Mr. Evans, because you won't try out for the Quidditch team." "Oh, well, she's right. I would love to try out. I played Quidditch back home, but I don't have a broom, and I would feel uncomfortable asking Lily after everything her parents have done for me." The headmaster still smiled. "That is most commendable, Mr. Evans. However, I may have another solution." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Sir, next year we are replacing the brooms used to teach the first years. We have narrowed down our selection to 3 possible choices: the Comet 200, the Nimbus 1600, and the Moontremor Gold. Unfortunately, Madam Hooch does not have the time to test all 3 brooms with her hectic schedule. Then Professor Flitwick approached me yesterday and told me of your problem. And we thought, what better way to test one of the brooms than on the field," interrupted Professor Flitwick. "We'd like you to take one of the brooms, use it for the year, and report back to us on its performance. Would you mind?" Harry smiled broadly, not believing his ears. "Sir, I'd love to." Dumbledore stepped to the side, revealing a brand new Comet 200 broomstick. "Here you go, Mr. Evans. Enjoy." Harry shouldered the broomstick, still not believing he could play Quidditch now. "Thank you, Headmaster." "Thank you, Professor." The older men smiled. "No thanks necessary, Mr. Evans," squeaked Professor Flitwick merrily. "You can show your gratitude by thrashing your cousin's boyfriend and bringing the cup back where it belongs." Harry stood tall, smiling predatorily. He hadn't thought about flying against his father. "That would be fun. You'll have the trophy back, sir. I promise." "Now that's what I like to hear." "Okay, Mr. Evans, you may leave. Phileas and I have other matters we need to discuss." Thanking them both one more time, Harry headed up to his dorm to put his broom away. He couldn't wait to tell his friends he'd be trying out. He really wanted to tell Lily, but she had to listen about Quidditch enough from James. He'd give her a break. "Hey, Evans, wake up." Bryn prodded Harry in the back. Harry mumbled and cursed. "I'm sleeping, damn it," he said, rolling over. His 3 dorm mates laughed. "Language, Evans," said Liam. "Come on, mate. Do you really want to sleep through tryouts?" Harry bolted upright. "That's right. I can't believe I forgot ours are today." "What, Evans, plan to try out for Gryffindor tomorrow?" joked Bryn. "All right, guys. Give me a minute to get ready. I'll meet you in the common room." The 3 teens left, letting Harry get ready. They had been thrilled to hear he was trying out. They all agreed with Ashton that he had the build to be a good keeper or beater. Harry had never played either position, but he didn't worry too much. He just wanted to fly. When he and his friends arrived in the Great Hall, a few kids told him Ashton was already down by the pitch. "Blimey, she's mad, isn't she?" "Come on, Ben. You know how hard it was for her to lose the cup last year after taking over as captain. She wants to win. Just look at what she did for Nathan." Ben nodded impatiently. "I know what she's worrying about. It just doesn't bode well for us is all. She'll run us ragged all year." Harry hid a smile, remembering how much Fred and George complained about Wood. With their captain waiting for them, all the kids trying out ate quickly and headed down to the pitch, lest they get chewed out. Ashton didn't say anything when Harry came down, broom in hand, but he could have sworn he saw her smile a self-satisfied smile. At 8 on the dot, she shot red sparks into the air. Several returning players booed at the hated Gryffindor colors. Ashton smiled again. "All right, you lugs, quiet down. Except for Nathan. I'm sure you all remember what happened to us last year. We were the best team, hands down. Injuries hurt us. I made mistakes too. I didn't give the reserves enough time to practice. Well, neither of those things is going to happen this year, by God. Every position is up for grabs this year, except for Seeker, of course. I'm also going to keep 4 reserve chasers, 3 reserve beaters, and 2 reserve keepers. So most of you will make the team in some capacity. Any questions?" When no one said anything, she told them all to fly 10 laps around the pitch within 7 minutes. 10 kids couldn't complete the circuit that fast. She thanked them for coming out and told them to try again next year. Next were the keeper tryouts. She asked Harry, a sixth-year Miles Austin, two fifth-years Justin and Carly, and a fourth-year Matthew to guard the hoops one at a time. She and two of the chasers from last year tried to score 10 goals. Carly blocked 9 of 10, Harry and Justin blocked 7, and Miles blocked 6. Ashton declared Carly the starting keeper, but held off naming the reserves because Harry and Justin had signed up to try out for beater and chaser respectively. 17s, including Harry and Bryn, tried out for beater. Ashton put them in different pairs to see who worked best. Bryn quickly established himself as one of the starters. The battle for number 2 was tight between Harry and his sixth-year Aaron Dupoy. The younger man was more fundamentally sound in terms of beater techniques, but Harry was the far superior flyer, his speed and skill on the broom making up for his flawed technique. He also worked better with Bryn, Harry playing sidekick well and complementing Bryn's aggressiveness, whereas Aaron clashed with Bryn, his aggressive style too similar to the older boys. After talking with Bryn for almost 10 minutes, Ashton declared Harry the second starting beater. But she also told him that he would be flying with Bryn 2 nights a week to perfect his craft. The reserves were Aaron, fourth-year Brandon Troop, and fifth-year Samantha Hill. Now that she was set at keeper and beater, Ashton had the 11 chasers try out, putting them in many different groups to see how they flew together. Harry was surprised when only one of the returning chasers, Libby, earned a starting spot. The other 2 starters were 6th-year Isaac Young and 4th-year Dennis Howe. The 4 reserve spots went to 5th-years Anna McKay and Mariana Prince, and 4th-years Pete Sabin and Constance O'Sullivan. With Nathan starting opposite Bryn, that leaves Justin and Miles as the reserve keepers. She flipped through her notes. All right, I think we're all set. Practice will be every Tuesday, Friday, and every other Sunday. That includes all reserves who will dress for games and sit in the front row above the locker room. I'm going to try and squeeze more time where I can, but these days are definite. Harry and Bryn, I'll leave it to you guys to figure out how you want to practice together. Don't let me find you're not practicing, she added an edge in her voice. Relax, Ashton. We'll take care of it. He winked and smiled at their captain. She glared at him, but her cheeks reddened a little too. Chapter 10. Evil is a word used by the ignorant and the weak. The dark arts are about power, the power to survive, to thrive, and to dominate. It is about unleashing your inner power. It glorifies the strength of the individual. The dark arts have always been and existed before the first records of history came into being, in a time when magicians and sorcerers made themselves into kings and gods, tapping the vast power of the dark arts. The weak-minded have ever been ready to obey one who wields great power. Those who learn the powers of the dark arts can exploit this weakness. Again and again, the dark arts have surged forth, like a storm, devouring whole peoples and the entirety of the world. Those who master the dark arts, those who draw strength from their emotions and use magic as it was meant to be used, as a weapon, will become all-powerful. And what fuels your power? What allows you to tap the power of the dark arts? Anger, hatred, fear. These passions empower us. Gurthierne Lugubellinus, 567 to 429 BC. Harry Potter pushed the book away after reading this passage, scowling fearsomely at the words. How could anyone believe this trash? Glorifying exploitation and hatred as sources of power. It was disgusting. He was tempted to destroy the book, remove its taint from the world. Then an unpleasant chill crawled up his spine. His anger was clouding his better judgment. Even if he hated this book and the others like it sitting in the room of requirement, he needed them. He needed to understand as much as he could about the dark arts. How else could he expect to combat them? Damn Snape, he thought savagely. The murderer was right. To fight the dark arts, one had to truly understand them, how they change and adopt depending on the wizard. With great reluctance, Harry pulled the book back and continued reading until Madame Pants finally threw him out. Every word sat heavy in his gut. Reading the philosophy of so many dark witches and wizards, corruption on such wide scale, the enslavement of entire peoples, the perverse addiction to pain and destruction, Some of these people in this book could give even Voldemort a run for his money with their infatuation with an application of the dark arts. But this book was by no means sufficient to help Harry. This book gave an idea of the mental state of some of the foulest witches and wizards to ever walk the earth. But there were no spells, no rituals in the book. Harry would have to read more to find out all of that. What fun! The walk up to Ravenclaw Tower gave him time to think, both a blessing and a curse. Images, some real, some imaginary, flashed across his mind. He never understood the ritual and potion that Voldemort used to gain another body. He feared he would soon. The last duel between Dumbledore and Voldemort, in the heart of the Ministry, also crossed his mind. A year ago, when he recounted what had happened, Hermione's mask of fear had briefly changed to one of academic curiosity. When Harry asked her about it one night in the library, she told him that it should have been impossible for Voldemort to transfigure Dumbledore's whip of fire. Something about Carnack's law, pure magic, like a spell, curse, or charm, cannot be transfigured because it is not a physical thing. Maybe one of these books would explain how Voldemort had seemingly defied a natural law. Of course, if Hermione was right and Voldemort did defy magical law, didn't that speak to the power of the dark arts? How the bloody hell could Harry hope to fight Voldemort if the man could transfigure his spells? Maybe it only applied to certain spells. He could hope. He didn't sleep well that night, tossing and turning. At 5, he gave it up as a bad job and took a shower and changed. He thought about going to the room of requirement, but his stomach soured just thinking about it. In an uncharacteristic show of integrity, Harry did his homework. He smiled, thinking Hermione would be proud of him. Hermione. He hoped she and Ron were okay. He hoped Ginny, Neville, Luna, and all the rest were too. Were they at Hogwarts now? With him gone, were Hermione and Ron as high on Voldemort's list of enemies? If his absence kept them safe, relatively speaking, then it was worth it. If they were with him, if God forbid they were on the run with him as he hunted Voldemort's Horcruxes, they would be number 2 and 3 on Voldemort's most wanted list, after Harry, of course. With him gone, they should be safe enough. He finished the last of his homework at 7. He thought about waiting for Liam and Bryn before heading down to breakfast, but he wanted some alone time. Heaving his bag over his shoulder, he headed down to the Great Hall. He purposefully took a different path so he could avoid the room of requirement. Thinking about his friends made him think more about stopping Voldemort. But Harry didn't think he could stomach reading more, not right away. Maybe this afternoon after his classes. He could talk to Lily too when they met in the room of requirement before dinner. Eating alone, it didn't take long to plow through breakfast. He was heading up to Professor Sindri's class for double defense before his dorm mates got to the Great Hall. Again, considering his line of thinking, it was probably a blessing to have some alone time. "Good morning, Mr. Evans," said Professor Sindri when he took his seat. "You're here early." Harry shrugged his shoulders. "Couldn't sleep. Figured I would get an early start to the day." She smiled. "Good idea. You won't burn the place down if I leave you for a few minutes. I'm hungry myself." "Of course, Professor. Take your time." She smiled again and ducked out the door. Harry didn't watch her go, a telling sign of just how much was on his mind. Professor Sindri was maybe 25, blonde hair with very fair skin. Her robes were black, like all professors, but they were very fine. For hormonal boys with active imaginations, they showed just enough to make them think about what was covered. But she was more than qualified to teach. She was fresh out of the Auror training program. Harry didn't know all the specifics, but Dumbledore had approached Moody asking him if he had an Auror that could teach defense. Moody suggested Sindri. She was young, but one of the most talented witches Moody had ever met. Moody hoped a year teaching would prep her to take a position of authority in the Aurors when she joined them next year. She quickly showed her intelligence and prowess. Like her superior in the Ministry, she believed in a hands-on approach. The class spent more time practicing spells than studying theory. She assigned writings on theory and trusted the students to learn it. She would handle the rest. What Harry liked most of all, though, was she refused to hold back her kids, first years or seventh years. The defensive spells she was teaching them were ones she learned in the Aura Academy. She didn't teach the dark arts, another trait she shared with Moody, but the spells and charms they learned were still useful. Morning, Nathan. Harry looked up to see his mom sitting next to him, James taking the desk on her other side. He smiled and greeted Nathan too. Morning, Lily. James. Where's Sirius, Remus, and, Harry swallowed, Peter? James smiled a wily smile. They'll be a little late. Some trouble with Professor Slughorn and Professor McGonagall. Just a misunderstanding, you see. He winked. A misunderstanding, is it? I didn't know such things existed when it came to Gryffindor and Slytherin. James chuckled. Lily glared at her boyfriend, though. His friends found some way to portkey 3 Slytherins straight from their shower into the Great Hall. James denies any role in the prank. Heaven knows how the portkeys got into the common room, though. Only 2 other people besides the Slytherins know the password. James looked so innocent Harry expected a halo to spring into existence above his head. Don't you trust me, love? He asked with puppy dog eyes, his lower lip trembling. Harry couldn't decide if he wanted to laugh at how great a prank that was or gag at James' innocent act. Lily tried hard to keep glaring, but she melted. Don't give me that, James. Professor Dumbledore may have let you go, but they all knew you helped charm the Slytherin towels into portkeys. It was an embarrassing prank. James smiled. His innocent act dropped immediately. Well, and this isn't admission, mind you, I'd say those Slytherins deserved it. Not only were they spying on Gryffindor Quidditch tryouts, they were trying to confound the good players. As a good Gryffindor, I can understand why they decided to act. Lily rolled her eyes. She was just like Hermione. She didn't understand how much Quidditch meant to the houses. It was a matter of prestige, of respect. Seeing his smile, Lily rolled her eyes at Harry. Don't tell me you agree with James. For goodness sake, it's just a game. Harry didn't want to make her mad, but he had to agree with his dad here. I am so did Lily. Even back home, Quidditch was important. I agree with James. Disrespecting the honor of the team was akin to having someone slap your mother. It's something that can't be tolerated. James beamed at Nathan, reaching behind Lily to clap him on the back. Good man. See, Lily, your cousin understands what's what. Good man. Just because he agrees with you, James, that doesn't mean you're right. She turned to Harry, a look of astonished disappointment in her eyes. Harry just shrugged his shoulders and smiled a winning smile. She rolled her eyes, but was grinning now. You two were made for each other, let me tell you. James looked Harry up and down, then did the same to Lily. Sorry, love. Your cousin's a nice guy, but I'm afraid you're stuck with me. To Harry's immense embarrassment, Lily and James started snogging. Before Harry had to gather the courage to even cough, Professor Sindri stepped in the room. She smiled and flicked her wand, sending a wave of cold water at the young lovers. They broke apart with identical shouts. Get a room, you two. Sheesh, said Professor Sindri before either of them could blame Harry and hex him into oblivion. More students started coming in before James and or Lily could retort. They laughed at seeing the head boy and girl soaking wet. Cursing under his breath, James waved his wand over them both, drying them completely. He scowled at Professor Sindri. She just smiled back. All right, it looks like everyone is here, everyone who isn't in trouble, that is. The class chuckled and smiled, remembering the prank. Yes, it was quite funny, I'll admit. She assumed a serious expression, but not acceptable behavior. Yes, very inappropriate. She suddenly turned around. Harry suspected she had trouble keeping a straight face. Anyway, today we're going to be starting a new unit, shields. You all know Protego. It was on your OWL. It is a good shield. Like all spells, the more focus and intent put behind the shield, the stronger it is. That said, no Protego shield could stop an unforgivable or a half-dozen regular hexes. So today, I'm going to introduce a new shield. Now, I'll need everyone to get to their feet so I can create a dueling area. When the desks were moved, she asked James and Harry to put up the appropriate protection wards. That was another thing he liked about her. She gave them all every practical experience she could. Okay, now this shield isn't much more difficult to cast than Protego, so you all should do well. Watch me first. After I conjure the shield, I want Lily and Severus to cast 2 spells of your choice. No curse is meant to kill, of course, but everything else is fair game. You two ready? That last was meant for Lily and Severus. They nodded and stepped forward. James and Harry glared at Snape. He didn't seem to notice. His eyes kept darting in Lily's direction. Okay, here we go. Videlicatus. A pale purple sphere surrounded the Sindri. Through the haze, Harry saw her focusing intently on Lily and Snape. Confringo Maxima. A large orange ball rocketed out of Lily's wand but bounced off the shield with a loud gong. Profundus Virer. Harry didn't know that spell, but by the gas from Lily and the glare from James, it was bad. But the purple arrow bounced off the shield too. Lily thought for a moment before casting her second spell. Veneficus Conculco. Harry raised an eyebrow in surprise. That was a spell she told him about from her book. It was supposed to temporarily suppress your opponent's connection with their magic. The piercing yellow spell bounced harmlessly off the shield. Lacertosis Paralysis. Harry had to restrain his father after Snape cast that last curse, which bounced off the shield just like all the others. Damn you, Snivellis. She said no spells that could kill. What's the matter with you? James was fighting with Harry now, trying to turn his wand on Snape. Stow that wand, Mr. Potter, ordered Professor Sindri. She rounded on Snape. 50 points from Slytherin, Mr. Snape, in detention every night this week with Argus. And be grateful you're not suspended. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and assume you got caught up in the heat of the moment. Snape looked unrepentant, shrugging his shoulders as if to say whatever. That made James reach for his wand again, and Lily look at Snape very sadly. Harry just looked blank, having no idea what spells those were. Sindri let the class practice conjuring the shield for the rest of the period. By the end, only Harry, Lily, James, Sirius, Remus, Snape, and a Hufflepuff girl could conjure the shield. Sindri tried to break through their shields and found Snape's and Harry's to be the strongest. Good job, everyone. 15 points to Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff House for those who conjured the shield. Another 15 to Ravenclaw, Mr. Evans, for such a spectacular shield. Mr. Snape, I'm not going to award you any points after you ignore my warning. If there are no questions, you all can go. Homework for Thursday is to write 3 feet on the theory behind the new shield. See you then. James was still fuming as he put his things away. Lily didn't try to calm him down. She was just as stunned by Snape's choice of spells, especially the last. Why are you guys so upset? Harry asked once they were in the hall. What, you don't know? What's the matter with you? James, it's not Nathan's fault. I wouldn't have known those spells if I hadn't read those books you gave me. James sighed. I am sorta not done. Lily's right. To be honest, it speaks to your character that you don't know those spells. Well, the first was bad if not lethal. It forces a person to relive their deepest fear, relive it over and over again. It's just like what a Dementor does before it kisses someone. Harry shuddered both because of the spell and the fact that 2 people involved in his worst fear were standing right in front of him. What's the second spell? James' face darkened. It causes muscular paralysis. If the curse is cast with murderous intent and focus, the curse can slow and eventually stop the beating of a person's heart. And that damn Death Eater in waiting used it on a professor. She should have booted him out of school straight away. James, we can't know if he intended to kill her. Even without such intentions, it is powerful curse, one that could test those shields. Lily tried to sound objective, but he could tell she didn't believe a word she was saying. James could tell the same thing too. He let the issue drop though. I don't want to talk about Snape. I've got care of magical creatures. I'll see you 2 later. He gave Lily a quick peck on the lips and left. Harry noticed how sad Lily looked. He walked over and gave her a hug. I am sorry, Lily. It must be hard to see Snape acting that way, even now. Lily shook her head against his chest. That's not why I'm upset. She pulled him into an empty classroom, putting up protection and privacy wards. Harry, I'm worried about you. Those are not complicated dark spells. The fact you haven't heard of them is distressing. When you have to fight Voldemort, You can be sure he knows plenty worse." Harry sighed. The same thought had been running through his mind after James explained them. His first reaction also spoke volumes. "I know, Mom, and that's why I've spent much of my free time reading that book I took out of the room last Friday. Tonight, I'm going to grab another. Whatever I have to do, I'll do, until I can defeat Voldemort." Lily almost knocked him down the way she plowed into his chest. "I don't want you to die, Harry. How can you possibly be ready in a year to fight him? That room can't tell you everything. I can't help you all by myself. Even with all the marauders, we couldn't do it." She started to cry. Harry rubbed her hair. Everything she said was true, and Harry didn't know how he'd be ready in a year. He hoped that he wouldn't have to write when he returned to his time. He hated the idea of more people dying, but he hoped to train more in his time. Train so that when he finally faced that monster, he could kill him without killing himself. Considering his life up to this point, he knew how little his intentions mattered. Fate had its own plans, and Harry had his own. He would have to make do with what was left over when they collided. Chapter 11. A rare few in this history of humanity have possessed a natural affinity for the dark arts. They can delve into the deepest recesses of their magical core and summon arcane energies to twist and warp the world around them. They can invoke ancient rituals of the ancient dark lords of the past. They can invoke power and unleash terrible spells and dark magics. When one gives them fully to their passions, to the power of the dark arts, they will realize that the magic of the dark arts are more than mundane acts of killing or causing destruction. A true wielder of the dark arts can create illusions, weapons of the most powerful sort, and exercise control on a global scale. Preface to The Path to Power by Zivka Becerra. Harry was alone in the room of requirement. He was exhausted from flying with Bryn, practicing beater plays and strategies. His friend had said he was insane when Harry told him he was going to the library. But Harry needed to do more work. He was determined to learn as much as he could. He also hoped to practice some if that blasted boggart would ever come out. The Path to Power was proving a good find for Harry. It read like a textbook, outlining different types of spells and magic. Like his mum said, the 2 spells Snape used were among the first discussed. They were grouped with other spells and charms meant to hurt the foe or else pervert their ability to fight. As he read the theory behind the spells, he made notes about everything he could. If he had his choice, he would never cast these spells. It was a forlorn hope, he knew. But if he wanted to make good on that vow, he needed to know everything he could so he could counter them. A few particularly caught his eye. Solicitudo Amiculum, a charm that created a ward around the caster that made anyone who approached them feel increasingly anxious. Only those with the strongest will could ignore the cloud of anxiety and disable the ward. Vis Contagio, another charm that corrupted the victim's magic, creating a viral infection that ravaged their system. If it was not countered, the virus grew more powerful over time, eventually infecting the victim's magical core. Atrum Textus Redimio, the darkest spell he studied so far. With intense focus, this spell trapped a person in a net of pure dark energy, cutting off their connection with magic. If it were not disabled, the lattices of dark energy would eventually drain the life out of a person. In a duel with limited focus and intent, the spell would just cut off the victim's connection with magic. Before Harry could keep reading, a loud, incessant ringing assaulted his ears. He closed the book and, wand at the ready, walked through the room. After a couple minutes, he realized the sound was coming from behind that one door he noticed before. A little apprehensively, he opened the door. Then he realized it was the same circular room with the portraits of his friends. All of them were still stationary, except for Neville's. Watching the portrait, Harry didn't even notice the ringing had stopped. He first thought Neville's portrait was the Gryffindor common room, but then he noticed that as the portrait Neville walked around, different things just came into being. Neville was in the room of requirement. He reached out and touched the portrait, part of him hoping to be pulled through. But nothing happened. The portrait Neville just kept looking around the room silently, requesting things. Only when he stepped in front of the fire did Harry notice how horribly beat up he was. He was bleeding profusely from cuts on both arms and on his chest. His nose was obviously broken, and he had a nasty shiner. Rage bubbled up in Harry's gut. Who had done these things to his friend? Harry was so engrossed in watching Neville, he didn't hear someone firing a torturing curse at him. The curse whizzed by his ear and slammed into the stone wall. Harry dropped to the floor, firing a stunner out the door and conjuring the purple shield Sindri had taught them before he knew what was happening or whom he was fighting. "Get up, Potter," called a familiar, haughty, superior voice. Harry slowly walked out of the portrait chamber, his eyes searching for his foe. It didn't take long to spot Malfoy, leaning against one of the boulders in the chamber, wand twitching in anticipation. How did Malfoy get here? But then he saw it, out of the corner of his eye. The wardrobe that held the boggart was finally open. But why was he fighting Malfoy? His eyes darkened. It hardly mattered. He hated Malfoy, hated him for being weak and following his father into the Death Eaters. He hated him for letting the Death Eaters into the castle, for letting them almost kill his friends and disfigure Bill. Malfoy seemed to know what he was thinking. He stood tall. He was a good 4 inches taller than Harry. "Enough stalling, Potter. You think you know about pain, that you've got nothing to lose. You know nothing of pain, nothing of loss." Malfoy jumped to the side, avoiding Harry's leg locker curse. "Is that the best you can do, Potter?" he sneered. "You're pathetic. You sit and brood about how dreadfully unfair your life has been. You think you're a martyr. You know nothing about pain. And you do? You're a bloody pampered bastard. You made your choices, Malfoy. You could have changed, could have been a better person. Sectum Sempra." Malfoy conjured a purple shield like Harry's, deflecting the spell easily. "Is that what you think, Potter? What would you have done if the roles were reversed?" "I made my choices, yes. But I have no regrets. I expect nothing for the world. The world is cruel, something that you haven't grasped." The two teens just stared at one another, Harry hearing Malfoy's words, but not registering them in any meaningful way. He had only hatred for Malfoy, heard only the rationalizations of a Death Eater. Again, as if he understood Harry's thoughts, the boggart Malfoy scowled fearsomely. "You refuse to listen, Potter, and that is why you will never defeat the Dark Lord. Longbottom understands. You just saw him beaten and bloodied. But he is not broken. His spirit is still strong. Despite the horrors the Carrows are visiting on the students, Longbottom expects nothing from the world, expects nothing from fate. He does not adapt to the world. He forces the world to adapt to him. Why the Dark Lord didn't try to kill him all those years ago, I'll never understand. Longbottom is the real wizard, even if it took time for him to mature. But we can talk later, Potter. The room has decided you are ready for your first test. I disagree, but it is not my decision to make. Now you and I will fight. If you can defeat me, you'll be better for it, and I will answer all your questions, all those I can answer anyway. Do not hold back, Potter. I will use all my knowledge to defeat you. This duel will continue until one of us is disarmed." Without waiting for a reply, Malfoy sent a Confringo curse at Harry's feet, forcing the boy who lived to dive out of the way. Not wanting to open himself up to attack, he dove backwards. When he looked up, Malfoy was gone. Harry cast another purple shield and reinforced it with a Protego. Then he tapped his head twice, muttering Vis Exaudio and Veneficus Os. His hearing and sight improved tenfold. The spells left him slightly drained, like his mom said, but not much. He was sure Malfoy had silenced himself, but Harry could hear his steps loud and clear. Stupefied, the red stunner missed Malfoy, who jumped out of the way. Malfoy silently fired 3 fireballs. Not expecting the barrage, Harry's shield only held back the first 2. The third broke his purple dome, but was too weak to breach the Protego shield. Harry jumped behind a boulder just as Malfoy's Crucio shattered the weaker shield. Under protection, Harry cursed himself. He should have cast his curse silently. His mom had said as much. He could hear Malfoy poking his way around the boulders, still invisible. Mimicking Malfoy, Harry disillusioned and silenced himself. Then he remembered something from that Muggle book he read, The Art of War. All warfare is based on deception. Hence, when able to attack, we must seem unable. When using our forces, we must seem inactive. When we are near, we must make the enemy believe we are far away. When far away, we must make him believe we are near. Hold out baits to entice the enemy. Feign disorder and crush him. The best deception he could think of would be to transfigure another Harry and attack Malfoy when he attacked the fake. But he didn't know how to do that kind of transfiguration. Have to ask Lily. It'd be better if I could ask James or Professor McGonagall, though. Well, he'd worry about that later. Right now, he had to finish Malfoy. Looking over a different boulder, he noticed Malfoy had gone the wrong way and was 20 yards away. He was searching around the boulders and looking in crevasses to spot Harry. Noticing some medium-sized pebbles and rocks on the ground a few yards away from Malfoy, he figured out something he could do. He sent a powerful rush of wind at the pebbles, shaking them enough to make it sound like someone was stepping through them. Malfoy jerked his head towards the sound and fired 3 quick curses: Stunner, Blasting Hex, and Crucio. The Git smiled smugly, thinking he had Harry down. He only put up a small shield as he approached where he thought Harry lay. The boy who lived smiled, waving his wand over his chest. Amplio propero. When Malfoy stepped out in the open, Harry silently cast Veneficus Conculco. Unsure how fast he could move, Harry waited 2 seconds before running after the yellow curse. He timed it brilliantly. The yellow arrow shattered Malfoy's shield and hit him in the chest a bare second before Harry ran past, throwing a haymaker that sent Malfoy to the ground hard. Harry had to duck behind a boulder for a minute. That charm to increase his speed drained him worse than any of the others. He looked over at Malfoy smiling. He could afford a break because Malfoy couldn't do any magic. The Git was trying to heal his broken nose and staunch the bleeding for the gash on his forehead, but none of the spells worked. When he was ready, Harry disillusioned and silenced himself again and approached Malfoy. But the snake had wised up. He was trying to look for Harry, even if he couldn't attack. But he was too slow. Harry's disarming spell hit him right in the chest, sending him flying back in a heap. Harry summoned the wand and pocketed it. The Boggart Malfoy started smoking. Harry had his wand at the ready, waiting for a new attack. But when the smoke settled, Malfoy was still there, but his wounds were healed. He was scowling at Harry, but didn't look ready to attack. Congratulations, Potter. You've passed your first test. I hope you'll forgive me, but I didn't expect you to pull it off. Why did you fight as Malfoy? Why not Voldemort? Don't be so quick to die, Potter. You did well against me, but you're nowhere near ready to fight Voldemort, even a Boggart Voldemort. Based on your request, the room has decided you will pass through a series of tests, gradually building up to Voldemort. Something must have triggered the room to believe you were ready for the first test. What could have triggered that? And why is the room acting independently? I cannot answer the first question, Potter. Suffice it to say, the intentions of the creator are unknown even to me. Your second question is easily answered, though. Tell me, Potter, how do you think this room works? Harry was a little surprised by the question. Well, as far as I can tell, it creates things that helps the user. It provided me with the dueling chamber, the books, and the Boggart you. Close, Potter, but wrong. The room creates nothing. It uses its magic to recreate things that already exist. Moreover, it takes the user's request and reasons what he or she wants. The more specific the request, the less it reasons, but this room is capable of independent thought. You ask for a room to help you prepare for the Dark Lord. That is very vague, but using your thoughts, memories, and magic, it determined the best way to meet your request. The same applies to that room of portraits that I almost ambushed you in earlier. But why can't it create food or drink? Or why couldn't it recreate swimming pool when Fred and George requested one during one of our DA meetings? Malfoy scowled. The room is not a toy, Potter. If the user does not an urgent reason for requesting something, the creator will not waste her time or her magic on such frivolities. As for food or drink, the creator has immense respect for the laws of magic and is well versed in all of them. She is powerful, but even she cannot break fundamental laws of magic, which includes the transfiguration of food from nothing. She? Who is the creator? Think about a Potter. This room is capable of independent thought. Its magic can recreate almost anything, so long as it knows what it is and the user truly needs it. To create this room, someone would not only have to magically powerful, but incredibly knowledgeable of all things magic. Does that sound like anyone you've heard of Potter? Harry thought for a moment, earning an exasperated sigh from Malfoy. Then it hit him. Ravenclaw. Rowena Ravenclaw created this room. Malfoy clapped derisively. Very good, Potter. Rowena Ravenclaw created the Room of Requirement when she was headmistress after Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin were dead. I do not presume to know for sure, but if I had to wager, she created this room for people like you and your friends, people to practice magic and hone their abilities. Of course, I'm sure she isn't opposed to your friend, Neville, using the room as a safe haven. You mentioned Neville earlier and the Carrows. What's happening at Hogwarts now? Voldemort has appointed Snape headmaster and the Carrows as professors of Dada and Muggle studies. The Carrows are violent, authorizing the use of the Cruciatus on students who too strongly oppose Voldemort. Your friend Neville, you'll be proud to know, is the new leader of Dumbledore's army. Really? Neville is the leader. He couldn't see Neville taking such a stand. Yes, Potter. Longbottom is the leader. He models himself after you, in fact. Lord knows why, but he believes you are a hero. With you gone and your friends still too stunned to act, he has decided to lead the rebellion against the Carrows. How do you know all of this? It's in the future. Easy, Potter. Neville is using the room in the future, and you've requested a way to connect with your friends. That is a tricky piece of magic. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible. But as is your way, you have once again broken all magical precedent. Your presence in this universe essentially connects two separate universes. Because you're the link between the two, Ravenclaw can use her magic to let you see your friends in the future. She is essentially retransmitting your future back to you. Incredible feat, as I'm sure you'll agree, but doable. Your portraits will be stationary until those people enter the Room of Requirement. After that, you'll be able to watch them whenever you wish. That is the only way Ravenclaw can let you see your friends. Why do they have to enter the room first? She needs to identify their present magical signature. Otherwise, all you'd see is the past, which is not what you requested. See how it works, Potter? He didn't, not entirely, but he understood enough. He was furious that Snape was headmaster and was letting professors torture the students. He vowed to make the slimy git pay. Settle down, Potter. Before you start plotting how best to kill Snape, I suggest you think long and hard about what the Sorting Hat told you a few weeks ago. There's more at work here than you know. You must learn to look at all the angles. Harry snorted. So what happens now? He asked, changing the subject. I'm going back into the wardrobe. Continue to practice with your mother and whomever else you can. Read the books and practice as many spells as you can, including the dark spells. He held up a hand to forestall the argument. I'm serious, Potter. I understand your desire to keep your hands clean, but that won't work against Voldemort and some of his darker underlings. You may have to use some dark spells to get an edge. I don't know if Ravenclaw will let me out again until you learn some of those spells. She might not. Who are you going to come out as? Malfoy shrugged his shoulders. No idea. If I had a wager, it won't be another student. There isn't another student at your level. That said, it might not necessarily be a Death Eater either. We'll just have to wait and see. But like I said, you need to be ready. You can't die in this room. Her wards won't allow it. But you can be hurt, maybe to the point you can't recover. And you won't know when the next fight is coming, just as you didn't know this fight was coming. That is part of you training. The boggart Malfoy got to his feet with a grunt. All right, it's getting late. I'd suggest you sleep here tonight. You need rest after our duel. Use the wand to lock me in the wardrobe before you do, though. After Malfoy stepped into the wardrobe, Harry closed the door and stuck the wand in the lock. He didn't go to bed right away, though. He wanted to see how Neville was. His friend was sleeping on a couch. All of his injuries were healed, which made Harry feel better. When he wasn't looking, the room had created a bed for him. Harry had trouble sleeping, though. He hoped his friends were okay. Hearing that they were being tortured inside Hogwarts was like a knife to his soul. The last thing he saw before going to sleep was Snape's face, staring chapter 12. This is unbelievable, Harry. It was the day after his duel against the boggart Draco Malfoy. Lily had been really proud of how well he had done, though he could tell she was a little leery about the boggart telling him he would have to learn dark magic to proceed. Since he shared those same reservations, he decided to change the subject and showed her the portrait chamber. Neville's picture was still the only one moving, but now his friend was in the Great Hall instead of the room. Looking at what Snape and the Carrows had done to the Great Hall, Harry almost wished his friend had stayed in the room. The only banners flying in the hall were the green and silver of Slytherin. The students had all been sorted, even the first years. They didn't talk much, though, picking at their food, eyes darting up at the high table every few seconds. The Carrows were pacing the raised platform, watching the students closely. Ignoring the fat and dumpy twins, or whatever the hell they were, Harry took a closer look around the hall. Except for the Slytherins, there were students at every table nursing some injury or another. For instance, Ernie Macmillan had a broken arm. Harry wondered what kind of curse prevented Madame Pomfrey healing it in an instant. Or maybe Snape and the Carrows wanted traitors to suffer. Seeing he was angry, Lily rubbed his back gently. It settled him down somewhat, or at least brought him back to reality. He hated seeing what was happening to his school, to his first home. He hated knowing that it was probably worse than just the missing banners in the Great Hall and a few minor injuries. The horrible condition Neville was in last night was a testament to that. But what he really hated all of a sudden was being here. A few nights ago, he thought his friends would be safer now with him missing, and that made his absence worth it. But this was something else entirely. His friends may less likely to be killed, but they were still suffering. And what was their best friend, the supposed savior of the magical world, doing? Well, he was cavorting around a castle, still perfectly safe from the Carrows, from Snape, and from Voldemort. He turned away from the portrait in disgust. He wanted the whole damn room gone now. He thought he wanted to see his friends, but he was wrong. This was torture. "Harry," called Lily tentatively. He didn't respond. He just collapsed in a chair, his head in his hands. He felt her sit on the arm of the chair. She rubbed his back again. It was soothing, but he was still furious. "I need to get out of here," he mumbled softly. He had thought his voice was muffled enough by his hands, but Lily heard. She sighed. "I know you want to Harry, but you're here for a reason. You're here to prepare, so when you go back you can fight and that monster and win." Harry shook his head, disrupting his mum's hand for a second. "It's not right." Lily nodded, thinking she understood what he meant. "I know it isn't right, Harry, but it isn't your fault. It's you-know-who." She broke off when Harry shook his head more forcefully. "That's not it. I just hate seeing my friends suffer, especially when I'm safe. And they're suffering because of me." He threw his hands down and started pacing. "Harry, they're not suffering because of you. What do you think would be happening if you and your friends had been on the run, hunting those weapons you told me about when you first arrived? Hogwarts would still be suffering. Ron and Hermione would be in greater danger than they are now. I know this isn't what you wanted to see, but you have to understand that this is you-know-who's doing, not your own. That monster had plans and would have gone through with them regardless. Even with the best will in the world, which I know you have, you couldn't have stopped him without learning more." Harry stopped pacing, his back to Lily. She walked over and hugged him, not as forcefully as Molly would have done, but still well. Awkwardly, he turned around in her arms and returned the embrace. "You're right, of course. I'm not ready, even now. I couldn't have stopped Voldemort. It still hurts to see them. I'm starting to regret asking for that damn room." Lily didn't say anything. She didn't really know what she could say. In a way, she agreed with him. The portrait room upset him now, with just one portrait active. What would happen when he could see all of his friends? She stifled the urge to shudder. Maybe that was the room's plan. Show Harry what was happening to his friends would make him drive harder to save them. But that seemed so callous. It was also risky. She already sensed the darkness in him. If that fire is stroked, what will happen after Harry uses his new knowledge and defeats Voldemort? He couldn't unlearn everything. She couldn't stop herself from shuddering now. She felt Harry look down at her, but she couldn't meet his eyes. All of a sudden, she was afraid for him in a completely different way. And now she too wished that damn portrait room would just disappear. After a few minutes had passed, Harry let Lily go. "We should go down to dinner. I'll bet James is looking for you," he said with a smile. They walked down to the great hall in silence, both their minds running along parallel tracks. "Do you think James could tutor me in Transfiguration?" he asked quite suddenly, surprising Lily. She actually had to think about the question a minute. She hadn't really noticed they weren't alone. She thought he was talking about classwork. When she understood what he was asking, she smiled broadly, thinking Harry was opening up to the idea of confiding in James as he had confided in her. Of course he would. You could ask him after dinner if you want. His eyes widened. He pulled her to the side of the hall, waving his wand in an arc, casting Muffliato. "I didn't mean, we don't have to start so soon." He looked flustered. "Why wait?" "Well, first, the only viable place to practice is the room of requirement. I'm not ready for him to see that chamber yet. Even so, how do I explain how I know about the room? Yeah, James, I just happened to walk past the same stretch of hallway 3 times thinking the same thing." "I don't think he'd buy that." Lily hadn't thought of that, but an idea quickly came to her. "I'll take care of that. All you and he would need to do would be to meet me by the statue. You'd have to act surprised, of course." Harry hadn't expected her to be so enthusiastic about this. Then he understood, or thought he understood, why she was so gung-ho. "Lily, just because I work with James on Transfiguration, it doesn't mean I'll open up to him. You understand that, right?" She just smiled, and Harry could tell she had already made up her mind. "Of course, Nathan." He looked around. The students were still pouring into the great hall, no one paying attention to Harry and Lily. "Mum," he said, lowering his voice despite the ward, "please don't push James and I closer. I know you want that. Idoto. But he and I need to build some trust with one another first." Lily sighed. She wanted to do just as Harry said and push them together. But not if Harry would be uncomfortable. He needed James for more than just spiritual purposes. James was probably the third best practitioner of Transfiguration in the castle after Dumbledore and McGonagall. "So what's your plan to show James the room of requirement?" "Well, it won't just be James we show," she began hesitantly. Harry looked blank, but then shook his head forcefully when he understood what she was saying. "Absolutely not. It is hard enough for me to approach James. The other marauders cannot help." Lily just shrugged, taking down his ward. "Come, we better get into the Great Hall. Just come by the table after dinner and chat up James. Ask him for help. He'll be happy too. He's been talking me ear off since you asked about Severe's curses. He thinks you need help but didn't want to push. Bring up your tough schedule and how hard it will be to work with him. I'll say I have an idea and bring you all up to the room. Isn't that a little convenient?" Lily just smiled. "Don't worry about it." She lowered her voice down to the barest whisper. "Mama will handle everything." Harry blushed furiously, looking around to make sure no one overheard. She chuckled and walked into the hall. Harry followed, shaking his head. Voldemort may be his mortal enemy, but the way she acted sometimes, Lily Evans would probably be the death of him. He was distracted throughout dinner, not really paying attention to his friends. Even after only a few weeks together, they were used to him going into his own world every now and again, and they would leave him alone. It was refreshing, actually. He loved Hermione and Ron, but sometimes they wanted to talk too much. He needed some time to think now and again, but seldom got it. The hall cleared out gradually as the students ate and left. When the Gryffindor table was basically empty, Harry went over to sit by Lily and the others. Sirius smiled and waved as he approached. "What's doing, Nathan?" he said, motioning to Peter and Remus to slide over and give Harry a spot. Eyes focused straight ahead, Harry sat between the two marauders. "How are you, Nathan?" asked Remus kindly. "Doing all right. Little tired." He shrugged. "Ashton has us running ragged." James perked up, leaning forward fractionally. "What's she doing to you, mate? Must bad to make you so tired." He sounded sympathetic and sincere. Harry didn't take the bait. "Pumping a Ravenclaw for information, James. Not a very wise move, I think." James looked nonplussed, but recovered with a smile. Hey, it's worth a try. We all know it'll be us playing for the cup again. Need all the information we can get. He looked sly, as if thinking how best to get information on the Ravenclaw team. Under the table, Harry flicked his wand, transfiguring his robes into just a white towel with the Gryffindor insignia. Lily practically had to lay on his shoulders to keep him from jumping up in surprise. Sirius, Remus, and Peter were howling with laughter, drawing the notice of the professors and other students still eating. McGonagall saw a near-naked James and was about to come yell at them, but Dumbledore held her back, eyes twinkling. Face beet red, James transfigured his clothes back to normal. He scowled at Harry, who was looking back at him with no expression. You did that, didn't you? I thought I did. Figured you needed a remainder of what can happen if you poke your nose into other team's Quidditch playbook, he said, smiling, taking the sting out of the prank. James tried to glare at him, but he ended up smiling too. Okay, what brings you over here? Besides teaching this old lion to keep his nose clean. Lily gave him a discreet nod, barely moving her head. Go ahead and ask. I was actually wondering if you could tutor me some in Transfiguration. Help is it? He looked at Lily, Sirius, Remus, and Peter, catching their eye. Yeah, I suppose. Would you want to get together? Harry outlined his schedule. James frowned and looked at Sirius and Remus again. Harry didn't know what they were thinking, but he hoped they weren't going to refuse. After about a minute, he turned back to Harry. That's kind of tough. There aren't many times we're both free, and the times we are there isn't enough to get much done. There's also the problem of where we can work. You and I are too far apart to make it worth going to the empty classrooms on the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors. Take too much time. What about the Shrieking Shack? Suggested Sirius. Harry paled a little, trying not to look at Remus. He was relieved when James shook his head. That would take too long, too. Ow! Lily had pinched his arm. What I meant to say was sneaking off the grounds is wrong, he amended, rubbing his arm. I have an idea, actually, said Lily. I may. I don't know enough about the room. What room? Asked all four marauders simultaneously. All the rooms in Hogwarts are. Wormtail, hissed Sirius and James threateningly. We've been in all the rooms in the school, he finished lamely. You may have missed one, if Thomas and his girlfriend Deanna told me the truth anyway. What are you talking about? Asked Sirius. He sounded offended that Lily would suggest they didn't know the school inside and out. Lily rolled her eyes. Honestly, Sirius, you don't know all the secrets in this castle. Not even Dumbledore does, and he has lived in the castle for basically the last 8 decades. Sirius wasn't convinced, but James overruled his friend, asking Lily what she had heard. About a week and a half ago, when I was patrolling the halls with the Slytherin 6-year prefects, I caught Thomas and Deanna trying to sneak through the Great Hall and down to their common room. When I asked them what they had been doing, they said something about the come-and-go room. What the hell is the come-and-go room? I've never heard of it, said Sirius. Me either. Are you sure you heard that right, Lily? Asked Remus. Lily nodded. I asked them how they found out about it. I was skeptical because they said the house elves told them about it. But I checked it out. Hermione told me the room was real and how to get in. I haven't tried it yet, partially because I still don't think it's real. If it is, I would think it would work for you guys. James looked highly suspicious, just as Harry had feared. Lily, this sounds way too convenient. You're telling me you kept this to yourself, didn't even test it. He rounded on Harry. Do you know about this room? Harry shook his head, but before he could press Harry, Lily huffed impatiently and pulled James' head down to whisper in his ear. His eyebrows rose with each passing second until they almost reached his hairline. He was also smiling. When Lily pulled back, he turned his head and gave her a look that basically translated to "I want you now." Harry suffered a well-timed coughing fit before things could go further. James all but jumped to his feet to head upstairs. The marauders shook their heads, imagining what Lily had told James to make him so excited. Harry thought he knew. Sure enough, the smug look on Lily's face practically screamed, I told you Mama would take care of it. How they doffed an imaginary hat. She had done it. Harry looked suitably surprised when Lily created a room to practice in. True to form, Ravenclaw provided a shelf of books on transfiguration and another dueling chamber, though far smaller than Harry's. The other marauders were all floored. James was too, but he also wanted to test the room himself. They all left, and James paced in front of the wall, practically running in his haste to create a room. When he opened the door, a wave of incense poured out into the hall, the cloud making it hard to see what was in the room. "Merlin Prongs, what in the blazes did you ask for?" asked Sirius, waving his hand to disperse the fog of jasmine and holly. James just eyed Lily mischievously. "James, I didn't mean right now." She sounded deliciously scandalized, but the way she threw himself into her arms betrayed her intentions. The two almost fell to the floor as they snogged their way into the room. Harry, Sirius, Remus, and Peter got to look a beautiful king-size bed decked out in Gryffindor colors with a translucent gold canopy before James kicked the door closed. "We'll start tomorrow, Nathan," called James' voice as the door slammed shut, chapter 13. "Hold up, Nat," yelled Bryn, though Harry could barely hear him with the wind. His friend flew across the pitch, twirling his bat. His look told Harry he was going to tell him he was doing something wrong. He'd be nice about it, but it would amount to the same thing. Sure enough, he leveled off and sighed, still twirling his bat. "All right, Nat, you've come a long way since tryouts. You're a top-notch flyer, probably the best in the school, and you'll give the Slytherin Chasers fits when we face off next week." "But," Bryn sighed, "but you're still not aggressive enough. You're disrupting every target I set up, but that's it. You're just disrupting them." Harry was confused. "Well, what's wrong with that? I mean, isn't that the point of the targets?" Bryn shook his head. "It's not enough. On each, I've put a piece of jewelry or some other accessory. A smaller target within a target, if you will. I hoped you would eventually start aiming for the smaller targets, but you haven't. You need to start." Harry summoned one of the targets Bryn had created. It was essentially a mannequin charmed to levitate for a brief period of time, like it was a person on a broom. Harry had routinely disrupted the mannequin, forcing it to change trajectory. He hadn't hit one, though, and he had noticed Bryn's jewelry, but it was always on vulnerable parts of the body, like the wrist or the head. He couldn't bring himself to risk hurting someone, but it sounded like that was what Bryn wanted. When he explained why he was hesitant, Bryn sighed again. Harry didn't much care for the condescending look. "Nat, it's not so much that I want you to hurt anyone. Rather, the smaller target is to help you focus. 3 years ago, when I became a starter, Tiny, asked Harry with a smirk. Don't laugh. Ashton's older brother gave him the nickname in their first year. He's about 6 feet 6 inches, 285 pounds. Lord knows how a broom held him in the air. But he was a phenomenal beater. And the first thing he told me when I made the team was work on my aim. Aim small, miss small was his phrase. If you aim for a person and miss, you'll miss big. At best, you'll throw off their timing on the play, like you do. But you also run the risk hurting a person more than if you aim properly. Ow! If you aim for James Potter, you'll probably miss because he's so damn quick. If you do hit him, you could hit anywhere from his head to his feet. But if you aim for his glasses, which I wouldn't advise, or his watch, you'll almost assuredly hit him. He always carries the quaffle in his right hand and holds his broom with his left or the hand with the watch. Aim for that watch, you stand a very good chance of hitting the quaffle when he races past, jarring it out of his grasp. It's not a guarantee, mind you, but that's usually how it works for me. And you really shouldn't worry about hurting people. Madame Pomfrey may be new, but she's easily the best healer Hogwarts has had since that one headmistress who came over from Street Mungos. Plus we have Dumbledore. There's no way you'll hurt anyone too bad. Harry nodded. To make sure his point was driven home, Bryn continued. Remember that Ashton will do and say far worse if you don't play hard during the match. I've been able to keep her off your back after practice, telling her you don't want to hurt the starters. But with the game so close, she won't put up with that one. Last year, she actually yelled at one of my partners because he didn't send one of our chasers to the hospital wing during practice. And this was a practice before a game, mind you. Bryn insisted they stay out and practice for another hour, making sure Harry focused on increasingly smaller ornaments. With his seeker experience, spotting the ornaments was easy enough. Anticipating the mannequin's flight and lining himself up with the bludger was a whole different problem. At the end of the hour, 3 of every 10 bludgers were hitting the mannequins within 6 inches of the ornament. "You did great, Nat. Better than I expected," his friend said as they headed up to the castle for lunch. "I doubt we'll need to work one-on-one again. Normal practice should be enough." The Slytherin team passed the 2 Ravenclaws, staring malevolently. Harry and Bryn returned the glares. "We couldn't get time anyway. Gryffindor and Hufflepuff are playing the week after us. Between the 4 houses, this week the pitch will be jumping from dawn to dusk." Bryn nodded. "Yeah, you're right there. Ashton has us practicing just about every day from Monday through game day. Can't say I blame her." Over lunch, Liam and Ben talked about the upcoming match. Harry chimed in, but otherwise kept quiet. It was never his style to hype up a game he was playing in. After the game, he'd join in every discussion, but not before. After lunch, Harry said goodbye to his roommates, citing a made-up trip to Dumbledore's office to talk about his plans for Thanksgiving break in November. If possible, his parents wanted to see on that day, and maybe more if he could get away for class. The story wasn't perfect, but his friends didn't question it. When he was out of sight from his friends, he ducked through a few tapestries and took a couple concealed staircases up to the room of requirement. James, Lily, and Remus were already waiting. Harry blushed at the sight of his parents, just now remembering what they had been about to do the previous day. Lily blushed at the sight of Harry's embarrassment. He imagined it was embarrassing for any parent to be caught in the act by the child at any age. To be caught by your same-age son, who fully understood what was going on, must have been even more embarrassing. Remus, infinitely more perceptive than James, broke the awkward silence. "Good to see you, Nathan. Hope you don't mind my joining you guys, but James thought I could help you some. If you don't mind," he added quickly. Harry was hesitant to let him help, but it wouldn't help things with James to turn him away. Besides, he missed Remus, the Remus from his time, that is to say, and if he was honest to himself, he wanted to spend time with him just as much as his mom and dad. "Of course, Remus. I'm surprised serious." And he gulped. "Peter aren't here." Well, Padfoot and Wormtail will be spending the afternoon and evening with Filch." Remus looked bemused while James just smiled. Even Lily was smiling. "What did they do?" James spoke before his friend could. It seemed someone had been giving certain students with detention potions to make them horribly sick or break out in hives. Other things, too. Anyway, it seems some people named false names, I should say. Poor Padfoot and Wormtail are innocent, but our distinguished head of house believes otherwise. She gave them detention for the night. Sick and break out in hives. Clever. He caught himself just before he mentioned the twins skiving snack boxes. It seemed the twins were more like the Marauders than anyone could have guessed. When he returned to his own time, he'd asked Professor McGonagall who she thought was worse to handle. "After I take care of that pesky dark wizard, of course," Harry thought, chiding himself. "All right, guys, let's get into the room before anyone comes around," said Lily. She let go of James' hand and paced in front of the wall, creating the same room she had the other day. She stood by Harry when they were all in, letting James and Remus set up. Harry was surprised to see them adding to the dueling chamber, James transfiguring some impressive obstacles from thin air. Remus was less skilled, conjuring smaller things like rocks and the like, and then transfiguring them into larger obstacles. When he was satisfied, James asked Harry to join him in the center of the chamber. "All right, Nat. You don't mind if I call you Nat?" Harry shook his head. "Good. Now, the best way I think you learn anything is by actually doing it. Considering where you're at in transfiguration, charms, and defense, I think that's how you learn too. So that is what we're going to do here. I asked Remus to join us because I'm already working with him and Sirius and Peter, and because he'll be able to spar with you. I know you don't believe it, but you and he aren't too far removed for one another in terms of transfiguration skills. To begin, I want you to run through this little obstacle course he and I created." He shook his head. "I'm sorry, it's more of a circuit with stations. At each station, I'm going to ask you perform a different transfiguration. Some like animation. Others are new. I'll give you the directions, and you go to work. Depending on how long it takes you, We'll see if we have time for a duel between you and Remus using different transfiguring spells. You understand. Edo. Good. Lily will keep time. At my mark, start at the first station. When you're done, follow me to the next, and so on. And so it began. Harry breezed through the first 3 stations, animating rocks to dance or flip, and breaking off small fragments and transfiguring them into arrows or shields. After that, things were a little harder. He needed to transfigure things from thin air, increasingly larger objects starting with a spear to a dog. They forced him to concentrate harder and focus on the spell and what he needed to transfigure. At the 6th station, James taught him his first new spell. All right, Nat. You're doing outstanding, actually. Now, for this one, I want you to break that boulder into 3 even parts and transfigure each into a suit of armor. When you've transfigured them, point your wand at one and work in an arc, commanding each to defend you. The incantation is Follow Me. Focus on each suit of armor as you pass over it with your wand. Is that it? James shook his head. No, be quick because Remus, Lily, and I are going to start firing stunners at you. You'll need to use 1 suit of armor to block each of our curses. I'd suggest you keep them protected because they need to last through 5 curses. Harry thought this was insane. He wanted him to master a new spell that quick. Seeing his apprehension, James clapped him on his shoulder. Don't be worried, mate. You'll be fine. Just make sure you keep a tight focus on each suit of armor, not on yourself. Harry thought his dad was nuts, but he did as he asked. It was quick work breaking up the boulder and creating the 3 suits of armor, but it took 3 tries to cast a suitable Follow Me. After the 3rd, he felt 3 equal tugs from his gut, as if pulling him towards a suit of armor. He had barely a second to figure out how to shield one before James cast his first stunner. What felt like a surge of magic fired through his gut, making the suit of armor glow a pale blue and jump in front of the curse. It bounced off its chest, but the Portigo shield collapsed. Remus and Lily sent their first stunners, but Harry had enough time to put up the purple shield, though it left him much more drained than a Portigo shield. After each had cast their first barrage, they sped up, sending stunners at different intervals, increasingly speeding up the rate. Harry lost 1 suit of armor to Lily's 4th stunner. They each sent their 5th at him at the same time. Magically exhausted, Harry banished each remaining suit into a curse. He only put a shield on one. When it hit the curse, he summoned it to his side, making it dive. Its outstretched hands intercepted the curse just before it hit Harry. Tired beyond all doubt, Harry collapsed to his knees. He heard someone running towards him, knew it was his mom when he felt a pair of soft hands rubbing his back. "Here, Nat, drink some water," said James kindly. As Harry drank, he plopped down across from him. "You were unbelievable, better than I did on my first try." Harry coughed, some of his strength returning. "One of the suits was destroyed," he said, shaking his head. "I know. To be fair, I didn't expect you to last until the end with even one. That spell is very tiring, especially the first time you cast it, because you're unfamiliar with the focus necessary to power the spell properly. You're so tired because you didn't mentally focus enough. You had to compensate with magic. You'll get better with practice." Harry didn't notice him share an unspoken word with Lily, asking if he should push Harry. Lily nodded, albeit hesitantly. "Okay, if you're ready, I want to teach you one more spell. We'll save the duel for later." Harry got his feet a little shakily, but got to them he did. "I'm good. What's next?" He didn't see James and Remus privately eye him with respect, remembering how hard that spell had been on them the first time they used it. "I'm going to teach you how to create an illusion." He smiled at Harry's confused look. "No, I'm serious. And no, it's not easier than transfiguring something real, at least not if you want to create a realistic illusion." James pointed his wand over Harry's shoulder. In spite of himself, Harry summoned his mum to him just as a towering man stabbed a knife through the air where her head had been. The killer disappeared as if it had never been. Harry turned back to see James with his hands on his knees, panting hard. "See," he said after about a minute. "It's not easy. Now, for you, we're going to start small. Whatever you think you could do, go nuts. Just don't push yourself." What's the incantation? Oh, I'm sorry. Think about whatever you want. Get your mind focused only on that thing. Then wave your wand and say Inganiro. Just don't overdo it. Harry thought of what would work. He was still tired from the last exercise. At the same time, he wanted to impress his dad. He tried to think of something small he would like. Then it hit him. Focusing as hard as he could on something special from his own time, he pointed his wand over James's left shoulder and muttered Inganiro. Even such a little trinket left him drained by he smiled at how real it looked. He even heard it flapping its wings. James wasn't deaf to the new sound either. He looked over his shoulder just after Harry lifted the snitch over his head. He followed the sound until it was right over his bangs. He instinctively tried to catch it, but his hand went right through. Harry couldn't hold the illusion any longer, and it just disappeared. James and Lily both beamed at him. Remus clapped him on the shoulder. Very good, Nat. James hasn't even taught me that spell. Lily came over and gave him a hug. Over her head, James nodded approvingly. Good job, he said. In his mum's arms, and with his father praising him in his ears, Harry felt better than he ever had. Chapter 14. Two qualities are indispensable. First, an intellect that, even in the darkest hour, retains some glimmerings of the inner light which leads to truth. And second, the courage to follow this faint light wherever it may lead. Karl von Clausewitz. It was 2 nights before the first match of the season, Ravenclaw versus Slytherin. Ashton had put the team through an ungodly thorough practice, mostly because she couldn't reserve the pitch for the day before the game. Gryffindor and Slytherin beat her to the punch. Harry was indebted to Bryn too. Ashton had quickly descended on him in wrath for not going all out. Only after he broke Mariana's arm did she leave him alone. He felt terrible about hurting her though, regardless of what Ashton thought. He was smart enough to let it be. After practice, Harry spent extra time in the shower, in part because he was sore, but mostly because he needed an excuse to be alone and make a trip to the room of requirement. Everyone bade him good night, too tired to care what he did. Once he was safe in the room, Harry grabbed the Path to Power and a few smaller books on dark magic. The Path and other books described 2 separate fields of the dark arts, magic and alchemy. He hadn't done much reading in alchemy and didn't plan to, not yet. Alchemy involved rituals that could only be done with extensive knowledge of dark magic. Obviously, he wasn't ready for that. So he continued learning the spells, charms, curses, and hexes. But after an hour and a half of writing down spells, he threw down his quill, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Writing down spells and studying theory was not enough. However little he wanted to use the spells, if he was going to duel the Boggart again, he needed to practice them. Ask, and you shall receive, Potter, called that familiar aristocratic, superior voice. Harry turned to face Draco Malfoy, wand at the ready. The blonde had his hands in the sleeves of his robes, but he looked at Harry with anticipation. Easy now, Potter. This isn't a duel. I told you before I would take another form for our next duel. Harry didn't lower his wand. Why are you here then? Well, ordinarily you practice with your mother. I'd imagine, considering the spells you are learning, that you'd be hesitant to try them on her. Understandable, but you still need practice before your next duel, especially offensive magic. The room has decided I'll spar with you when you want to practice dark magic, and you can save the so-called light and neutral spells for her, and your father when that time comes. Malfoy freed his hands, assuming a defensive stance. All right, Potter, why don't we start small? Try to hit me with Profundus Virur. I'll do everything I can to defend myself short of fighting you. You can use whatever spells you wish to tire me out, but try to hit as quickly as you can with a strong fear curse. At Harry's nod, Malfoy disappeared with a twirl. Harry cast the charms to improve his hearing and sight. He also cast a new one, Praeteritus Agnosco. With this charm, when he touched anything with the tip of his wand, he would pick impressions of anyone who touched it and let him view past events as if he were there. He hadn't tried the spell yet, but with no threat of attack, now seemed like a good time. He heard Malfoy moving around very close. His concealment charm was strong, making it difficult for Harry to see more than a blur the few times he spotted Malfoy. When he thought he had the ferret cornered, he disappeared. Deciding to test his new power, Harry placed the tip of his wand on the boulder Malfoy had touched. For a brief moment, he was looking through Malfoy's eyes, looking for himself. He heard a small rustle of cloak, barely audible, and disappeared. Because he could feel Malfoy's thoughts, he knew the ferret had reappeared behind the bookshelf. He blinked, and he returned to the present. Not wishing to give himself away, Harry crept further away from Malfoy. When he was safely behind another boulder, he spun on his feet, reappearing behind the wardrobe. Unaware Harry was anywhere around, the boy who lived snuck in close. After silencing himself first and mentally cast Profundus Viror, the ferret couldn't raise a shield before the spell slammed into his chest. Malfoy was screaming as he hit the ground, but only for a second. He glowed white for a moment before standing up, unfazed. "That was good, Potter. Nice trick you used to find me. Just remember that now I know the spell. When we duel for real, I will use it against you." Harry shrugged his shoulders. What spell next? For the next hour, Malfoy had him cycle through all the spells he had learned, from Atrum Flatus, a blast of pure dark energy that could cripple or kill a person, to Adficio Veneficus Navitas, a spell that drained the magical energy out of a living creature, empowering the caster. Most Harry could not perform well, not able to gather enough anger or hate necessary to power the spells. You need to work on summoning the emotions necessary to cast those spells, Potter. You've done well, but you're not ready to fight a determined dark witch or wizard. Harry glared at Malfoy. Well, we're not all evil. Spoiled Princess Malfoy. I can't just get angry. Besides, how do I come back for that after using the curse? How do I just lose the anger? You have to learn, Potter. In the heat of battle, I suspect you'll perform better because your emotions take charge. But you must learn control, as your father told you the other day. Think of what angers you, who or what you hate. Use that to fuel your spell. How isn't that evil? Simple, Potter. Tell me, what possessed you to use Sectum Sempra when we dueled in our 6th year? I was angry. I didn't know what you were up to, but I knew it was something. Harry's face darkened, and I was right. You let the Death Eaters into the castle, almost killing my friends and horribly disfiguring Bill. A burning rage coursed through Harry's veins. His fingers tightened on his wand, eager to hurt Malfoy for all he had done. Malfoy looked smug. You see, Potter, just that one instant has you ready to curse me into oblivion. But to show how good you are, think about how you felt after the curse struck. The words didn't sink in, not at first. But then Harry remembered Malfoy lying in a pool of blood and water. He was afraid Malfoy would die. He was afraid he had killed him. He stood stock still as Snape healed his wounds, worrying more about Malfoy than what punishment he would receive. Of itself, Harry's rage diminished and eventually vanished. You see, Potter, you are not evil. Your hatred and your rage are not like Voldemort's because you can overcome them, even when you are seemingly consumed. That control is your greatest weapon. It is not the same as falling completely to the dark side, but it is effective in duels, especially when your emotions are flowing freely. Harry was still skeptical, but decided not to argue further. Am I closer to facing you again? I've done what you asked. Malfoy snorted and shook his head. While you're closer, Potter, you're not ready. I can't tell you when I'll reappear in a different form. That depends on the will of the mistress. You would do well to continue working on the spells we went over tonight. I would also spend time on defensive magic. Your sensory charms are phenomenal, but there is much more to learn. Spend time there. I expect you'll have some free time now. An alarm suddenly started blaring. It took a second for Harry to place the sound before he made a mad dash for the portrait room, Malfoy following sedately. Harry threw open the door, looking wildly around the room, trying to see what was happening. Good Lord, settle down, Potter. You're missing Granger's portrait. He sounded concerned, which both surprised and scared Harry. He turned his attention to Hermione's portrait. She was sitting in front of the door, her head buried in her knees. Harry had to look closely to see she was crying. He looked at Neville's, trying to figure out what was wrong. His friend was in the room, but talking hurriedly to Dobby, pointing at the Marauders map. The little elf looked terrified, twisting one of his hats in his little hands. Christ, why can't I hear anything? As if by magic, their voices amplified. They're in Snape's office, Dobby. Snape and the Carrows are going to be in the office at any moment. We have to get them out before they're caught. Bring them back as quick as you can. If they give you any trouble, tell them the prince is coming. Can you do all that? The little elf looked fearful, but he nodded in the end. Dobby will be bringing back Wheezy, Looney, and Ernie. With a snap, Dobby was gone. It only took 5 seconds for him to return with Ron, Luna, and Ernie, but it felt like hours to Harry. His heart soared seeing they were all unharmed. Hermione was relieved too, practically strangling Ron and Luna when they appeared. Arg, jeer off Hermione. We're fine. Don't be rude, Ron. She was worried, said Luna serenely. Neville was looking over their shoulder at Ernie. Did you guys find it? Ernie dipped his head, soliciting a very disappointed look from Neville. But then the Hufflepuff smiled and pulled the sword of Gryffindor from his robes. Neville hooped with glee, followed shortly by Hermione. Neville took the sword from him, cradling it gently. Now that we have it, what do we do? He asked Ron and Hermione. His friends shared a look, a very sad look. Neville clasped Ron's shoulder while Luna hugged Hermione. I know it hurts, guys, but we have to hold down the fort until he comes back. Harry's stomach nodded. They were talking about him. Ron took a deep breath. Yeah, I know, Neville. It's just hard not knowing. Neville nodded sympathetically. But you're right. We have to do what we can, and this sword will help. For right now, though, there isn't much we can do. Ron and I have to figure out what Harry and Dumbledore were looking for before, gulp, Harry disappeared. Ron moved over and put his arm around her shoulders. Can we help you? Asked Neville and Ernie simultaneously. Ron shook his head. No, whatever they were doing was just between the two of them. Harry could only confide in us. Neville scowled. That's not fair, Ron. The Order stands together. We helped you get the prophecy, and we should be able to help you now. Off to the side, Ernie was nodding vigorously. Luna, however, looked sympathetic. Let them be, Neville. They need time to sort out their feelings. When they're ready to let us help, they'll tell us. We can't force them. Neville looked at Luna, flabbergasted. You act as if Harry's absence is only affecting them. We've all been hit, even the kids who never spoke to him. I know he hated it, but he is an icon. He was the first real mentor I ever had in my life. It's torture thinking about what happened to him, but we can't pack up and turn in. With him and Dumbledore gone, we all need to band together to slow down Voldemort until Harry comes back. Ernie stepped up to Luna. I think I agree with Luna, Neville. We all miss Harry, but we weren't close to him. Not like Ron and Hermione, or Ginny for that matter. We helped them get the sword. It's a start. Ernie turned to Ron and Hermione, who were listening silently. That said, you guys can't keep everything bottled up. Whatever you think about this mission, or whatever you want to call it, the circumstances have changed. Harry is not here to do what needs to be done. That means Neville is right. We all need to step up. That means you two will need to let us help you eventually. Neville and Ernie left Hermione and Ron alone, going to separate bedrooms Harry hadn't noticed before. Luna waited a moment, giving them both a hug, whispering something softly to Hermione. His best friend closed her eyes and nodded. After pulling back with one last smile, she went to her own bedroom. Ron and Hermione shared one last embrace, Hermione whispering that Neville and Ernie were right. Ron didn't say anything. Harry couldn't read his expression, but he thought his friend's resolve was wavering. In all honesty, he hoped they would trust Neville and Ernie and Luna and the rest of the Order. Harry didn't know how they would find the Horcruxes if he were there, but without him, they would need all the help they could get. Come on, Potter. It's nearly 1 in the morning. Your friends may notice you're gone. Besides, you need rest. Harry shook his head. Potter, there is nothing you can do. Your friends are doing brilliantly. I know you're starting to think about the Horcruxes, but you're not ready to hunt them. Not yet. Neither are your friends. The best thing you can do is keep doing what you've been doing. That's not just what I'm thinking about, Harry grumbled, looking at the side of his eye at Malfoy. Draco nodded, coming over to put a hand on his shoulder. I know, Potter, and I know it is beyond pointless to tell you not to worry. It is in your nature. But you saw another example of Longbottom's leadership qualities and how mature Luna and Ernie are becoming. You've taught them a lot, and they are naturally bright. They will not let themselves be taken advantage of. You have to trust them and focus on what you need to do to return to your time. You need to trust them as they trust you. Harry looked at Malfoy with a bemused smile. Who are you, and what the hell have you done with the real Malfoy? The Boggart smiled. Well, Potter, perhaps you already know the answer to those questions. Like those portraits, I'm a manifestation of Draco Malfoy as he is today. You saw how hard it was for me to attack Dumbledore. Trying and failing to kill Dumbledore and hurting Weasel King and Katie Bell was like knives to my soul. There is good in Draco Malfoy, but there is a great deal of fear. Unlike you, he has not overcome that fear yet. You find he's not the only person you've met like that. But that is a discussion for another time. Right now you need rest. He stepped out of the room with his arm stretched out like a doorman. Harry smiled, shaking his head as he passed. Chapter 15. Saturday, October 22nd dawned bright and clear, perfect conditions for a Quidditch match. As was usually the case before a big Quidditch match, Harry slept in spurts, tossing and turning throughout the night. The difference now was that nerves had nothing to do with his erratic sleep schedule. He had visited the room last night to check on his friends. Luna had been reading silently in her common room. That didn't surprise him. What she was reading did, though, and why she was reading. One of the first or second years was nursing a dislocated shoulder and a broken nose. She had several cuts all along her body. To Harry's immense surprise, the little girl wasn't crying. He could have handled tears. This look of weary resignation broke his heart. This girl, in just 2 months, had basically lost her innocence. This violence wasn't new, and to not cry meant she must have been on the receiving end before. Luna put down the book and sighed. She stood up and waved her wand over the girl's body 3 times, healing the cuts and bruises and mending her nose with practiced efficiency. But the little girl's shoulder was still dislocated. Frowning, Luna holstered her wand and kneeled in front of the little girl. She didn't say anything, but Harry and the girl understood what she was saying. There was nothing she could do to magically heal her shoulder. She would have to set it back manually. The few other students still up were watching the scene quietly, all of them seething. Luna waved at Terry Boot. The boy understood and ran up to his room, coming down a few seconds later with a belt. Luna placed it in the girl's mouth, telling her it would be all right soon. A single tear slid down the girl's cheek now, but she bit down on the belt. Luna, careful to make sure she stood still and tall, brought her head down onto her shoulder, gently stroking her hair. A burly 7th year came over. He did not look happy, but Harry could tell he had treated other injuries like this. He seemed more rattled he should have to do this to a child so young. Harry had wanted to turn away, wanted to blast this whole damn room to hell. But he couldn't. The 7th year gently cradled her arm, caressing it lovingly, saying soothing words. He told her he was going to count to 3 and then it would be over. The little girl just jerked her head on Luna's shoulder. 1. Harry tensed, nails biting hard into his palms, unable to turn away despite his brain screaming it didn't want to see this. 2. Rage started replacing some of Harry's fear, imagining the fat porkers masquerading as professors. How he would love to make those little piggies squeal. 3. Harry flinched at the pop of the little girl's shoulder being set back into place. The girl cried hard now, the sound somewhat muffled by the belt still in her mouth. But Luna had experience in these matters. Still holding the girl with one arm, she upholstered her wand and waved it over the girl's shoulder, eliminating the pain, or much of it as she could. A few seconds later, the little girl lifted her head, crying no more. Luna wiped tears from her cheek, telling her how sorry she was to hurt her. But the little girl said she felt better now. She was about to lift her arm, but Luna held it down. Harry agreed. The little girl should give it time before she used the arm too much. Harry watched a 5th-year girl help the young one up to her dorm. Harry was thankful no other young students had had to watch what happened. Then he wondered how much it really mattered. If they hadn't seen these atrocities before, they would see them soon enough. If Harry had not had Malfoy there to calm him down, to say nothing of the calming potion the room provided, he very well may have destroyed the whole damn portrait room, and maybe the room of requirement. But the potion wouldn't let him. All he could do was brood on what he just saw, brood, and commit the images to memory. Malfoy's words made good sense, but they helped but only so much. So what if Harry couldn't be there? What did it matter if things would still be happening, if he was there hunting for Horcruxes? The point was Harry wouldn't have to see the atrocities unfold. He didn't care if that made him a coward. Ignorance in this instance was most definitely bliss. Potter, you can't possibly mean that, not down deep. You asked for a way to see your friends because you were worried about them and wanted to see them, even if they were in pain. You may not like it. I would be horrified if you did. But you have to understand that this is part of why you asked for the room. You also need to see firsthand just how horrible the people you are fighting really are. The Carrows may not be the most distinguished followers of Voldemort, but they are among his most cruel. That is why he put them in Hogwarts. He believes they will scare the kids into obedience. He is a fool. For every student being scared into submission, more are steeling themselves to the fight. Acts such as the one you saw will drive students to fight. How is that reassuring? Raged Harry, the potion just barely keeping him from launching himself at Malfoy, the only person against whom he could lash out. It shows how strong people are, Potter. You tend to believe you're the only person who can handle pain or face danger. That's not true. It generally is, Potter. In your first year, you try to convince your friends to stay behind while you confronted Snape and saved the stone. In your fifth year, you try to keep them from accompanying you when you went to rescue Sirius. And just a few months ago, you told them you would hunt the Horcruxes alone. No doubt you would have tried to do the same had he not disappeared. Harry scowled. I want to keep them safe, damn it. Isn't it bad enough I have to be the one to kill Voldemort? No one else should have to suffer. Enough, Potter. I told you before, this woe is me crap has to stop. You cannot possibly stop people from suffering in war. The point is that they are fighting, that even in the darkest hour they're refusing to give up. The Carrows imagine they hold the school. They hold nothing. The other professors constantly undermine their decrees. And though they do not know it, and I am sure you will not believe it, Snape is finding ways to keep the students safe. Harry looked at Malfoy with pained incomprehension. You just saw a little girl bloodied and beaten. How can you possibly say Snape kept her safe? Because Potter, he has lied to the Carrows. They torture the students because they do not think they can kill them. It is in their nature to kill defectors, not torture them. And yes, horrible as it sounds, that includes kids. His lie has ensured no child will die. By extension, he has ensured few students will be scared into obedience. As you know, enduring pain tends to make people more determined to fight, whereas fear of death may bring them into line. Snape has effectively prevented the latter. Malfoy lowered his voice, visibly making an effort to calm down. I understand what you're feeling, Potter. Believe me, I do. But you need to see these things. It is part of what you wanted when you asked for a way to see your friends. But you need to understand just how terrible the enemy you face really is. Harry didn't say anything. At the moment, he didn't want to listen to Malfoy. Seeing this, Malfoy sighed and gave Harry another calming potion and a potion for a dreamless sleep. The last thing Harry remembered was falling asleep in the room. Somehow the room sent him to his dorm during the night, either by portkey or a partition. So while Harry did not dream throughout the night, he still didn't sleep well. For a few minutes he lay awake, thinking about his friends and what must be going on at Hogwarts now. It soured him to even getting up, but common sense told him he couldn't just lie in bed. However much it hurt, Malfoy and Ernie and Neville were. There was too much at stake to just give up, and Harry would be worse than a coward if he gave up. Hogwarts was fighting through things he just saw from a distance. So with a heavy heart, he got up and took a quick shower. After changing into his Quidditch robes, Ravenclaw blue, instead of the familiar Gryffindor red, Harry left the tower. He wanted to visit his friends one more time before the game. The 4 active pictures all showed his friends asleep, safe for now anyway, in their beds. A fierce longing swept over Harry. After everything that had happened, he had given up seeing them until bloody fate decided he could go home. But if he couldn't go home, he wished he could at least talk to them, tell them he was all right. If the room heard his request, it didn't do anything. Harry had a hard believing it couldn't. How much harder could it be to let him talk to his friends when he already had pictures that let him see them? After sitting in the room for a few minutes, Harry headed down to breakfast. He tried hard to take his mind off his friends, focus on the Quidditch match. It didn't help. He was sitting alone at the Ravenclaw table for almost 20 minutes before the team came down. "Evans," barked Ashton. Harry looked at her patiently, though his eyes radiated a terrible pain. Ashton noticed this, hesitating a little. Seeing this, Harry blinked, trying to mask his emotions. It must have worked because Ashton scowled at him again. "The team comes down to breakfast together, Evans. I'll cut you some slack, but remember it next time." Harry only nodded, returning to his oatmeal. Ashton only gave the team 15 minutes to eat before ushering them down to the pitch. It was only 8:15. The game started at 10. Yawning, Bryn told Harry that Ashton liked to do some last-minute flying before the game. "Are you all right, mate?" he asked, after taking a closer look at Harry. "You look terrible." "I'm fine. I just got some bad news from home." Bryn held him back for some privacy, however brief. "Are your parents okay?" "No, they're dead," thought Harry. "They're fine. It's just my younger cousin was really hurt by a bully at school. My aunt and uncle, her parents, aren't there to protect her. I always did when I was home. I hate not being there now. I'm so in a turbulence. It sounds like you two are really close. Does she have anyone to care for her?" Harry smiled a small smile, thinking of Luna and the other Ravenclaws, most of whom were in the DA. "One of my closest friends will take care of her." "Well, that's good. Plus, you'll be going home soon." He was cut off by Ashton, yelling loudly for them to their butts into the locker room. To Harry's dismay, Ashton spent 30 minutes giving a Wood-esque speech. He chuckled when he noticed Bryn passed on another bench. It didn't go unnoticed by Ashton either, but though she was glaring hard at his friend, he noticed amusement and affection glinting in her eyes. After his speech, they went out to fly for another half hour, just before the rest of the school started coming down to the pitch. "All right, all reserves, take your seats above our locker room. The rest of you head in and wait for the game." At 10, Ashton led the team out of the pitch to the roaring cheers of a little over half the crowd. The Gryffindors, surprisingly, were split, some cheering for the Slytherins even with their inner-house animosity. At first he was disgusted, but that passed. He expected they hoped the Ravenclaws were taken down so Gryffindor wouldn't have to play them for the cup. Madam Hooch waited in the middle of the pitch, motioning for the two captains. Ashton shook hands with the Slytherin captain, a relatively handsome young man who looked vaguely familiar to Harry. Before he could try and identify the man, Madam Hooch released the snitch and blew the whistle. As planned, Harry flew off to the Slytherin end of the pitch. He would try and nail the Slytherins before they could get to the Ravenclaw end. The game was frantic for the first few minutes. Harry racing through the chasers, trying to beat the Slytherin beater Schlereth to the bludgers. His opposite number was actually a solid flyer, dodging and weaving between the chasers about as smoothly as Harry. What gave Harry an edge was his size. The snake was huge, almost the size of Crabbe or Goyle. He got tangled up with the chasers if he wasn't careful. Or when Harry got in his way, forcing him to avoid Harry by flying into the chasers. Not long into the game, Harry figured out how to use Schlereth as a third bludger. Harry's normal bludger work was okay, disrupting Rosier, Wilkes, and Young. Once he managed to hit Wilkes square in the ribs, causing him to drop the quaffle right into Isaac's arms. The young chaser pulled off a marvelous spin move, avoiding Rosier, who was trying to illegally block him, passed the ball to Libby, who passed it back to Dennis for the score. Ravenclaw led 80-20. Harry started performing better as time went by, his bludgers throwing off the Slytherin timing and causing more turnovers. At one point, the Slytherin captain, who was also their seeker, called a timeout and reamed out Schlereth. He made a change, sending Schlereth over to Bryn and bringing a small, shifty fifth year to go against Harry. Harry couldn't use Edwards as a third bludger, but the Slytherin was not as gutsy a flyer. where Harry would fly around and through the chasers to seek out the bludgers. Edwards was passive, not wanting to fly through the tangled mass of bodies. He was afraid Harry would do to him what he did to Schleret. It hardly mattered. Between Bryn and Harry, the Slytherin chasers had trouble running any of their plays. They scored a few more goals against Carly. That damn Rosier was finding ways to score even on broken plays. Harry made it his top priority to knock him out of the game as soon as possible. After 45 minutes, Ravenclaw was leading 170-70. Carly had settled down, focusing on Rosier, the only competent chaser. Bryn and Harry were both gunning for him as well. It was a good strategy as every play revolved around him. Wilkes and Young were good flyers, but were fools when left on an island. Despite the openings they had, because Harry and Bryn focused on Rosier, they couldn't find ways to score. After an hour of play, Ravenclaw was up 200-80. Slytherin could still win, but the odds were long now. They needed the snitch. The Slytherins knew it too. At one point, Harry saw Edwards break off his chase of Harry. He couldn't turn around and see why. Eyes on Young, who was circling around Rosier, waiting for the pass. The crowd's massive boo caused Harry to whiff, missing the bludger. He pulled his arm back into his chest just before a mass of blue plummeted through the space where the bludger had been. What the hell? Then he noticed the long black hair flapping through the windstream. Something had knocked Ashton off her broom. Acting fast, Harry threw down his bat and pulled out his wand. Arresto momentum. The pale blue spiral moved fast, grabbing Ashton when she was about 20 meters from the ground. The strain was intense, though, almost pulling Harry off his broom. It worked, though. The Ravenclaw team raced down to Ashton. Madame Hooch halted the game for an injury timeout. They all waited for Madame Pomfrey to run out and see how Ashton was. She was smiling after she finished running her wand over her. She's going to be fine. Mr. Evans here saved her, I'd say. She has a concussion and a broken arm and leg, but that's it. I expect she'll be fine in a couple days. If you all will excuse me. She conjured a magical stretcher and led Ashton back up to the castle. Harry sighed with relief. The rest of the team either hugged him or clapped him on the shoulder. Bryn was watching Madame Pomfrey, or rather was watching Ashton until she was out of sight behind the stadium. When he looked at Harry, it was a look of near hero worship. He embraced Harry tightly. "Thank you," he said quietly, clapping Harry on the back. Madame Hooch coughed. "I'm sorry to bother you all, but you need to replace your seeker if we are to continue. Do you have a replacement?" Bryn shook his head. "No, Madame Hooch, we don't." "Actually, we do," interjected Harry. "Bryn, I played seeker back in the States. Put Aaron in my place, and I'll fill in for Ashton." Bryn looked at Harry, then the rest of the team. "You sure?" Harry nodded. "All right. Aaron, grab your broom and take Nat's place. Nat, good luck." When play resumed, Harry was upset to find 4 Slytherin goals had counted, even though the Ravenclaw team was watching Ashton nearly fall to her death. Slytherin was only down 210-130. At Hooch's whistle, Harry took flight, flying high above the pitch with the Slytherin seeker. The boy was affable enough, nodding at Harry. "Good job saving your captain. I give you my word I'll punish Edwards for what he did. What are we without honor?" Harry reached out to shake his hand. "Thanks. What did he do?" The other boy's face darkened. He saw her giving chase to the snitch and saw me far behind her. For reasons that escape me, he saw fit to angle her and then hit her head as if it were a bludger. I only wish Madame Hooch had seen the foul. Nevertheless, I will petition Professor Slughorn for his immediate suspension from school, and he will be cut from the team. Whatever Harry expected from the Slytherin, this was not it. He hated that damn Edwards bastard, but he figured the Slytherins would treat him like a hero. If this boy was telling him the truth, and he had no reason to believe otherwise, Harry was thought he was a good guy. "Thank you again." The boy waved and was about to fly away when Harry called out again. The boy politely turned. "Who are you? You look familiar." The boy actually smiled. "I shouldn't doubt that, considering who your cousin's friends are. My name is Regulus. Regulus Black." The boy waved again and took her to look for the snitch. Harry didn't move for a few minutes, still reeling from the meeting with Sirius's brother. The way Sirius portrayed his brother, he expected him to be like Malfoy or Dudley. This boy seemed remarkably well-mannered, even if a little snooty. Of course, Harry would withhold judgment until he knew Edwards had been punished. He also couldn't ignore the fact Black would become a Death Eater, even if he tried to get out when he was in too deep. Shaking his head, he started looking for the snitch. He circled around the pitch, searching for any bit of gold. 15 fruitless minutes passed without seeing anything. The Slytherins were also coming back, now only down 240 to 170. Harry needed to find the snitch. He saw a couple times, flying around the goals or near the ground. He and Regulus each raced for it, both elbowing and kneeing one another, jostling for position. In that time, the snitch would disappear. Harry fumed, but in the back of his mind, he liked the competition. None of the Seekers in his own time were anywhere near the level of Regulus. Around noon, with the score at 280 to 200, Harry spotted the snitch buzzing maybe 30 meters away, close to Regulus. He feigned to the professor's stands, flying further from the snitch, risking the game. The gamble paid off, though, and Regulus inched closer to Harry. Harry gave his broom a little speed, forcing Regulus to do the same. At the last second, Harry turned sharply, racing towards the snitch. His broom wasn't fast enough, though, not in a steep dive. He didn't know what to do. Regulus was going to catch the snitch. He lowered his broom, setting it up to fly under Regulus. He gave it all the speed he could and then stood up and dove right off the broom. Inertia and gravity shot him forward faster than Regulus. Harry flew over Black, somersaulted in the air, and grabbed the snitch right out of Black's outstretched hand. The other Seeker's eyes widened, seeing Harry without a broom. Harry just smiled and reached out, catching the broom with his free hand. He climbed up and landed softly on the grass, snitch in hand. The stands exploded in cheers. Regardless of house affiliation, that was one of the most daring catches any of them had ever seen. Harry's housemates tackled him to the ground, their cheers ringing in his ears. After a couple of minutes, they let him up for air. Harry smiled triumphantly. Then he saw something he never saw before, never even imagined. The Slytherin team was waiting to shake hands with the Ravenclaws. Disentangling himself, Harry went over to shake their hands, except for Edwards. Rosier tried to turn it into a trial of strength, but the future Death Eater walked away, flexing his hand in pain. Right, good catch, Nathan. I'm sorry we lost, but that doesn't take away from your effort and that of your team. Harry smiled. Thank you, Regulus. You guys played a good game, too. The Slytherin waved and went off with his team to change. Harry watched him and Edwards carefully. He wasn't doing anything now, but he may have been too much a gentleman to chastise his teammate in public. Harry then noticed Dumbledore, Flitwick, James, Lily, and two people Harry hadn't met before approaching, his mom racing up and hugging him fiercely. Unbelievable catch, Nathan, Flitwick squeaked, practically bursting at the seams with pride. And thank you for saving Ashton as well. You made a mark today, let me tell you. 460 to 200. Good heavens, what a win. Thank you, Professor. I'm just glad Ashton will be okay. McGonagall smiled off to the side, filling Harry with pride too. Yes, very good, Mr. Evans, said Professor Dumbledore. I too want to thank you for saving Miss Donovan. I also have two people who would like to thank you as well. He motioned for the two strangers. Mr. Evans, I would like to introduce you to Mr. Charles Potter and Mrs. Doria Potterblack. They are both on the Board of Governors and, of course, are Mr. Potter's parents. Harry's breath caught in his throat as he shook hands with them both. His granddad was a broad-chested man with bright blue eyes. Like all Potter men, his black hair was stubbornly unruly. His grandmother was very tall, almost as tall as Harry. She was incredibly beautiful with dark auburn eyes and rich brown hair. It is good to meet you, Mr. Evans. James has told us a little about you in his letters. It is great to meet you in person, said his granddad, smiling broadly. Thank you, sir, he managed to choke out. Don't mention it. You deserve it. He turned to James. All right, son. We'll be back next week to see you play. Lily, enchanting as always, he said, kissing the top of her hand. Lily blushed, making Mr. Potter chuckle and Mrs. Potter poke him. "We'll see you on Monday, Albus," said Mrs. Potter, pulling her husband with her before he could embarrass Lily or James further. As they left, Harry's mind started working again. "Professor Dumbledore, sir, could I speak with you for a moment? I can come to your office after I change." "Of course, Mr. Evans. Do you remember how to get to my office?" "Yes, sir." Dumbledore nodded. "Very good. I will see you soon." The headmaster and Professor Flitwick left, the latter patting Harry's waist, the highest part of his body he could reach, genially. James and Lily were the only two staying behind with Harry. Lily grabbed his hand and kissed his cheek. Harry told her before he never met any of his grandparents. Meeting them now was something special. Before James could congratulate him on saving Ashton or his catch, Lily asked James if he would mind giving them a minute. James nodded and said he'd meet her in the Great Hall. When he was out of earshot, Lily hugged Harry. "So, what do you think of your grandparents?" "I can see where I get my hair." Lily rolled her eyes, poking him in the side where he was ticklish, just like James. "I mean, how did you like them personally?" "Oh," he replied, as if that never occurred to him. "They're great. I just wish I had more time to spend with them." "Well, my parents and I are going to visit Potter Manor Christmas. I'm sure James will let you come. Plus, that'll give you a chance to meet Sirius and Andromeda and her husband. They're coming to visit Sirius. They also have the cutest little girl, Nymphadora." Harry smiled. He could have reminded Lily he knew all these people, but he just liked hearing her talk. "I'd love to come," he said, kissing her forehead. "I'll make sure to ask James first chance I get." "Good. Now, why do you want to talk to Dumbledore?" Harry couldn't blame her for sounding curious. He had never shown any great inclination for wanting to talk to the headmaster. After Harry outlined what he was planning, she smiled and clapped her hands. "Oh, Harry, that's a good idea. But why not go all the way?" "I'm not ready yet. I want to start small, see what he does. If that works, I'll go back." "Fair enough. I'll let you get to it then. Let me know how it works whenever you can." "I will." He hugged her again and then headed to the locker room. After a quick shower and change, he headed up to meet Dumbledore. When he knew he was alone, he brushed his forehead with his wand, lifting one of his mum's cosmetic charms. He holstered his wand and made sure his bangs were covering his forehead. "Come in, Mr. Evans," called Dumbledore when he was outside the door. "Please take a seat. What can I do for you?" "Thank you, sir. Sir, I got a letter from my parents on Friday. They wanted to know if I could spend a few days with them for Thanksgiving. I'd really like to see them if I could, sir." Dumbledore looked thoughtful for a minute before smiling. "Of course, Nathan. All your professors are praising your work. It should not be a problem. I only have one requirement. Sir, you may leave the night of the 23rd at 6 p.m., but all your work for Thursday and Friday must be completed before you go. I also want you back no later than 6 p.m. on Sunday the 27th. "Of course, sir. That should not be a problem." Dumbledore smiled. "I shouldn't think so. Now, is there anything else?" "Yes, sir. I wanted to ask how Ashton is. I hope she's all right. I actually just heard from Madame Pomfrey that she is awake. She is in a great deal of pain and is still disoriented, but she will be fine in a couple of days." Dumbledore's eyes started twinkling. "If you want to know more, I think you'll find Mr. Williams all but camped out in the hospital wing." Harry smirked. "I'm not surprised." Harry brushed back his bangs, sighing with relief. "I'm glad she's going to be okay. I was scared I couldn't stop her in time." As he hoped, Dumbledore's eyes rested on his scar. "No, you caught her at just the right time. Mr. Evans, I hope you'll forgive me, but that is a very interesting scar. Wherever did you get it?" Harry looked up, as if he could see his scar. "You know, sir, I'm not really sure. My parents don't like talking about it. I've always figured they were embarrassed because I played with one of the artifacts they dug up, and it cursed me. It's perfectly harmless if you're worried." Dumbledore had no expression, still studying the scar. "No, I'm sure it is safe. It's just that such a curse would be the result of very dark magic. I can't say I approve of your parents keeping such things around the house, especially where a young child can reach them." Harry shrugged. "They're young themselves, sir. My mom was only 18 when she gave birth. They just made a mistake." "I'm sorry, Mr. Evans." I shouldn't imply your parents were negligent. I just saw the scar and worried. Harry waved his apology away. Don't worry about it, sir. You're not the first to notice it. I usually put makeup over it. I must have forgotten after my shower. But I digress. I want to thank you again for letting me leave to see my parents. I promise I'll keep up on my schoolwork. I know you will. Have a good day, Mr. Evans. Congratulations on your victory. Severus Snape was sitting at his desk, reviewing schematics of all the wards protecting Hogwarts, some of which went back almost 1,000 years. The blasted Carrows were going too far. He needed to find a way to use the wards to protect the students for the worst of the abuse. Severus called Dumbledore loudly. Snape swore, spilling ink on a couple blueprints. The man's tone said he had been trying some while to get his attention. What is it, Albus? I'm very busy, damn it. Severus, where is Minerva? Snape blinked. Why was the old man asking about Minerva? She should be in her office. It's not her day to patrol. Dumbledore said nothing, just got up and left the portrait. Snape watched him, scratching his head. Minerva, said Dumbledore urgently when he saw her sitting at her desk. His old friend looked up with some surprise. Albus, what is it? Her face darkened. Is someone hurt? Dumbledore carefully hid a smile. No, my dear. Thankfully everyone is okay, at least that I can see. Tell me, can you give a message to Mr. Longbottom, Miss Granger, Miss Lovegood, and Mr. and Miss Weasley? McGonagall looked bewildered. Of course, Albus. But why do you need to speak with them? Her eyes widened, the significance of who he wanted to see just now hitting her. Is it about Potter? She said softly, as if not wanting to jinx the idea. Dumbledore nodded, causing McGonagall to squeal like a schoolgirl. So he's safe. Dumbledore nodded again. He is Minerva. Unfortunately, I can say no more, and I beg you to keep this to yourself. If word were to get to Voldemort that I knew his whereabouts, he would waste no time destroying the castle to get to me. McGonagall was shaking. Of course, Albus. I'll keep it to myself. With the school in lockdown, there's really no one to tell. What do you want me to tell Potter's friends? Tell them to go to the place where Dobby rehabilitated Winky. When all 5 are there, tell them to request a portrait of me. If his directions confuse McGonagall, she hit it well. Saying nothing, she left to track down Potter's friends. Her first stop was Gryffindor Tower. To make it look like an innocent visit, she carried several rolls of parchment. She greeted students she passed curtly, muttering under her breath about incompetent students. She breathed a sigh of relief when she reached Gryffindor Tower without running into either Alecto or Amicus. Thankfully, the Weasleys, Granger, and Longbottom were sitting in front of the fire reading several pieces of parchment. I would like everyone to return to their dorms, except you 4. She set the rolls of parchment down on a table, mouth set in thin line. The others took the cue and bid a hasty retreat. When they were in their dorms, McGonagall cast several security and privacy wards on both staircases. What is this about, Professor? Asked Longbottom. I have a message from Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, they all asked simultaneously, wearing identical looks of astonishment. McGonagall nodded. That's right. He would like you 4 and Miss Lovegood to go to the room where Dobby rehabilitated Winky. When all of you are there, ask for a portrait of Professor Dumbledore. Is that clear? The 4 teens looked at one another, completely taken aback by McGonagall's odd request. Professor, the Carrows are patrolling the halls, pointed out Hermione. I understand that. I will take care of them. You 5 need to get to that room as soon as possible. If you have to, wait until dinner to leave. Before I go, do you have a way to reach Miss Lovegood without drawing notice? When Hermione nodded, McGonagall grabbed the parchment and opened the portrait hole. Very good. I'd suggest you leave now. Without waiting for them, she left. Blimey, what the bloody hell was that about? Asked Ron. I don't know. Why on earth would Dumbledore want to talk to all of us? Said Hermione. Neville stood up. It doesn't matter. We have to go. Who wants to tell Luna? I'll take care of it, said Ginny, working the numbers on her coin, so it only sent the message to Luna. All right, she'll be there. Good. Let's go. Neville held open the portrait hole for everyone. They all had their wands out, making sure no one was following them. Luna was waiting for them by the statue of Barnabas the Barmy. "What is this all about?" she asked. Neville put his finger in front of his lips. Ron walked in front of the wall, making a door for all of them. Once they were all inside, he locked the door and asked for a new entrance in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. "Ah, you've all arrived," called a deep, powerful voice from over the fireplace. Dumbledore was sitting in a chair, smiling, eyes twinkling more than any of them had ever seen. "Headmaster, what is this all about?" asked Ginny. "First, and I know this goes without saying, but first I must ask you all to promise that you do not share anything we talk about here with anyone. That includes other people in Dumbledore's army. Do I have your word?" He waited for each of them to swear before continuing. "I have good news. The best, actually. Recently I learned that Harry is alive and well." The teen said nothing for almost 5 minutes. At one point all 3 girls cried, even Luna. Ron and Neville just looked shocked. "Is it really true?" choked out Ron. He couldn't believe his ears. But Dumbledore smiled broadly. "It is absolutely true, Mr. Weasley. Harry Potter is alive and perfectly safe." "Where is he?" the 3 girls asked as one. "I'm afraid I cannot tell you. It is not because I do not want to or do not trust to. It is because I think he should be the one to tell you personally. Suffice it to say, he has been working on ways to communicate with all of you since his disappearance." "Wait, we'll be able to talk to him," squealed Hermione. Dumbledore frowned for the first time. "Not at the present, Miss Granger. I did not speak with Harry personally. It was a stroke of luck. I learned his is alive and where he is right now." "Why can't he come back? Why did he leave us to being with?" asked Ron, suddenly hostile. "Mr. Weasley, Harry's absence was not his choice. Powerful magic, no doubt fueled by his connection with Voldemort, forced him to disappear. We should be grateful he is still alive and trying to get home. We do him a disservice if we blame him for not being where he so desperately wishes to be." Ron frowned. "I'm sorry. You're right, Professor. It's just that after all this time, I want to know he is all right." Ron started crying. Hermione came over to sit next to him, rubbing his back. "With all due respect, Headmaster, how do we know for sure he is alive? You said yourself you did not speak with him personally." Hermione and Ginny both glared at Neville. Furious, he would question something they all so desperately wanted. Neville ignored the glares, focused on Dumbledore. Unbeknownst to any of the teens or Dumbledore, a new portrait appeared on the wall perpendicular to Dumbledore's, overlooking the exchange. "You have to trust me, Mr. Longbottom. I'm afraid that we'll have to do until Harry finds a way to communicate with all of you personally. But I promise you, with all my heart and soul, Harry Potter is alive." "I've already found a way, Professor," called Harry Potter, his face breaking into a wide, euphoric smile. Chapter 16. Harry practically burst with joy when his friends came into view. None of them knew he was there, but Neville's question must have sparked them to all to wish they could talk to him. He watched them, soaked them up with his eyes, really. He had missed them terribly, and words escaped him at first. It didn't last. He couldn't stay silent, needed to surprise them and break the silence. "I've already found a way, Professor." "Harry!" screamed Ginny, causing Ron to almost break Hermione's chin as he whipped his head up. All 5 looked at him with astonished looks that gave way to huge smiles and even some tears. Harry was crying too. "Harry, where are you, mate?" asked Ron, looking at the portrait as if it were some kind of mirage, a trick of the eye. Harry's smile faltered. He wasn't sure how they would take the truth. What would they think of him? Luna noticed his sudden trepidation. "It's all right, Harry. You can tell us." She spoke with a calm serenity, which had a soothing effect on Harry. Harry took a deep breath, catching the eye of each of his friends. "When we were trying to escape from Little Whinging, Voldemort somehow figured out I was the real me. Some of his Death Eater almost killed me by themselves, but Hagrid saved me." Harry paused, gulping and blinking back tears. That left him vulnerable to Voldemort's killing curse. His friends, including Luna, looked sad at Hagrid's passing. Save his little monster problem, he was the kindest, gentlest man any of them had ever known. "What happened after Hagrid let you go?" asked Hermione, the first to find her voice. "I fell," he said lamely. Voldemort pursued me, tried to kill me as I fell. My right shoulder was dislocated, so I couldn't defend myself, not really. But when he cast his killing curse, I was able to cast a stunner, sort of anyway. The last thing I remember was the two spells hitting, a flash of gold and white light, and then blackness. And where are you now? Why can't you come home? That was Neville. I'm in the room of requirement, he said with uncharacteristic straightforwardness. As expected, his friends looked at him like he had a screw loose. Harry, that's bloody impossible. Harry shook his head. It's not, Ron. Believe it or not, I really am in the room of requirement right now. Professor Dumbledore understands, at least a little. Am I right, sir? Dumbledore nodded, drawing the attention of the 5 teens. Harry speaks the truth, or at least I suspect he does. So, where are you, damn it? Enough with double talk, said Ron heatedly. Hermione set a hand on his shoulder to calm him down, but it was quite plain she wanted an answer as well. Whatever happened between Voldemort and me that night sent me back in time. I'm at Hogwarts in 1977. Silence crashed down, none of his friends saying anything though Luna and Hermione looked thoughtful. Dumbledore also looked like his mind was going a mile a minute. He wondered if the headmaster could figure out exactly what was going on here. Ginny shook her head, her red hair flying back and forth. Wait a minute. What the bloody hell do you mean you're in Hogwarts in 1977? If that blasted explosion sent you back in time, how come we don't know something? How come our lives haven't been affected? Harry just shrugged his shoulder, earning a glare from Ginny. Harry held up his hands in appeasement. Ginny, I truly don't know how I ended up here. As for why you all don't know, I suspect it's because I've been able to cover my tracks up to this point. But I'm sure things have changed even so. Harry nodded at Professor Dumbledore. What happened with the headmaster is proof of that. Professor, if you don't mind my asking, what happened to make you tell my friends about me? Dumbledore looked surprised Harry asked the question. It was an odd phenomenon, Harry. A new memory was juxtaposed next to the older, more familiar memories. This new memory was of a boy showing me a scar on his forehead rather nonchalantly. But that wasn't the only new memory I had. It was only the strongest. I had memories of Wisegamot hearings I never attended, talking about a strange boy who crashed onto the lawn of Lily Evans. None of the hearings gave his name because the Aurors claimed they didn't know. They were faint memories, but combined with you showing me your scar, I knew you were alive and safe. So the new memories didn't replace the old? No, Harry. They were separate. It was an odd feeling, to say the least. Harry wanted to question the headmaster further, but his friends didn't take kindly to being ignored. Not now. Harry, why don't we know about any of this? Or anything else you have done? Demanded Ron. Harry sighed, running his hand through his hair. I don't know, Ron, but I think I've done something you all remember now. Does anyone have a Marauder's map? Neville pulled it out of his robes. Good. Look it over and tell me if you can find yourselves. His friends eyed him strangely, but did as he asked. A few minutes later, they located themselves on the map. Ginny, Ron, and Neville didn't look at all shocked. After a couple of seconds, both Hermione and Luna exclaimed in surprise, though. What's the matter with you two? Asked Neville. That's one of the new memories Harry was talking about. Guys, we can see ourselves on the Marauder's map, right here in the room of requirement. Doesn't that seem odd? Hermione was talking mostly to Ron, who understood the history of the map more than the others. Sure enough, his friend's eyes widened, a mystified look on his face. Merlin, Harry showed the Marauders the room, he said softly. He looked up at Harry as if seeing him for the first time. You really are back in Hogwarts. Then something new hit him, an understanding of what he said first. You're at school with your parents. Harry nodded. Oh, Harry, whispered Hermione. She looked as if she wanted to hug Harry. Like her, he was disappointed they couldn't. Harry, what have you been doing with your parents? Have you learned anything about the Horcruxes? That was neither Ron nor Hermione. That question was asked by Ginny. To Harry's further amazement, neither Neville nor Luna looked surprised by Ginny's question. Only Harry, Ron, and Dumbledore looked surprised and more than a little alarmed. Ginny, how? She snorted, exasperated by his reaction. A couple of weeks ago, I snuck into Hermione's room. She turned to the older girl. You really should be more careful with your trunk. I got in without too much of a problem and found magic most evil. From there, it was just a matter of following your bookmarks. Hermione looked unperturbed, much to the surprise of Dumbledore and Harry. Miss Granger, that was very foolish of you. I would not have left those books in my office for you if I had known you would not be careful. Professor, please give me more credit than that. I warded the book with a spell Bill taught me. No one with a dark mark could have read it. It would have looked like a normal textbook. Not long after ago, Neville demanded to know why we needed the Sword of Gryffindor. She paused, waiting to see how Dumbledore would act to that little revelation. He didn't look surprised. I knew he or Ginny would try to figure out what we were doing, and I knew they wouldn't wait for Ron and I to tell them. I made it so anyone with one of our gold galleons could read the book if they had it in their possession. It was a gamble, but one I thought worth the risk. As soon as I knew Ginny had read the book, I put the original protections back in place. Dumbledore looked apologetic. Please forgive me, Miss Granger. Under the circumstances, I think you did quite well. If you're all quite done, she ground out impatiently. Harry, have you learned anything about the Horcruxes? Harry shook his head. Unfortunately, no. And I would advise you lot not to look for them either. I'm trying to figure out what they are, he lied. But there is at least one I cannot attack. The snake. Harry nodded. That's right, Ron. Nagini will have to wait until I come back. It's too dangerous for any of you to try, and you'll never be able to get close enough to it before Voldemort descends on you in wrath. What about Locket or the Cup? Well, I have a plan for one of the Horcruxes, actually. At the end of November, I'm going to pay a visit to the orphanage where Voldemort was raised. Harry, is that wise? That orphanage is still in business. It is highly unlikely Voldemort would hide anything there without killing everyone present. Such dark magic would be easily detected as well. As close as the orphanage is to London, said Dumbledore. I understand all that, Professor. It is more a hunch than anything else. And if there really is a Horcrux there, it is far safer for me to go than for any of you to go. I'm sure he has the place guarded now. He knows what happened to the diary. He won't be as blasé with his remaining Horcruxes. That leaves two still, the locket and something of Gryffindor or Ravenclaw, said Hermione. Wait, you think he only created 4 of these things? Hermione shook her head. Non ne ville. We think he created 6. Harry destroyed the diary that possessed Ginny 5 years ago. Last year, Professor Dumbledore destroyed a Slytherin family ring. That leaves 4. Nagini, Voldemort's snake, a Slytherin locket, a cup that once belonged to Helga Hufflepuff, and something of Gryffindor or Ravenclaw. Why wouldn't he make more? If Ginny read the book right. What the bloody hell do you mean if? She demanded. I am sorry, but if they can make you immortal, why not create hundreds? His expression darkened. It's not like the bastard hasn't killed enough people he couldn't do it. Because Voldemort is very arrogant, but also very knowledgeable in nearly every aspect of magical theory. As Miss Granger can attest, the most powerfully magical number is supposedly 7. As I told Harry last year, he would be attracted to the idea of ripping his soul into 7 parts, believing it would make him more powerful. Does it? Asked Luna. Dumbledore shook his head. I'm afraid I do not know Miss Lovegood. I would doubt it, but having never created a Horcrux myself or read of another witch or wizard so terribly corrupting the laws of magic, I cannot say for sure. So here's where we're at right now. I understand what you're all saying. One Horcrux can't be touched until Harry returns. One may be destroyed if Harry's theory is right. One is lost, and the last we can't find because we don't know what it is. Great odds, I'd say. Harry's other friends all scowled at Neville, who had enough grace to look embarrassed and mumble an apology. As much as I hate to admit it, Neville is right. I'll go to the orphanage and try to do what I can to research Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. I'm afraid I'll have to leave the locket to all of you. I can't retrieve it without sacrificing someone or sacrificing myself. At least you lot can track it down with some chance of living through the ordeal. His friends all nodded, as did Dumbledore. Harry was glad Dumbledore was not angry that Neville, Luna, and Ginny knew about the Horcruxes. With Harry gone, everything they had planned before his death was gone with the wind. Hermione and Ron needed help. "So Harry, how are you? What is it like being with your parents?" Luna asked gently. Harry felt a twinge of guilt, thinking about her mother. But he told them everything that had happened between when he landed and his meeting with Dumbledore. Only after he finished did he feel bad. Here he was talking about Quidditch and spending time with his friends when they were living in a veritable hell. None of them looked upset with Harry, though, or made a comment about him living soft. All of them were interested in his story. Neville was entranced by his brief encounter with Frank, asking Harry how his dad looked and what he thought of him. More than any of the others, Neville understood how much this meant to Harry. His only regret was not being there with him. They asked him questions for another couple of hours. Even Dumbledore chimed in. They didn't want to talk much about what was going on in the school until Harry told them about the portraits. Luna looked very sad when she heard this, but all the others had similar experiences. But as Malfoy told him, Dumbledore's army was growing every day. Basically, every fourth year in Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff were taking up arms against the Carrows. Harry was even more surprised to hear a solid number of Slytherins were also resisting, led by Tracy Davis, a seventh year and Muggleborn. They were fighting two foes, really, the Carrows and their own house. But according to his friends, the Slytherins were giving Neville and the other leaders of the DA intelligence on the Slytherin house and the dungeons. "Our task would be much harder without them, Harry. Even Ron grudgingly respects everything they have done and how much they are risking just by talking to us. That night we took back the sword. Tracy and a few of her friends had distracted the Carrows and Snape. We haven't rolled them into the DA to protect the others, but we still liaise with them whenever we can." Harry couldn't believe any Slytherins were fighting. It seemed too good to be true. He scolded himself mentally. His friends wouldn't lie. Maybe he had been wrong about the house, at least some of the people. He suddenly resolved to talk with Regulus as soon as he could. He was the first decent Slytherin he met in this time. He didn't mention this to his friends, though. He just listened to them tell him everything that was going on inside and outside Hogwarts. The Ministry was still outside Voldemort's control. The Death Eaters had put some Secretary Pius Thickness under the Imperius curse and sent him to kill the minister. Scrimgeour was in critical condition, but not dead. Before the Death Eaters could claim the seat, Kingsley organized a coup d'etat and overthrew Umbridge, the deputy minister. She was dead now. Many expected Kingsley to declare himself minister, but he refused the top spot. To Harry's surprise, Arthur Weasley was appointed minister in an emergency vote of the other department heads. While not all of the Death Eaters had been swept out of the ministry in the coup, the leaders were gone. Another battle ensued with the remaining Death Eaters when Mr. Weasley ordered the immediate arrest of anyone with a dark mark in the ministry. Some innocent people would be arrested, but they would also be the ones less likely to fight. The ones that fought would give themselves away as Voldemort sympathizers. They were gone now. Dad wants to take back Hogwarts eventually, but the governors have basically retreated into the school and seceded from the ministry. You know who came to the school a few days ago to talk with Snape about protecting the school and village from a ministry invasion? Wait, Voldemort came to the school? What did he do? Was anyone hurt? His friends all shuddered. No one was hurt. You know who made an announcement to the school before he left, telling all the students that they were safe from the oppressive and diabolical blood traders and enemies to the one master race. He then told us not resist the demands of the Carrows and of the headmaster. So long as they obeyed, no harm would come to them or those they loved. I imagine he thought threatening family and friends outside the school would scare some kids into submission. More kids wanted to fight after that one. Good. So what are you all going to do now? We're going to keep recruiting. There's going to come a time when we'll be able to fight the Carrows and the Slytherins who back them. We're not ready yet. Since we can't meet, planning anything big is hard, but we still poke them when we can. Any students locked in the dungeons are freed, regardless of punishment. The Carrows can't punish an entire house, however much they wish they could, said Ron. And we'll try to find the locket and whatever the last Horcrux is. We as in us five, that is, interjected Ginny. Thank you guys for everything you're doing and for not being mad at me for not being there. Harry felt a sense of shame, something he always felt when he remembered he was living a part of his friends, safe and away from danger. Hermione got up and put her hand on the portrait. Harry turned to her portrait and put his hand out, for all the world, as if he could touch her even though they were separated by magic neither could understand. You don't have to thank us, Harry. We all love you and understand this is where you want to be. We'll be here to talk to you whenever you want, just as I'm sure you'll be here for us. When fate has decided you're ready to come home, we'll be here. Chapter 17. Wool's orphanage hadn't changed much over the past 4 decades since Dumbledore came to tell Tom Riddle he was a wizard. The 4-story building was in good shape structurally, if not well kept. The wrought iron fence was rusting in some places, giving the place an even more foreboding look than it would have otherwise. After leaving Hogwarts on Wednesday, Harry spent the next 2 days scouting out the area, paying particular attention to activity in the orphanage. On the surface, it looked like business as usual. Children were playing in the yard. At night, he could see silhouettes of people moving, the orderlies putting the kids to bed for the night. What kept Harry coming back, made him sure something was wrong about the orphanage despite its outward appearance, was the fact no muggles ever went in looking to adopt a child. That didn't necessarily mean anything, but Harry found it unsettling. He was living in a muggle motel about a mile away from the orphanage. At night, he practiced some of the spells he and Lily had looked up over the past month. Unsure of what wards Voldemort would use, they didn't spend much time on curse-breaking enchantments. If there were exotic wards, Harry would have to come back. Most of their work went into learning spells to combat the dark creatures Harry was likely to face: Dementors, Inferi, vampires, and zombies. Since none of them were dark spells, he was generally able to master the spells. Of course, when Lily was not with him, he looked over some dark spells he could use. He had given up questioning Malfoy's logic. To fight this enemy, he needed to be proficient in all types of magic. Despite their nightly practice sessions and all the help he was getting from his friends back home, he was nervous. He would be hunting this Horcrux alone. At Hermione's suggestion, Harry and Lily created 2 galleons so they could communicate back and forth. But if Harry ended up using the coin, everything he had worked for would be undone. So he practiced what few spells he could in his room for the past 3 nights and was ready to go in on Saturday. If there really was a Horcrux, he needed to get it out today and send it to his mom. Dumbledore would almost certainly recognize the dark magic of the Horcrux and confiscate it if Harry stepped into his office with it in his bag. Send it to Gryffindor Tower, where Lily could immediately stash in the room, was the safest way to go. He was up at 4. After a quick shower and change, he left the motel room. As he hoped, few people were on the road, and there were no lights on in any of the shops or houses, most especially the gas station across the street from the orphanage. Harry cast a few revealing charms over the gates, but there was no magic present. The door squeaked open, not too loud, but enough to make Harry snap his head back to see if anyone could hear him. The grounds were quiet, a couple balls and jump ropes littering the ground. There was even one of those American footballs. Careful not to stir the balls, Harry proceeded up the walkway. His hand was twitching, ready to summon his wand from his holster at a moment's notice. He was tempted to cast a warming charm, actually. The temperature seemed to drop 15 degrees as he walked from the gate to the door. After taking a deep breath, Harry knocked on the door. A light turned on in the entranceway, and he could hear a girl swearing and cursing. "Yeah, what do you want?" she said rudely after whipping the door open. "Excuse me, but I need to speak to the matron of this facility. Can you take me to her?" The girl looked Harry up and down. It was a scary feeling. She was not attracted to him. It felt as if she were sizing him up like she would a threat. His wand hand twitched again, but she ended up nodding. "Follow me. She'll be in her office." She let Harry walk through before closing the door. The entranceway was lit, but sparsely. That may be because it was early, but Harry remembered the kids had their own rooms. The halls should always be lit, at least in his opinion. He rubbed his chest, trying to stay warm. "Why isn't the heat on? It's a bit too cold for kids, don't you think?" "It is fine," she said curtly, not stopping or turning around to address Harry. He was about to retort when he heard someone calling out for him to stop, just on the edge of perception. He looked into one of the rooms and had to fight not to gasp. Floating in the room was the ghost of a plain-looking woman. His eyebrows shot to his hairline when he recognized her. Merope Gaunt, he gasped, trepidation rising. She nodded, smiling sadly. Be careful, my friend. That girl is leading you into a trap. Ow! Don't ask questions. You must find my son's Horcrux now. They cannot hurt you unless you step into Mrs. Cole's office or you move my son's Horcrux. You must be ready. Silence. Harry whipped around, casting Vires Secus. He needed to shield his eyes as bright flash of light burst out of his wand. The girl screeched like a banshee, stumbling into the walls and knocking over the furniture. Harry cast a ward over his eyes, letting him see through the light. Even as she thrashed, he could tell she was a zombie. Dominus Retinio. Red tendrils of magic wrapped around the vampire, tightly pinning her arms and legs together. The monster screeched still, her eyes searing with pain. With the monster trapped, Harry banished the monster into the room with Merope and sealed it with a shield/ward Hermione found. Lux Lucas Parietis, or the Wall of Light. Voldemort's mother watched without comment. You are more powerful than I expected for a child so young. Maybe stronger than my son when he came back to murder everyone here. But you should not have come to this place alone. It is a fight I am afraid you cannot win. Harry snorted. I've heard that before. Besides, there is nothing I can do now. Why are you here? Why did you stop me? This is where I died, my friend, many years ago after giving birth to my son. I suspect you already know this. How else would you know my name? Harry nodded. No, you're right. I didn't know what happened to you. But that doesn't explain why you are here now. Isn't it obvious? I died giving birth to my son. It was the worst moment of my life. My husband had left me. It was my own fault, tried to manipulate him with love potions and the like. I lost everything, including my wand. More importantly, I lost all faith in magic. I was determined not to let my son grow up with magic. If that meant sacrificing my life, I was ready to die. I had suffered too much to want my son to suffer a similar fate. I know now that that was the worst decision of my life. Though I wanted to die, I still wanted to be there to watch my son grow up. That must have been enough to become a ghost because I never cast a spell or did a ritual. After I died, my soul stayed earthbound as a ghost, and I watched my son grow. I never revealed myself to him, though I wanted to many times. But he was becoming so dark, so twisted. I was afraid, and I knew he blamed me for leaving him in the orphanage. In time, he even blamed me for dying. She buried her head in her hands, or came as close as a ghost could. I wanted my son to live a normal life, free from magic, free from the terror my father forced me to endure every day, she wailed. I was so selfish. I was so wrong. My son needed his mother. He needed someone to love him. It wasn't magic I needed to protect him from. It was abuse and neglect and fear I needed to protect him from. And I failed. She started to cry. Harry didn't know what to say. He didn't even really know what to think. Part of him sympathized with Merope. Her father had abused her as a child, and her husband did the same when she was a woman. It was only natural she would want to attribute all her pain with magic and want to spare her son that fate. But, as she said, she didn't see the truth that it was not magic she hated, but her father. I'm sorry, my young friend, she said. You're here to find my son's Horcrux. Just be aware that once you leave this room, you can leave the house safely. None of the creatures will hurt you. Once you move the Horcrux, they will attack. What are they exactly? The zombies and inferi my son created from the murdered children and adults who used to live here. So he created both, he muttered, thinking out loud. If Voldemort created both, then Harry had a problem. Zombies could actually reason. Harry suspected the matron and her support staff had been turned into zombies and the kids would be inferi. If they fought together, fire spells would not work against zombies. In fact, the spells that hurt inferi didn't hurt zombies and vice versa. Are there any other traps? No. Very few wards are protecting the Horcrux itself. But again, the second that box moves an inch, The monsters will descend on you in wrath. You must be ready. I'll be ready. Where is his Horcrux? In his room on the third floor. You will find it in a small gold box under some loose floorboards. She tried to put a hand on Harry's shoulder, her hand going right through, sending an icy chill through his already freezing body. Sorry, she said sheepishly. Don't worry about it. Thank you. You need to also be careful how long you spend in this house. If you do not get out soon, the darkness from my son's Horcrux will eventually corrupt and kill you. Fighting the zombies and inferi will exacerbate the corruption. Ow! Because by fighting you are draining your magic. As your magic is drained, more of it can seep in, slowly corrupting your magic and soul until you are a zombie slave like the others. Harry snarled and cursed. Is there anything else? When she shook her head, he vanished the shield and cast as many extra sensory charms he could on himself. Wish me luck, he said, but he was gone before she could say anything. The house was eerily silent, something he didn't notice before. The halls were all dark, the doors shut. But as he traipsed up the stairs, he heard guttural growls and snarls coming from each room. When he reached the third floor, he got an idea. Heading back down to the first floor, he set delayed charms, something Lily had taught him. He could only do simple spells, but he was only looking to set incendio charges anyway. He put several dozen on each floor, mostly around doors, but some by the stairs. The monsters growled as he passed. They knew he was there. Hopefully he could give them a surprise anyway. After the charges were set on the fourth floor, he backtracked and headed to Voldemort's room. Given the circumstances, his was easy to find. It was the only door open in the whole damn building. Waves of darkness rippled in the air, pulling at his gut and sapping his power. Steeling himself, trying to control his emotions, Harry banished the bed to the side of the room. There were wards over the floor, but as Maripy said, there weren't many. Harry didn't know how to disable them. But one of the spells he worked on with Malfoy could be used on certain wards. Feeling a little nauseous, Harry pointed his wand at the floor. Iris Navitas tell him. Yellow lightning shot out of Harry's wand, crackling over the wards. The spell was quickly draining him, though, and he had to break the connection after barely a minute. A revealing charm said the wards were still in place. He had a choice. He could sit here, risking Voldemort's magic consuming him, or he could make one last-ditch effort to destroy the wards and take his chances with the monsters. It was no choice, really. Harry took a few deep breaths and pointed his wand at the floor again. Ad nihilo, a ball of concentrated orange magic smashed against the wards with incredible force, staggering Harry. But it didn't take them down. Ad nihilo, the second spell was just as strong, but still the wards held. Muttering a few curses, Harry pulled up his sleeves and focused all of his energy on the wards. Ad nihilo. The third blast worked too well, in fact. The spell smashed through the wards and the floor. They bounced off the ornate gold box on the floor, though, and then again off the ceiling. Harry managed to raise a purple shield before the spell killed him. The spell deflected off his shield and killed a wave of zombies and inferi already in the door. Shit, he exclaimed, setting off his charges as fast as he could. Another wave of inferi were at the door. A rush of fire and magic swept them down the hall before they could get at him, though. Screams and screeches could be heard all through the house as hundreds of inferi were burned to death. Harry raised another wall of light in the doorway, waiting for another wave of monsters. It didn't take long, but there weren't nearly as many. The fire had either destroyed most of the inferi or trapped them in their hideouts. The zombies were powerful, though, fighting and punching his shield. They were taking it down, too. Harry had to focus all his energy into keeping it active. When he couldn't hold it anymore, he banished it, forcing the zombies back with the shield. While the zombies were trapped, Harry ran out into the hall and towards the stairs. Zombies and inferi were running up the stairs, snarling and pointing at Harry. Adficio veneficus, Harry yelled, pointing his wand at one of the zombies. A beam of pulsating red and orange magic connected the monster and his wand. But it did what Harry hoped. It revitalized him a little and basically killed the zombie. It actually sucked the magic out of the beast, but that was the same as killing it. He used the spell a few more times before he had enough energy to conjure another wall of light around him. The zombies and inferi slammed against his shield, and it wavered. But it lasted long enough for him to conjure another annihilation spell, blowing a hole through all the way down to the first floor. He fell fast, but he managed to cast some firing spells in case there were monsters waiting when he landed. He didn't need to worry. All the monsters had pursued him to the third floor. They were running downstairs at light speed, but not fast enough to catch him before he flew out the front door. Out in the sunlight, he was safe. One of the zombies, who he recognized was Mrs. Cole, the old matron, stuck its head out but pulled back, snarling at Harry. The boy who lived didn't care. He did it. He got one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Once he was back in his motel room, he cast all the privacy and security charms he knew and set the box on the table. He couldn't believe he did it. He couldn't believe he had the third Horcrux. Remembering what happened to Dumbledore's hand last year, Harry carefully opened the box, containment charms on the tip on his tongue. He didn't need containment charms, though. Without the lid, nothing stopped the dark power of the Horcrux, Hufflepuff's cup, filling the room. The nausea and coldness Harry felt at the orphanage were magnified tenfold now. There was only one spell he could think of to fight the darkness. It was a spell Hermione found on her own after reading Magic, Most Evil. Feeling claustrophobic and almost painfully sick, Harry didn't know if he could do the spell. He placed the tip of his wand on the cup. Harry tried to clear his mind, thinking of all the happiest moments of his life. Images of Ron and Hermione standing with him after beating the troll, Sirius offering to let him move in, and Harry spending time with Lily and James all filled his minds. Obscurum Offero. A white cloud surrounded the cup, but Harry had trouble holding the spell. He was sweating hard, almost going purple as he tried to fight Voldemort's darkness. Slowly, ever so slowly, Harry's white cloud expanded, eventually filling the whole room. A powerful rushing sound battered Harry's ears, his wand vibrating feverishly. Harry held the spell, focusing all his energy on happy thoughts, feeding them into the cup. The rushing sound became a high-pitched screech after a few minutes. The tip of his wand jerked in his hand, like it had become a vacuum. The haze of white smoke flew to the point where his wand and the cup touched, pulling all of the dark energy in the room and in the cup into that one spot. Harry snuck a peek at the cup just before the gray ball of light and dark magic exploded like a shockwave. Harry tumbled backwards. Someone was screaming like a banshee somewhere close by. Only when he needed to take a breath did he realize he was the one screaming. Harry pulled himself to his feet, still reeling from the blast. The room was utterly destroyed, but all the damage had been contained in his room, thanks to his wards. But he'd fix that later. He examined the cup. He could still sense the darkness from Voldemort's soul, but the wards, traps, and curses that had been protecting the cup were gone. It was no longer giving off waves of dark energy either. "Hot damn," Harry said with a smile, before passing out from exhaustion that Chapter 18. Lily lay anxiously on a couch in Gryffindor Tower. Her head was resting on James' chest. He had long since fallen asleep. The gentle rhythm of his chest, usually a source of comfort, now did nothing for her. Harry told her he would contact her no later than 9 at night on Saturday with news. It was nearly midnight. As the appointed hour drew closer, even James noticed how anxious she was. He was so sweet, trying to find out what was bothering her and what he could do to help her. It hurt her not to tell him, but there was no way she could without incriminating Harry. She hated keeping secrets, especially from the people she loved, but she knew she had to hear. But not telling anyone made sure she kept everything bottled up, slowly eating away at her. She fell into a fitful sleep somewhere between midnight and 1 in the morning Sunday. She had terrible nightmares of Harry dying alone in some dank, decrepit room, being murdered by all sorts of dark creatures. And she dreamed that somehow who had found out what Harry was doing and attacked him. Harry would never give up. He would fight as bravely as he could, but he would lose. There was no doubt her baby would lose. At 2:30, she woke up at the start, sweating hard, tears flowing down her cheeks. She wiped at them with her robes, careful not to disturb James, who was still passed out cold. She started shivering soon and relit the fire with her wand. She also conjured a blanket and lay back down, again careful not to disturb James. He grunted when she set her head back on his lap, but just wrapped his arms around her and sighed. About an hour later, Lily started feeling something warm on her thigh. "Oh, James, not now, sweetheart," she mumbled, visions of a dead or dying Harry still plaguing her dreams. The warmth became more intense. In her sleepy state of mind, it took Lily a minute to realize what was happening. "The coin!" she exclaimed loudly. James muttered and stirred, his hands thrown off when Lily shot up. She waited anxiously for a few seconds to see if he would wake up. She sighed with relief when he grunted and pulled the blanket up to his chin. Giving him a soft kiss on the forehead, she stepped onto the stairs leading to the girls' dorm and read Harry's message. She needed a minute to cipher the code, something Harry's friend Hermione had come up with. She thought it was a good idea at the time. Now, tired and scared, she cursed the time it took. Her anger vanished with a flash when she ciphered the message. Harry was all right. She fumbled with the numbers, asking if he found what he was looking for. A few minutes later, Harry told her he had. She didn't have a chance to respond before he told her it was coming north even as they speak. Lily hardly noticed. She was just relieved he was okay. She sent a fairly jumbled message, telling him how worried she had been and another asking what the bloody hell took him so long to contact her. He apologized and told her he would explain when he got back to the school. Since he had the weapon, or whatever it was, he'd be coming back to the castle early. He'd send an owl to Dumbledore in the morning, telling him his parents dropped him off early and asking if he could fly back around noon. Lily had just wished Harry good night when she heard a soft tapping at the window. Harry hadn't been kidding about the package coming north. A large eagle owl swooped through the window and deposited the box on one of the tables. It was gone before Lily could give it a tip. Harry must have taken care of that or paid someone extra not to dawdle. She looked at the package, not able to see what was so special. She felt Harry's magic all over the box, wards and charms put in place to mask the dark aura of the weapon. She was tempted to open it, but Harry had told her to leave it alone and just bring it to the room of requirement before anyone, specifically Dumbledore, noticed the package. Making herself invisible and silencing her feet, Lily left the common room and headed to the room. Prefects were patrolling the hall. She spotted the Ravenclaw 6th year prefect Patrick Wilde and the Hufflepuff 5th year prefect Olivia Baker, snogging just barely behind of the tapestries. Thanking Merlin for the distraction, she got to the room unmolested about a minute later. Harry had requested a new addition to the room of storage, shed about 10 feet tall and 5 feet on each side. It was made of quartz sandstone. Harry told her each wall was maybe 7 centimeters thick and it was heavily warded inside and out. She had no idea what he would need such a fortified room for, but he just told her he needed to protect the room when he tried to destroy you-know-whose weapons. She hoped he would wait for her when he destroyed it because she was still curious. For now, though, she just opened a small slit in the middle of one side and shoved the ornate gold box through. When it hit the ground, the slit disappeared, transforming into solid stone. She had one last thing to do before heading back to Gryffindor Tower, though, a promise she made to Harry's friends. She hoped they were still up. If they were in any kind of state like she was, they had to be. Sure enough, all 5 of Harry's friends were sleeping in the room of requirement. Actually, only 4 were asleep. Ron was awake, watching Harry's portrait, waiting for Lily. She had gotten to know his friends over the past month, a very surreal experience for all parties involved. All 5 were very formal with her at first, treating her as if she was Professor McGonagall, even though she was maybe a couple of months older than they were, save Ginny and Luna. Hermione was actually older than her by about 6 months. Of all his friends, she liked Ron best actually. She could definitely see what Harry saw in him. He was very kind and intensely loyal, much like Remus. He wasn't as smart as Lupin, but he wasn't dense either. He was also the first to treat Lily like a friend then, like Harry's mother. The redhead jumped to his feet with a smile when she stepped in front of his portrait. "Thank Merlin it's you, Lily." We were all getting worried. Is Harry okay? His anxious expression changed right to a wide smile at her nod. He's fine, Ron. I just dropped the thing into the room he made. He says he'll be back around noon. I'm sure he'll want to talk to you all then, she added hastily when it looked like Ron was going to wake up the others. You should go to sleep, Ron. In the morning, you can tell the others Harry is okay. Just be sure to get back to the room around 1 if you can. We will, Lily, he said before yawning massively. I suppose you're right about sleep, too. I'm sure Hermione or Ginny will wake me up as soon as they can. He smiled ruefully. Hermione, Ginny, and Luna would probably curse him to dust for falling asleep on the job before letting him explain. Do you want to stay up, Ron? I can talk to them so you can get some rest. Ron shook his. Don't worry about it. What time is it anyway? About 4. Lily nodded after glancing at her watch. Should give me a good 5 hours before the hurricane. I'll be fine. All right, if you're sure. I'll see you in a few hours. You bet. Sleep tight, Lily. He grabbed a blanket and lay down on a bed that had just appeared. Only after he started snoring did Lily leave and head back to Gryffindor Tower. Now that she knew Harry was okay, she would be able to sleep. While she was gone, James had thrown the blanket off. Lily picked it up and gently rested her head on his chest again. She was fast asleep before she felt his arms wrap around her again. After talking with Lily, Harry fell back asleep, still exhausted from yesterday. He slept pretty much straight through breakfast, finally waking up at 10. He cursed and spluttered, the sun shining right in his eyes. He fumbled for a few seconds before finding his glasses. After a small sandwich and a rejuvenation potion, Harry felt almost human. A shower and change pushed him over the edge. He spent a few minutes setting the room to rights, repairing what had been damaged or destroyed by the blast, which was to say everything. That done, he packed up the few outfits he brought and checked out. The room clean, the rotund owner asked, a cigar dangling out the side of his mouth. Despite the hour, he had a glass of whiskey sitting there too. Yes, sir. Same shape as it was when I arrived. It was actually far cleaner than when Harry arrived, but that was neither here nor there. The man grunted, writing something on the receipt. Good boy. Most kids your age would tear up the damn room and not give a rat's ass. Nice to find a responsible kid. He made some more scratches to the receipt. Since you took good care of the room, I'll only charge you for 3 days and 3 nights. First night is free. Comes to £83. Harry gave him 2 50-pound notes. Keep the change. The man grunted, putting both banknotes in his money drawer. Thank you. Hope I can accommodate you in the future. Harry nodded and left. When he was out of notice of anyone, he spun on his heel and disappeared, reappearing outside the leaky cauldron. He made sure all his cosmetic charms were in place before heading in. A few customers were eating, probably people who worked early shifts taking an early lunch. Morning, Tom, Harry said with a wave. Morning, Mr. Evans. Good holiday with the parents. Yes, sir. It's always good to see them. They're so busy we don't have a lot of time to just talk. I know how that goes. Well, will you be wanting to head back to Hogwarts now? Still have a few hours before Dumbledore asks for you to come back. Harry looked at his watch, pretending to think. I'm going to buy some supplies and maybe a few Christmas presents. I'll be back around noon if that's all right. Tom nodded. Sound good. I'll let Dumbledore know you're coming early. I'll tell him you're coming back between 12 and 1. Give you some time to shop. Thanks. I didn't think of that. Tom smiled, but a customer called him. Harry let him be and headed out into Diagon Alley, with Tom sending Dumbledore a message that was one less shop he needed to visit. He didn't have a lot of money to spend, just over 75 galleons. Lily's parents sent him the monthly allotment the ministry sent them, despite Harry's protestations and insistence they keep it. Well, this would be a chance for him to repay them, or at least give them a gift for everything they had done. He actually found a perfect gift for them at Morgan's Precious Antiques. It was a lot like Moody's faux glass, except it would let someone speak to a person, wherever they were in the world. The model Harry was looking at, though, cost 60 galleons. He sighed, regretting he didn't have more money to spend. Do you see anything you like, dear? Asked one of the ladies working the floor. I did actually. He pointed at the opaque crystal ball. But I can't afford it. It would be for my friend's mom. She is a muggle, but wants to stay in touch with her daughter. The lady was silent for a moment, thinking, well, if that is all you need, we have rings with crystal inlays that can be charmed in much the same way. Your friend's mom would only be able to talk to her daughter, though. Once it is charmed, it cannot be altered. No, that'd be great. How much would the ring be? Are you a student? Yes, ma'am. Well, I'll tell you what. You advertise where you bought this lovely gift, and I'll sell it to you for 9 galleons and 8 sickles. Do we have a deal? Harry smiled. Yes, ma'am. That would be great. The woman smiled warmly. All right, come with me, and we'll charm the ring with the signature of the daughter. Do you know her full name? Yes, ma'am. She nodded, pulling a ring with a small crystal inlay, just like the larger ball. She waved her wand over the ring, muttering an enchantment. When she prompted Harry, he gave Lily's full name. The ring glowed a pale yellow. Is it set? Yes, sir. Now, warn your friend that she won't need to talk out loud when her mom calls her. The ring will transmit her thoughts so no one thinks she's mad. Thank you very much. Don't mention it, dear. Was there anything else? Harry looked through the shop but didn't find anything else. With one last thank you, he left to look at the other shops. Harry spent the next hour buying gifts for the James, Remus, and Sirius at Gamble and Jape's Wizarding Joke Shop. He wanted to buy them something more, but he was only their friend right now. He thought about things he would buy for Ron, Fred, and George, figuring that would be appropriate. Harry didn't want to buy a damn thing for Peter, but he didn't want to risk upsetting the others. While buying a book for Remus, he found a book about the honorable and noble history of the Godric, Gryffindor, and Gryffindor house. The rat probably wouldn't read the book, but maybe he would and take a hint. Harry was walking back to the bar when he noticed a few witches and wizards, maybe a dozen, walking purposefully through the crowd. He didn't like the look on any of their faces. There were no smiles, just a cold seriousness that unsettled him. The man bringing up the rear leered at Harry as they passed, his finger toying with the end of his goatee like a villain in those old silent movies. Harry carefully kept his face straight, waiting for a few seconds until he was sure the Death Eaters had turned down Nocturne Alley. When he thought they were gone, he turned around, wand in hand, both concealed by his robes. He disillusioned and silenced himself when no one was looking. He also cast his extrasensory spells. As he turned the corner, he could barely spot Karkaroff's robes about 20 yards in front of Harry. The alley was cramped and crowded, making it hard for Harry to maneuver without hitting people. Eventually, he lost Karkaroff. Swearing sulfurously, he picked up the pace, not caring who or what he hit. He couldn't find them and was about to head back to the main alley to see what he could do in case they attacked when the front windows of a shop blasted open. Harry fell to the ground just as the 6 Death Eaters and 3 Dementors flew out on broomsticks. The crowd by the window when the explosion went off were down and screaming. Harry was about to help them when he heard a loud, shrill screech coming from the shop. He nearly fainted when he saw what came out. One of the Death Eaters, its hood up and magically protecting his face, was prodding a Gorgon. The other onlookers screamed and ran at the sight of the 8-foot-tall monster, the snakes snapping at a few who couldn't get away in time. Leaving the injured, Harry ran straight back to the main alley. He couldn't fight this monster, most especially not in this ridiculously cramped space. But he did not just flee. As he ran, he tried to slow the beast down. He didn't want to hurt the Death Eater controlling it. Even though it should have been impossible, that witch or wizard was keeping the monster from wantonly slaughtering everyone in sight. For the sake of all the innocent shoppers, that tamer needed to be kept alive. Harry felt bad as he blew chunks out of the walls and holes in the ground. People trying to flee the monsters were clogged just as bad. Most would die, but while Harry felt bad, if he didn't slow down the monster, more would die when it finally broke into the open. Harry was infuriated to see the destruction the Death Eaters and Dementors were raining on Diagon Alley. Shops were on fire, forcing people into the street and the clutches of the Dementors, and eventually the Gorgon. Where the bloody hell are the Aurors? Not one khaki robe was anywhere in the crowd. People were fighting, but they were nothing but an armed mob. Without any semblance of discipline, the Death Eaters were carving through the ranks. Another screech told Harry the Gorgon was coming fast. Harry raised his most powerful wall of light at the intersection where the beast would break out. It was up just bare seconds before the beast slammed into the shield. Its wails and screeches became louder as the light of the shield burned its skin. But it would break out eventually, probably very soon. Trying to figure out what he could do, Harry spotted a Death Eater flying low, picking off kids. Snarling with hatred, Harry raised a wall of rock in his path. The Death Eater swerved around the wall, right into Harry's path. He jumped onto the back of the broom, putting the Death Eater onto the Imperius. "Fly over the Gorgon," Harry commanded. The Death Eater mumbled and turned his broom towards the Gorgon. As they flew over the beast, Harry commanded the Death Eater to jump and fight the Gorgon. Harry didn't wait to see the Death Eater die. He took control of the broom and started after the other Death Eaters. There were maybe a dozen now. Harry didn't see any more coming and assumed they had already been waiting for the others. Most were gleefully picking off the people trying to flee, creating a terrible jam on the only road out. While he wanted to kill them, he spotted two at the head of the alley, wands raised straight in the air. They were maintaining an anti-apparition ward, keeping the Auror out and the shoppers in. Harry flew behind one, flying through the smoke from Florian's burning shop. Atrum Textus Redimio, a massive green net of magical energy shot at the Death Eater, knocking him off the broom and wrapping tightly around him. The other Death Eater's eyes widened behind his mask, and he pulled down his wand and flew away as fast as he could. Harry followed hot on his heels, unaware of the sudden appearance of 60 Aurors. His mind was only on the Death Eater. They tried to dip and dodge, but Harry would not be shaken. Confringo, the orange spell hit the back of the broom, blowing at twigs and kindling. The spell also blew the Death Eater's feet and legs to shreds. He nosedived, screaming as he tried to staunch the blood. He should have just tried to disappear. The nose of the broom and his head crashed into the ground with a sickening crunch. The other Death Eaters seemed to figure the game was up and were flying away. Harry spotted Karkaroff, now leading the Death Eaters fleeing. He was about to fly after them when he heard screams from below. The Gorgon had finally broken free, and the Death Eater, controlling it, was long gone. 8 Aurors were killed in the space of maybe 30 seconds. The beast needed to be slowed, but Harry knew no spells that could do that. He rubbed his hand over the nose of his broom. "Think, Harry. Come on now." His hand was over the broom when he got an idea. He conjured a spear and attached it to the end of the broom. He flew high above the Gorgon, trying to lead the beast. When he thought he had an opening, he shot straight down. The monster saw him coming, but Harry was ready. Harry cast another blinding spell, Vires Secus. The bright light blinded the Gorgon and let Harry aim without being turned to stone. Just before he hit the beast, he jumped off the broom. The spear impaled the monster and lodged in ground. The monster was still screeching and rubbing its eyes, but the snakes on its head were trying to snap at the broom. "Are you all right, young man?" one of the Aurors asked, running up to Harry when he stopped rolling. Harry felt terrible, but he was alive. He managed to nod. "That was a very brave thing you did. I think the monster is trapped." "No, not," he said, the pain in his side blurring his vision. The Auror called for a healer. She did a few spells, healing the minor wounds and easing the worst of the pain. "Thank you," he said when he could speak. "The monster is not trapped. Once it can see, it will break free. We need to destroy it." "Ow!" The Auror shook his head. "Don't worry about that now. Let me take you to my commanding officer." He gently lifted Harry by the arm, but Harry shook him off. "There's no time, damn it. We need to kill it now." "How then?" "Grab as many of people as you can. We need to circle the monster and trap it in a wall of light. Do you know the spell?" "I do, but how do you know it?" "That is an Auror-level spell." Harry snarled with frustration. "Don't ask questions, damn it. Just grab as many Aurors as you can." Harry didn't wait for him to say anything else. He grabbed a few Aurors who were circling the beast. Then he spotted Moody, telling no one to approach the monster. "Sir, I think I know how to kill the Gorgon." Moody gave him a measuring look. "You're the boy who blinded the beast. Very brave, but how do you think we can kill it? Trap it in a wall of light. Harry sighed when the Auror gave him an intense look. He knew the question even before it came. How the bloody hell do you know about that shield? Sir, I know Latin and heard one of the people raise a very bright shield that trapped the monster in Nocturne Alley for a little while. Harry pointed at the beast and all the burn marks from the spell. I'm guessing if a bunch of us can raise the shield and choke the beast, it'll die. Moody thought about it, muttering under his breath and pointing around the beast. Finally, he nodded. I think you're onto something. He shouted orders, organizing maybe 24 Aurors in a circle. The monster was thrashing madly, but now it was trying to pull the broom free. Time was running out. Harry was in the circle, but he was the only one who shouted the incantation, deciding Moody would be more suspicious if he was silent. With 25 Aurors all concentrating on the spell, the light was brighter than anything Harry had ever seen this side of the sun. The monster was screaming like a tortured banshee now. Harry saw it pounding the shield, even now making the magic waver. None of the Aurors pulled back, red in the face and sweating. They held the shield until the monster finally fell silent. Moody made them hold the spell for another minute to make sure it was dead. When they lifted the shield, the Gorgon was a shriveled husk, its once terrifying and deadly eyes now black and unseeing. Moody looked down at the beast, a satisfied smile on his face. He ordered the Aurors to start evac and search. Witches and wizards from the engineering regiment started cleaning up debris and repairing the buildings. All in all, the destruction could have been worse, especially considering the fact a Gorgon was involved. Harry was grateful no one really knew his true role. He didn't think he had done anything spectacular, but he had drawn enough notice blinding the beast and suggesting the wall of light. As his Aurors carried out his orders, Moody turned back to Harry. That was a real good idea, not to mention what you did trapping the monster. What's your name, son? Nathan. Nathan Evans, sir. Moody clapped his shoulder, a very proud look on his face, something Harry only remembered seeing from Crouch when he impersonated Moody. Well, Nathan Evans, I'll see that you get an Order of Merlin for this. First class if I can swing it, but at least a second-class award. Sir. Enough of that, sir, boy. My name is Moody. Moody, I don't deserve an award. Your Aurors did everything. I only suggested the spell. Moody forcefully shook his head. Nonsense. If you hadn't trapped the beast, we never could have used the spell. And besides, you didn't see me thinking of a wall of light. I know you pulled it out of you ass, but some of the greatest things we ever do happen by luck. You'll accept your award and like it. Harry sighed, but before he could complain, Moody waved down 2 healers. Take care of the boy. Are you a student? Yes, sir. I was about to return to the school when He waved his hand at one of the captured Death Eaters. They're Death Eaters. Not even a citizen, are you? Well, that rules out an Order of Merlin first class. Harry shrugged his shoulders. I don't want the award anyway. Moody smiled. I heard you the first time, boy. Like I said, you don't have a choice. Anyway, they'll clean and heal you up and take you back to Hogwarts. He gave Harry a serious look. Be proud. You save a lot of lives today.